Fans are excited. We are ready to rock and roll on the Rift for week 6 of the European LCS.
Shook's waiting around, doesn't know that Joko is here though.
Both junglers on, they look for Cabochard. There's a stun up, and in comes Joko. Can they finish the job? But it's first blood. Prophet goes down to the axe of Joko, and Shook is isolated from the rest of the team now as he has to burn his flash to get out. But that's level 6, which means the red carpet is down, and Shook is as well. Cabochard picking up a kill.
This fight is more important right now. Prophet again, top.
Oh no, he's already burned his flash, and Cabochard's able to char him down. Shook is late to the scene of the crime.
But hang on, teleport coming through. Prophet looking to get back into the action.
They want to try to get some gold back for themselves and save the tower, so Shook is already going in to start things up, but they are going to be able to nearly take him down before the fight has even started. All in all, it's a 1-for-1, but Cabochard finding himself at odds with the rest of NIP as Nagne claims a kill.
Now NIP want to go with Nagne. Can they get the Weaver's Wall? Nukeduck's on his own.
Oh, Nukeduck, he is isolated. Everybody's on top of him, and this will be a pickup. Prophet's going to get the kill. What can Vitality get in return here? There we go. So they are able to keep him safe.
Ooh,
and meanwhile, Nukeduck's had to flash into the pit, and Shook comes out of nowhere. They found a pick onto the Vitality mid laner. Seems like we're in a bit of a holding pattern, but all of a sudden, Prophet face checks into Nukeduck, and EQ face checks into the rest of the team. He pulls himself into the arrow, and Steelback gets the kill. Vitality smell the blood, and they're going all in. Prophet, that's a big croc, but Vitality are bigger. Steelback flashing forward. That's the aggro we like to see. And Nukeduck going into the base, and NIP scrambling back. Triple kill for Steelback. Nukeduck over the wall. A full channel culling, and Vitality flipped that switch.
Only one Nexus tower left to take down. Likely to push this down. Nukeduck flayed back.
But they take down Sprottle, and that's going to be it. All of a sudden, there are no more defenders as Nagne hopping back, not in time. Onto the fountain goes EQ, but the Nexus is laid bare, and 35 minutes in, Vitality close out game 1. This is one of the more important games that Ninjas in Pajamas can play up against Vitality, a team closer to them in the standings. Will they be able to do it? We're on to Summoner's Rift for the second time today.
And then try exactly the same thing. Submarine!
Here we go, looking for Joko. Oh, the taunt doesn't land, and the shockwave pulls back too. But Nagne is still able to flash in and dash in for a pretty sick first blood.
Hang on though, here comes Vander.
All right, Vander gets the play back on 2. They're managing to pull in Shook. And they equalize on kills. Now Cabochard's coming through, throws down the equalizer, but most of it's dodged away.
Now it's NIP looking for the bottom side as Cabochard has no tower there to keep him safe.
Ooh, Shook is going to hop right over the wall as Cabochard was trying to play Ring Around the Rosie. He flashes that same wall himself as throws down an equalizer, but Prophet is incoming, and there are no friends.
Arrow.
The Ash arrow coming from downtown, and he dodges it, but he can't dodge Prophet for long. Shook coming in, a hop, a skip, a jump, and Prophet gets the kill.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Prophet is able to dodge out from Vander's hook now, and can they actually turn it around? Here comes the Abyssal Voyage. NIP are all over the map this game with these globals. They got a root down, and Vander is going to be left for dead. Sprottle swallows him up.
Is the next port.
It's going to land onto Vander as Steelback and Featherstorm to dodge it away, and the Flay's not going to be there either, with Shook picking up kill number 1. Joko Ragnar rocking, but it's Steelback that's caught by Prophet, and he gets a kill himself. If he had held that, taking the Lantern out to safety, it would have been maybe a different story, but Sprottle, it's a bit of a sad story for him. Doesn't even get to pop his Grey Health as he's collapsed on by Vitality.
Nagne on the bottom side, and
TP.
the fight is going to start. Prophet going to try and go in. Can Shook steal it?
Oh, he's on the backside. Here comes the teleport. He goes in a little bit too late. It's secured up by Cabochard, but now Prophet coming in to keep Shook safe as they look for Steelback in the back line, and they are going to be able to take him out, but Shook is going to fall first, and it looks like this fight is getting a little hectic here as Sprottle swallows up his ADC, and Prophet is left by himself. Nagne coming in a little bit late for round number 2. They get a double kill on the side of NIP.
If he can keep the Baron buff, he's got the Empowered Recall, but look, he can't find a safe spot. He has to try and execute here, but that'll lose him his Baron buff. He knows he's dead.
Execute.
Nope.
Nothing doing. The minions will come over. Prophet wanted to steal it away.
You see, as we talked about earlier, not having flash, but here's the fight. Nukeduck out on the side lane.
They want to find him, and they get the stun off, and boom, they just take him down to 0. Equalizer thrown down, but it's not going to be enough right now as they pull in the Kha'Zix. Shook gonna get swallowed up by Sprottle. Vitality are still strong enough with a couple of Baron buffs to try and take this fight, but Prophet is a madman in this back line right now, trying to pick one off. Flayed back in. EQ is taken down Joko. It's only Steelback, Vander, Cabochard left to try and defend, and NIP are looking to close out a win. The double kill for EQ. Shook hopping in. The triple kill for EQ, and NIP are gonna take a win. NIP will take down the Nexus towers, grab themselves a Nexus, equalize the series. Go Ninjas, go Ninjas, go!
Now Prophet's gonna try and find Joko.
Ooh, Joko might find him.
Yeah.
Face check right into the cocoon. Double buffs here. Prophet's already at half health. Oh no! Uh-oh, this could be trouble. And Shook's incoming.
Oh, Prophet, he skilled W. He doesn't even have his E.
Nuke duck!
Oh, no!
Oh, phosphorus bomb. First blood. Okay, Nagne's going to cast the 2, but the tower's already taken down. The package Valk is out. A little slow on the draw. Double teleport's coming in strong. Oh, it's going to be a hero's entrance right now as he gets a double knockup onto Steelback. Shield of Duran to lock them up. A Cabochard has joined, and it is a party up in top. Joko getting the first kill of this fight. Cabochard coming up with one onto Shook as well. Vitality turning these tables, and now Nagne by himself. That's a double kill for Nuke Duck. Now the fight is going to be on for it here, and I don't know if NIP are confident enough they can take this one. It's Prophet who's caught up, but here comes the hero's entrance for Nagne as he turns in onto Cabochard. Dragon is angry in all of it, and it gets shotted down by Shook. Critical for NIP, but they're going to give some serious lives for this one as Nagne flashes away. Shield of Duran followed by Vander, who picks up the kill in return. And now Shook is going to just give a little bit of taunt, but unfortunately takes the blast cone with Cabo. One slice, no dice.
Oh, Shook. He's running into a tower. Shook knows he's...
Oh! Hold on, can you
I
get away?
spoke too soon.
He's trying... Oh, no, not that way. All right, hold on.
Bro is running around. Hit the Yagami Sax!
Oh boy, smites for the help. No, Shook, why did you do it? The ace!
Vitality looking to push. This is the composition difference with running this Galio. It can be good, it can work out, but now Straddle said Vitality, they want to keep going.
Yeah, looking for Shook right now. He goes invis, and even Prophet's taking it up, and Nuke Duck flashing forward for the double kill. Forget the base, we're going for the ace, but Prophet hops in. He gets one kill off at the triple for Nuke Duck. Looking for the quadra. Can he go for it all? Looking for that penta on Nagne, and he does it. A penta kill for Nuke Duck.
Penta. Take it, steal it. Steal it.
Gonna close this game out. Only Spraddle there, and he knows there is not much he can do. This is going to be it. Vitality just turn to take down the Kench, and they finish it off in style. GG Vitality.
Oh, Jankos, he's on his way, so is FLICKR. Oh, let's see, recall coming in from Foxy. Jankos finds the fat man.
All right, stretching strike is their second target, yes.
Here's FLICKR.
Gonna be in the range. FLICKR throws down. First blood picked up by the First Blood King.
Knowing that people will appear behind them. And this is H2K, kind of picking up a little bit from what we saw there at Rift Rivals with the mid lane focus.
Fiscio, I think I'm hearing some optimism here. What did with some decent interrupts, gonna need to use his ultimate. Fate's Call comes out from Hyun as well, buys a couple extra seconds. What did force to flash over the wall, but you can't escape. The Cataclysm from Odo. He shuts him down. That's 5 kills to H2K. Underneath the tower, Foxy's now running for his life, and Betsy, by the way, has not left mid lane. Nuclear gets on the board with his first kill at 6-0 H2K. And they're gonna get ganked. Che, Jankos making their way up. Odo Wamna's gonna teleport as well. Hyonin has already flashed. There goes the Fate's Call, buy some time. But the Cataclysm comes down despite some knockups. Rockout, they're still locked inside. Already lost Hyonin. Now Wadid tries to sidestep and dodge the stretching strikes, but there's just so much crowd control. H2K pick up 2. And what is next on their list?
Well, it's not only the control, it's also just the reaction time from H2K. Whenever they see Rocket do anything, they react instantly. I love the setup, put the ward down, Odamna joins, and it's just an easy win. Let's see what happens here.
All right, Rocket looking for their first kill of the game. Not going to find it yet. Dominus thrown down by Foxy. He's forced to run away. A two-man stun from Febby gives him another kill. Make that a double as Rocket get their 10.
What we want to see from some of these European teams in HK, they're showing it. It all started around the mid lane with Jankos and FLICKR. They're going for these Nexus turrets. Wadid is still behind. H2K, he's now on his way back after he stopped and started recalling a few times. He's going for the surprise gank in his own base.
I figured it out. I think Wadid is trying to busk for gold. He's playing the cowbell to Summoner's Rift when there's no one there to help him out. Nuclear gets another kill. That gives me some fantasy points this week as the Nexus goes down. H2K dominate game 1. already on the roam. If this goes too long, Febby can respond. There's the taunt, the burst damage comes up, Foxy slices, dices, flashes, Jankos continues to chase, double buffs are up.
Wait for the
He
Q.
needs one more kick, Ward Hop goes in, Jankos, the first Blood King!
There you go, bot lane as well, some trading, but with Deed, he is safe for now. That's what we just talked about with the top lane here. You literally just tell Pride Stalker you're on the bottom side. Jankos just walked back into tower. Oh god, he just walked back into tower and died. His average kill plus assist at 15 minutes on Elise is 0.5. They're fighting each other.
There's a Shin! Remember, Jankos gets a stand united. Pride Stalker's coming in. The Ward
good
Hop
dodge.
out to safety. Jankos uses the W, not gone down yet. This is the Sonic Wave and Pride Stalker is killed. Now Jankos is down. Yoni gets the reset. He hops forward. Flash over.
Oh, they're gonna get him.
Here comes Wadid with the Devour, the lick, the stick. Hyonin looking for the kill, but on the back end, Shay knocks him under the tower. Now Hyonen's the target. He's forced to flash. Here comes Nuclear. Fate's call. Everybody's invited to the mid lane party, but it's Hyonen that's going down. The chase is coming out. Chase
Foxy?
looking for the CC. Hyonen is stunned. Nuclear rends for the kill.
Foxy
Goes to Wadid. Now all of a sudden, H2K, they're pushed away from the Dragon. Got that down to half. Pride Stalker and his Spiderling's gonna reset. The Dragon
Betsy.
Bell comes back in. Betsy a little bit caught out, stunned in place. Rocket jump over the wall. It's a melee in the pit. Rocket get the Dragon. Devour from Wadid, but it's not going to be enough to escape just yet. Jankos with red buff. Pride Stalker is going to be very low. Escapes for now. Sonic Wave not going to find a target as Wadid is shut down by Nuclear. Pride Stalker looking for the repel.
where's he going?
Finds Nuclear. Gets taken down. Double kill as H2K take the lead.
These fights all the time because everyone is just screaming, go, 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 fight, fight, fight. And Jay's doing the same.
Go, 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 fight, fight, fight. That's what H2K say. They've got a 5-man stack in the bottom lane. Wadid is going down. Hyonen will follow. And Deficio, it's looking like the end of the day here for Rocket. Wadid is waddling to safety. Hyonen stops to get a couple autos in the minion wave.
He's farming. He's maximizing farm here.
Going to get taken down here. Kill will be secured by Odo1 very easily.
Trying to play no Tristana.
Wadid
no
is
damage
still
Tristana.
waddling, by the way. It's actually Hyonen that was the sacrifice. Nope, Wadid is going down as well. Nuclear unstoppable. 5-0-2 right now.
See what happens in the jungle, Trevor. More kills might happen.
There's a rumble in the jungle, and it's Foxy that's getting jumped on. Good damage return, though, into Jankos and Shay. Foxy in a 1v4 finally goes down. Imagine if the Shockwave had been there to help. Betsy, the Shockwave misses because he's killed during the animation. Didn't even finish. And H2K, 8,000 gold up, 18 minutes on knocking on the inhibitor.
I know.
We're just over 20 minutes. You got those 2 items completed for a couple of H2K's carries. 2-man knockup from Shay. Fate's Call buys some time. That's a 3-man taunt into a 2-man knockup into Rocket getting wiped. A triple kill for Odo1.
All right, so what can they get with this? They got super minions in the mid lane. They're looking at some Nexus turrets right now. Yanan is still alive, but Febvin is going to make sure he's going to die very soon.
Well, Febvin trades, gets the kill with a spatula to the back of Hyanen's head. H2K are taking down the Nexus turrets. The Foxy Tuxies back to the fountain as Febvin gets a double kill. H2K are knocking on the Nexus, and with the fastest win of the summer split, obliterate Rocket.
Yeah, I guess some people thought it would be a long day after the 3 games in the first series, but H2K made sure it was a very fast one.
I turn to the audience, the Love Hurts crew in the UOL jerseys. There were some stunned, shocked faces. Ding, ding, ding! Shame, shame, shame.
For the organization, obviously the goal will be reaching Worlds.
Do you believe Sabox?
I believe.
The Gargoyles don't play by outsmarted. Unicorns of love coming in.
Running for his life. Oh, the storm comes out.
That's explosive. The engage comes in. Cersei's hungry for blood. Out comes the up. Die, 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 he says.
Steven? Huh? I really liked it yesterday when you told your teammates basically to shut the f up and reset for tempo.
Welcome to Berlin for more action in the EU LCS Summer Split. G2, they took a hard hit when they went 1-5 against the NA LCS teams at Rift Rivals, but today they look to strike back as they go up against Splyce in our first series of the day. I am super hyped to see what these two teams can bring. I mean, Splyce, they have to take this opportunity to fight. Wonder's in the zone, he's getting ready, taking a little nap, and Perks and Trashy still friends before the match, but absolute war when they hit the Rift Officio in just a bit. But they're all in the zone. Hello, I'm everyone. No, I'm not everyone. I'm Official, but I'm joined by everyone, by Martin Official Lunga and H2K's top laner, Andre Odoamne Pascu. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Pretty close.
Pretty close?
Odoamne was pretty spot on.
Odoamne was pretty spot on, indeed. Oh no? So how would you like it?
Odoamne.
Odoamne?
Odoamne?
Yeah.
Fast.
Yeah, and you're kind of like gasping at the end, and you're like, Odoamne.
Odoamne?
Yeah,
Right, we'll try and keep that up across
Hard
the
when
day.
casting. That's very hard when casting.
Yesterday, we had to gasp when you were playing Odoamne because H2K versus Roccat was a staggering 2-0 victory. It was very, very impressive. Odo, how do you look back on your performance?
I think we played. We kind of picked it up from what we performed the week before, because our early games against Misfits were kind of slow in the first and second game, and in the second game we kind of got stomped in the early game, but that doesn't really matter because we won. But overall, I think we managed to kind of put in on stage what we did in practice, focus on our early game and kind of fix off the indecisiveness that we had, and that just kind of went way better against Roccat. And I didn't think they played that great as well, so that kind of helped us. Because I'm not sure if the way we played is going to be just as dominating against the better teams, but for sure it worked against them. I think we can replicate it against the better teams, but not in this kind of stomping way.
Yeah.
Well, our question was kind of after seeing Rift Rivals, you know, obviously you're focusing on the early game was a personal goal, but we were wondering if there was anything that you tried to implement that you saw at Rift Rivals that worked from the NA teams that you thought you'd had to work on that regard.
I don't think there was anything special, because you kind of know what you need to do in the early game, and I think the faults of EU teams were that we kind of all, I think, just play reactive, and if someone just gives us a mistake on a silver platter, then that's the only way we will take it. For example, the thing that NA punished us the most was when we're sitting in 1-3-1 and they just collapse on mid lane a lot because they will be 4-1 and they have collapsing sideways. So I think that's the thing that NA did way better than us, and I think UT just kind of played disrespectful when they have 1-3-1. They don't really realize that they can get punished on mid, and they still play like they have the pressure, but then NA just punished us.
Disrespectful. Was that it?
I mean, yeah, I mean, maybe part of it was disrespect, but I'm just so surprised that so few European teams before Rift Rivals were actually trying to play the same style as the North American teams, because almost every team did try and play 1-3-1. So few teams were drafting like strong engage and then try and go mid lane and make these fights happen in Europe, especially against like a Unicorns of Love or against a Fnatic. And that's why I was kind of surprised to see how easy it was for the North American teams to kind of abuse both those teams.
Yeah, well, H2K, they had the right recipe yesterday, and you guys are #1 in Group B, increasing their lead over the Unicorns of Love at the top there. And today will be quite interesting as we will see kind of the teams we didn't get to see in the top regions of the EULCS. Misfits and Splyce go up against teams that are trying to rebound from Rift Rivals with the Unicorns of Love and G2.
Yeah, that's the funny part. We get to watch G2 and Unicorns bounce back and maybe show some changes compared to Rift Rivals. We get to see Misfits and Splyce, two teams that I think everyone agrees they are, of course, like the top 6 teams, but I think very few people are looking at Misfits and Splyce as favorites to make the final. I think a lot more people would have Fnatic there, maybe G2 bouncing back, Unicorns, and even H2K. It seems that might make it further than Splyce and Misfits, which is a bit of a shame because especially Misfits have actually had some good games in here and some good early games, some very bad late games as well as we saw against H2K.
You can jump in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, their late game wasn't that bad. I feel like I don't think it would have went that bad for them, but they just kind of made a big mistake in the way they fought. They were like 8k gold ahead, and they were just really disrespectful in the way they were fighting because at that fight where we kind of turned it around and I got a quadra kill there, if Hansama doesn't just randomly ult and flash in, thinking that he can get a triple kill there, just like that, like snapping his fingers, then we wouldn't have been able to win that fight. If they just played slow, then we would have gotten aced again and their goal lead would have stayed the same. But I think after that, they just tilted really hard because after that, they just go and start Nasher.
Yeah.
Like, what's that? Like, why do you do that? So,
well, that was what Jankos was saying as well. He said I could see them trembling in their seats.
We were running out of base, and then they're running out of base, and then they go to Nasher and start tanking it with their AD carry, and they start hitting it, and then after 3 seconds, their AD carry needs to base. And we're like, okay, these guys are just tilting beyond belief, you know? And then we got second Inferno, and then we were like, okay, these guys are just really tilted right now, so it's free game for us. Even though we were like still 5k goal behind, we were like, okay, this game's free because they're really tilting right now.
Well, you know what our story was? It was all about Odoamne, obviously. It was,
I mean,
if it wasn't for the community, it was all about Odoamne. Well, if we look at the schedule today, Misfits, they will have another chance to get a victory. They're up versus the Unicorns of Love, which is kind of a throwback matchup with Power of Evil up against his ex-team, and the Unicorns of Love wanting to prove something, and G2 versus Splyce will be our first matchup today. So what is, if we're looking ahead, the main improvement we want to see from the Unicorns of Love, the Fisho?
So Unicorns of Love, obviously a big problem they've had in Europe, but also Rift Rivals was the early game. They will always fall really far behind. And I think there are a few different things to look at. One, vision control was always really bad from them. Almost every single player is like the lowest in terms of ward stats as well on how many control wards they buy. And I think a lot of the warding was just kind of random instead of actually pre-planned. Second thing is when they do run with their scaling comps, they don't have to like force tower dives. They don't have to force early fights in order to get to the late game. And that's something they did a lot at Rift Rivals, but also against like NIP in week 5. That is just 2 major things I want to see changed from them if they want to keep playing for a late game.
Well, that we'll see later in the day. But first up, a team that had an even rougher time at Rift Rivals. G2, they only managed to pick up 1 win in the entire tournament. They're up in our first match versus Splyce. We're just waiting for our players to get set up on stage, and that gives us a chance to talk about G2 because statistically, they looked like the strongest EU team. They had a good early game. They were the only European team to contest Dragons. Still, it didn't seem like they had a lot of idea what they were doing, Odoamne. What do you think if you can see one big failure for G2 at Rift Rivals, what would it be? And what would you like to see them improve on?
I just feel like they kind of lost their touch and their decisiveness because that was the thing that made G2 really strong for the past 2 years was they would find a fight and they would take it and everyone would be together all in on the call and they would be really decisive. They would see a small mistake, they would punish it. They wouldn't hesitate because if you would hesitate, then your opportunity is just gone. And I feel like they lost that sense that they had where they would just punish every single small mistake. And right now they're kind of more indecisive, I guess. And they're kind of struggling, I think, to kind of find their groove again, to kind of get back in the zone and be on the same form as before. I just feel like they are trying to find their identity again. And I think that's the biggest thing that's holding them back right now.
I mean, we've seen that in a lot of different drafts they're going for. One game they're going for late game. The other game at Rift Rivals, they went like full early game with like Elise Renekton. And the funny thing was they actually did win the early games when they went for those drafts, where they focused on the laning phase a lot. But then they completely forgot how to play the mid to late game. Think back to the C9 series where they were super far ahead in the early game. And then suddenly they completely abandoned any sort of vision setup around a Baron. And then they're just kind of walking around and then Perkz gets caught a few times by like Gragas engages from C9. And the game is super close. And in the end, G2 didn't manage to win it. Their only win at Rift Rivals was already a messy game. And I really felt like the late game part was where they normally looked good
Yep.
in Europe. Like they had really understood how to set up the map to then make this big fight that could actually win them the game.
Yeah, it's a team that's struggling with the fundamentals, and I don't think that I've ever seen H2K in that position where you kind of lost track of kind of the entire thing. I feel you guys had different struggles, maybe late game objective throwing or this and that, but never really losing the fundamentals of the game. So where would you advise G2 to kind of start to rebuild to what they once were?
We kind of had issues as well with our fundamentals because there's many. I think in playoffs against Fnatic, that's where we faltered
That's
because
a good point.
we just forgot how to play, pretty much. So we just lost track of all of our fundamentals because we kind of focused on more sophisticated stuff, you know, more advanced plays like getting vision and then diving. But then, you know, you get the vision and then when you go to the dive, you're like, oh, we just all died and failed the dive. So we kind of skipped some steps, but I think they should, yeah, just go back to the basics, just scrap all these advanced plans of, you know, vision control and then the follow-up play and stuff, and just focus on the smaller plays first. Like, for example, in the scenario I just said, you would start from the dive again and be like, how can you execute it properly? And then you move on to more macro aspects like the vision control and stuff. I think they just need to break it down into smaller plays and try to work from there, because if you stay on advanced plays, then it's just way too many things to work on, and all these tiny tidbits, they will just roll over you again.
Well, the question is how much time do they have, though? Yeah.
I mean, they still have time because Rocket is losing right now, who's sitting under them in the standing. So as long as they make playoffs, it doesn't actually matter if they're first, second, or third in their group. I think if you make playoffs and you actually peak at playoffs, then G2 is, of course, good enough to make it all the way.
Well, we're still waiting. We're hoping to see some improvement from them today. I did get a cue that the players are about ready. It won't be an easy return for G2. They're going up against Splyce in their first match of the day here. A quick shot and Verius to tell you more.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Yes, Splyce, of course, they did lose 2-0 to Fnatic in their last series here on stage. But Verius today, they're hoping to take down G2, who look to still be struggling.
Yes, they did not have the best performances at Rift Rivals, but now they're going up against Splyce. This could be the beginning of their redemption, as Perks did say. He's not planning on dropping a game.
Well, he did say that a few weeks ago, and we haven't seen G2 return to form yet. Let's quickly run down the roster for G2 Esports. They will be starting on the red side. Splyce were the squad that picked blue, and of course, Analyst Desk talked a lot about what Perks and Trick can maybe do to help right the ship. Of course, we can see Youngbuck on stage. They're busy chatting. And G2, we've heard a lot about their side. Let's turn our attention to Splyce, quickly run down the roster. Verius and I are going to take a deeper dive on the Trashy and Senkuk's impact on the game. And these are the two that we'll see whether or not they can help Splyce pick up another win.
Yes, really looking forward to seeing what they can bring out today. Had a very brief chat with Trash, who said, like, before, they were not proactive enough. Their drafts were not clean enough. But they have a lot of big goals that they want to try and rectify. They've gone away. They've had a week to prep. Now they're going to try and show off these big changes that they've made.
I want to see what Splyce can do, because they lost their first series of the splits against H2K pretty handily. Then they won 4 in a row, where they took down the Unicorns of Love, the only team to do so. And let's look at the next few games that Splyce will be playing, because of course they have G2 Esports today. Then they play Ninjas in Pajamas next week, as well as Misfits. And technically speaking, Splyce with their 4-2 record, if they pick up a few more series wins here, they might be looking at second, maybe even first in their group.
And this is a really good opportunity for Splyce to be able to catch up to both H2K and UOL, but also to demonstrate that it is them that belong in the top 4, because we heard the analysts at the start of the day talking about how right now it's always in consideration of H2K, Fnatic, G2, UOL. People think that G2 are going to get the bounce back, and Splyce and Misfits, they're never really considered to be true contenders for the final. But with the schedule that they have lined up in front of them, this is going to be a great opportunity to demonstrate that they could very well make their way there.
Yeah, very, very exciting time for Splyce. After they took down Unicorns of Love, Trashy in the post-game interview, he talked about how Splyce, the team, the players in this split, they want to be seen as a threat. They want to be taken seriously, and the meta is shifting a little bit in their favor. Just to keep you guys updated, we are just a few minutes away from picks and bans. And I managed to bump into Trashy and Mythy Sven backstage, as well as Trick. Everybody's in really good spirits. Everybody seems to be very energetic, very happy. Verius, what will these good spirits translate to on the Rift? What are you going to be happy and in good spirits with in picks and bans?
Well, that's one of the big question marks, because we don't actually know what G2's goal is coming into the second half of the split, right? Are they going to focus on trying to improve their early game? and then somehow turn that into a good late game back to what they used to be? Or is their focus still going to be on, we're a good scaling team, we have good communication? Are they just going to try and play safe in the early game and then have a higher priority on being the old G2 that they've had so much success with in Europe? I think that there's going to be a huge priority on Gragas. I think his flexibility and his jungle priority right now is extremely high, and I think that both these junglers have an extremely high value on him. So early game or late game, I think that champion's going to be big.
All right, Gragas, let's see whether or not Trashy can get his hands on that champion. Whenever I think of Trashy, the signature champion in my mind is Gragas. And we had this discussion off air in prep for this week, and you sort of said, well, Rek'Sai also comes to mind when you think of Trashy.
Yep.
Do you think that's a contested pick if we assume the likes of Elise will be taken off the table or banned away, potentially?
I am expecting it to be something that both junglers can answer with. I'm fascinated about whether or not either of these junglers have been considering Sejuani as well. Over in the LCK, Ambition did bring it out, and he had a lot of success with it up against SKT. And I know that both these junglers do typically prefer to sit in the jungle farm and have more of that mid to late game team fight value that they've had a lot of success with in past. So I'm hopeful that we do get to see some new picks.
All right, we've talked a lot about Trashy and Trick. We are about 1 to 2 minutes away from starting picks and bans, so thank you for bearing with us on the small delay. Perks, his lane kingdom is, well, it's more of a lane shack at the moment. There's not a lot of territory to defend or castle walls. What about this man? Because we talked to him, we showed his KDA. Definitely did not show up at Rift Rivals like he did at MSI.
No, he did not.
And while it is a team thing, of course, we're not seeing that same level out of Perks that we'd come to hope to see in Summer.
Nope. He was the guy that was able to get a bunch of solo kills down onto FLICKR at MSI, but returning to this split, his performance has not been of the highest quality. But now we get to see firsthand what G2 will give him and see if his performance will be better as we go into the second half of the split.
All right, so just to remind you, cross-group play still in effect. Group A, G2 Esports taking on Group B, Splyce. Straight out the gate, Splyce, they were the ones that selected blue side, and they're targeting Mithy's champion pool. Braum and Thresh removed from the table. On the other side, Zach and Caitlyn. What do you expect to see next, or what are we setting up for first pick-wise?
Wow, huge amount of support focus. I'm looking at Tahm Kench suddenly rising in value, but we're also moving back possibly to some of the more ranged supports. The big thing you have to bear in mind is that Camille is something that Mickey has had a lot of success with in the past, and he's even brought out the Gragas support last split too. So there's still a number of options for Mickey, but I don't know how confident Mithy is now going to feel with the jungle support role being so pinched. G2 going for very standard red side bans. Oh, and of course, a very common Rakan, but the Tahm Kench is still open, which is a great answer for the Rakan during laning phase and throughout the game.
All right, Rakan has been played twice already by Mickey. Let's see how well he can perform with all the bans, as you've alluded to. He's going to look towards maybe that Tahm Kench, and Gragas is up and available. We've seen the likes of that AD carry, support, and jungler being picked in the first rotation many times in the past. Let's see whether or not Splyce or G2 decide to do that as well. One of the other tanks, yes! Sejuani, baby! I'm so excited to see her back on the Rift here in European soil.
So we can talk a lot more about her when we get into game, but the core things you have to remember is she's a pretty strong jungler. With the recent Cinderhulk changes, with her overall rework that happens to Sejuani, she is a jungler that provides a very similar role to that of both Gragas and Zac. She scales very well, really powerful team fighter, and she is tanky. Super tanky, and it is going to be difficult for Splyce to shred through that level of tanky.
Interesting then, you also lock in the Kalista when you've got a Tahm Kench as well as that Sejuani. Kalista, not necessarily the greatest of tank busters, but let's see what Splyce can do and what they're trying to set themselves up for. No surprises on the Gragas. G2 will lock in Varus to complement their Tahm Kench. And I know Sven, big fan of all the utility that Varus can offer against all sorts of champions. Isn't that right, Vedius?
Yeah, I had a great chat with Sven about Varus in particular, and he does feel that between the utility AD carries of Varus and Ashe, he usually prefers Varus. It ties in very much of what he can do in the mid game and how heavily you can punish the laning phase, and he thinks that it can actually do very well into champions like Kalista early on, up until she gets that Vamp Scepter, where she becomes a little bit more obnoxious. But with the Tahm Kench, he should be fairly safe. He has a lot of peel, but you can already see team fighting composition starting to be built for G2, and now what I'm thinking is they just need a bit of extra damage. Orianna, Syndra, both great champions for perks that would fit very nicely in this composition, and I wonder whether or not they'll go for something like a Jarvan or a Gnar, or maybe even a Kled to just help facilitate the engage that Sejuani can provide alongside.
Well, we saw all of those champions actually hovered by Expect in Phase 1. We'll see what they decide to settle on. Phase 2 bans locked down for G2 Esports. They've removed Talia and the Galio. Happy to see that Galio taken off the table. NA mid Galio, definitely very powerful last week. And one of those blind picks you mentioned, Vedius, Syndra, now also removed, as well as the Renekton for Expect. Orianna still up, Corki still up. Perks has played 5 games of Lucian mid this split, though. This doesn't feel like it would be a Lucian comp.
The Orianna just makes more sense to me. It gives you a good laning phase. There are very few answers to it. It just synergizes very nicely with the composition that they're trying to build, and I think that it is very much a champion Perks can have success with.
I have a quick stats moment for you, Vedius. In the 14 games that Splyce have played here in the summer split, Senkux has played 10 different champions, and not one of them has he played more than twice. Jax is locked in for the top lane, and it's blind.
I can see the glee on your face right now. So, I know Expect won't play it, but the ultimate counter to Jax is Malphite. No one will ever play it. I really wish that they would, because then you'd have the ultimate wombo combo comp coming out from G2. But I'm expecting something more along the lines of either a... Ooh, you could go Fiora or Camille for a little bit more of a skill matchup.
Ooh, quick stats moment. Fiora, 100% win in the EU LCS, 8 games played. But it's not going to get locked in. It's going to be the Jarvan, which you talked about earlier.
So yeah, so Jarvan does fit very nicely with the comp. You can see they have great hard engage, really powerful team fighting, very potent scaling coming out from the G2, but it almost feels like Splyce were expecting this, because the most common pick you'll see into the Jarvan over in places like the LCK is this Jax pick. Very difficult for Jax to really stop, very difficult for the Jarvan to stop the Jax getting to that Trinity Force, getting to that scaling point. And we can talk more about it in the game. There's going to be a lot of interesting matchups to talk about, but focusing in a little bit more on the composition from Splyce, very heavy on the 1-3-1 or even the 1-4 that we heard the analysts talk a lot about in yesterday's games.
Oh, so many tools available to them. Corki with the package can move between lanes. Jax, there's just a point in the game where he becomes unstoppable. However, Jax is not the greatest at team fighting.
No.
And when I look at G2's, and then I look at G2's team composition, Jarvan, Sejuani, Orianna, Varus, those are pretty heavy team fighters.
Yeah. Yes, they are. It's going to be extremely important for G2 to play around things like the Dragon, like the Baron, and really just set up these 1-4 plays, or just group up mid and make fights happen. Vision is going to be extremely important in this game, but for Splyce, it's all about getting that Jax ahead. I'd love to see Trash invest early vision and focus in towards Wonder, setting him up for success.
Ladies and gentlemen, in Berlin and around the world, it's G2 Esports taking on Splyce. And we have got Jarvan and Sejuani locked in for the flailing former kings of Europe. Splyce want to try and take them down. And there is never a better time to strike a G2. I'm going to quote Perks from about 3 weeks ago, where he said, and I quote, G2 Esports will not drop a game after Rift Rivals on the EU LCS stage. Let's find out whether or not he eats those words today.
Well, he has a pretty fun composition to begin the second half of the split. Which matchup do you want to talk about, Quick Shot? Because we got a lot of fun ones. I'm taking a guess as to you're looking at the top lane.
I'm wondering, it starts with a J on both sides, and it ends with a 4. Tell me, Jax, Jarvan, I mean, you mentioned it, it's a matchup we have seen in the LCK, is that right?
Very commonly. So the thing about Jarvan is, it's extremely difficult for him to go all in onto a Jax, because every time he tries to, the Jax can immediately punish him with his E, the little spinny lamp thing.
Counter-Strike.
The Counter-Strike, right.
I got you.
So every time you try to all in, you're going to get stunned and you're going to end up losing the trade. So what you're going to often see from Expect in the 1v1 matchup is a lot of poke and harassment, mainly from his Q, to just slowly chip away at the Jax. And every time he tries to jump on you, you can then get a very quick knock-up, and then you just have to disengage. Use the shield to soak up the Counter-Strike. The big thing for the Jarvan is just you can never be the one to engage. Poke, poke, poke is the name of the game for Expect. But that's just going to give a lot of freedom for Wonder, because he knows there's no real kill threat, to just farm away. And once he gets his Trinity Force, that's where things really start to get difficult for the Jarvan.
Oh, Trinity Force for Jax. Power Spike. We do have a very brief pause. I'll give you an update once I hear exactly what transpires. Thank you for the in-depth review of the top lane. I'm interested to see whether or not Wonder can get ahead. Mid lane feels like it's going to be a bit of a snooze fest. Teleport Corki into an Orianna.
Wow. Didn't notice that.
That's why I told you, Vedius. I got you. What do you make of the teleport? I mean, it just goes back to what you said in Picks and Bans, right? 1-3-1 or 1-4.
Yeah.
Just really play the map, play the side lanes. If you can unlock Jax's split push, threaten with the teleport or the package, for example.
The thing is, this is very reminiscent of when champions like Victor used to run teleport, right? And yeah, okay, sure, you can send your mid lane mage, quote unquote, off onto a side lane, and then they have that ability to join the fight if they need to. But the problem with the teleport is, ideally, you want to be using it to set up a flank, to get a good position off, to then suddenly get a huge amount of damage off onto the enemy team. But on these mid-lane squishy mages, it's extremely difficult to do that. The only real value of that teleport is it brings you to the fight 4 seconds later. Like, it's extremely slow, it's not that effective, and it's really not going to offer a huge amount of value in the laning phase, because Perks, yeah, he can look to be aggressive, he can look to try and force you back, and then you can just TP back in with an extra item over him. But aside from that, like, I'm not a massive fan, is the TLDR, and I think something like a barrier, especially against, or a cleanse, against Varus, Sejuani, I think a cleanse would have been more valuable.
Well, we'll find out if Senkux can get the value of that teleport or not. Just to give you guys an update, it was Senkux that initiated the pause. There is a technical related matter that he's investigating, and while our referees and QA guys are busy triaging, I'd actually like to pull up the Picks and Bans graphic just to remind everybody of the champions. I'm personally excited about the top lane that Jax taking on the Jarvan. Let's talk a little bit more about this Sejuani and Gragas. Both love to team fight, both love to scale a little bit. Both have got game-changing amounts of crowd control.
Yep.
And I'm very interested to see whether Trick or Trashy will be showing up on stage.
So, we talked about the junglers, right? And I just want to give some context behind why we're seeing more tanky junglers. Cinderhulk was buffed. It now gives it gives more bonus health compared to what it used to, and the amount of burn damage that you do to jungle camps has also increased. So your clear speed is better once you actually complete the item, and you get tankier off the back of it from the natural tank items that you build anyway. This means that tanky junglers just have an easier time in the jungle, they're slightly harder to punish, and they just have a huge amount of teamfight value, but you lose early game impact. It's a very obvious trade-off, and the reality is that you can very easily punish it. But what we've noticed from EU teams is they kind of suck at punishing early game advantages. So that's why we're seeing this shift, especially from EU teams. But they're also big comfort picks. These champions are easy to play. The win conditions are very obvious because it's very much group up, fight, force engages. And for these two in particular, I think it's super important that both Trashy and Trick have comfort champions that allow them to perform their best.
Well, let's see how comfortable Trick is on the Sejuani. Ladies and gentlemen, we are bumping back into game, jumping back into game. And as we do, Wonder and Expect already bouncing backwards. Taking a quick look at Trick, he's cleared his blue buff. Appears to be working on the Wolf Camp.
And I want to take this opportunity to talk about Sejuani because we actually haven't, I believe we haven't seen her in the European LCS since her rework. So there's a bunch of changes that have happened to her. And one of the things that a lot of people may not be aware of is all the different things in the kit. The big thing to note about Jungle Sejuani in particular is how her passive works. She now gets passive armor as an all-in happens in bottom lane.
Hold that thought. Mickey and Cobby continue to jump. Ignite was thrown down by Mickey, by the way. Mithy's down to 200 HP. But Mickey and Kobe managed to back away. All right, so back to Sejuani and the passive and its interactions with monsters.
So yeah, so the thing is, Sejuani gets passive armor and magic resistance, and when you get hit by an enemy champion, that then gets procced, so then you lose it after a few seconds. But it doesn't get procced by jungle monsters, which means that you have all these bonus resistances while you're just doing all this clear, and you actually have a huge amount of health as you go through the jungle. Combine that with the already very strong clear speed, means that you can have a very healthy jungler alongside Gragas, who's ready to set up some ganks earlier.
And of course, you can actually see the skill set being demonstrated in the little picture-in-picture. This is confirmed the first Sejuani of Summer Split, and let's see whether or not Trick gives it a 100% win or a 100% loss, because at the moment, Trashy wants the Krugs. Makes his way in, resets the big one. Just a little bit of shenanigans as Trick is pretty low on HP, so he doesn't actually want this fight. And this is what you mentioned, Betty, some of the early game weaknesses from Trick's Sejuani in the early game.
So right now, Trashy is just taking advantage of the fact that Wonder's playing extremely forward onto expect, and he's taking advantage of that counter-strike. And I love the way in which Wonder is playing this. He knows he has a jungler nearby, he knows he can afford to just get into the face of expect, and it's just extremely difficult for Jarvan to really do anything. We talked a lot about it earlier on, and Trick is just constantly being zoned out of his jungle. So great early playmaking we're seeing from Wonder, being able to build himself a fairly significant early lead, and what I'm expecting him to do is probably go for a very early Sheen or a Phage, depending on whether he wants a little bit more health or he wants a bit more damage.
All right, let's find out. Corrupting Potion as well as the Longsword. So Phage probably the name of the day for that one. Trashy's going to back away, and we'll see how that continues to play out. Both teleports used in the top lane. And the one lane we've not mentioned yet, because there's a lot of trading. Look at that, leap forward. Counter-strike into the Empower, then expect instantly returns the trade. The Golden Age just helped a little, albeit not a lot.
And that's something you always have to be very careful of if you're the Jax in this matchup, because whenever you go onto the Jarvan and you've lost the counter-strike, that's your opportunity to trade back onto him. And you can actually see how much health Wonder has lost as a result of it. So you don't really need to actually do anything. You can just sit there and farm, and then every time the Jarvan goes onto you, you can punish him. But classic Wonder, he is a carry player, he likes to get a lead, and he's just trying to push as much of an advantage as he can.
Yeah, let's see how well Wonder can continue to play. Plus 20 CS already, and I was trying to get to the fact that we've not looked at that mid lane. Perks and Senkux just continue to trade, and our eyes are going to be on the ability to impact this game. Perks, will he bounce back? He's had mediocre stats this summer. You can see his EULCS averages all year long, slightly up, and then his Rift Rivals struggles. But we know the caliber that he can reach, right? His maximum potential.
And if you talk to the guy, it's interesting because he's pretty confident in his own performances. I think that he knows he didn't have the best play during Rift Rivals, but also he had a new experience of what it's like to have enemy junglers literally sit in mid as we see another engaging bot.
All right, those stats are, of course, just EULCS Summer. Sven forced to flash. Pierce comes down. The Devour from Mithy buys a couple extra seconds. Kobe gets away from the piercing arrow. Mithy's trying to get that tongue lash down. Sven, flash and heal used. Kobe, though, had to do the same.
So the great thing about this Kalista and Rakan bottom lane is how aggressive you can be in the early game. And one of the big things that Tahm Kench counters is your all-in setup, but that can be mitigated if you knock up both the AD carry and the support at the same time. There'll be a bit of back and forth training between the two junglers, but the big thing to praise here for what Mickey did is the moment Kobe got eaten, Mickey went into tower range. He soaked up that tower shot so he didn't lose his AD carry's life.
Yeah, very nicely done. Kobe and Mickey playing very forward at themselves. A few CS.
Keen.
Oh, still hate that. Splyce now setting up for the mid lane. Body slam flash comes out from Trashy. Perks forced to flash and heal his way to safety. Not enough damage yet from Senkux despite having the Phage. And another, you know, Splyce, they were winning top lane plus 20 CS. Aggressive in the bot lane. Damn it. Winning bot lane, at least in terms of pressure and sitting on G2's toes. And now, of course, Senkux with the flash advantage over Perks.
Yeah, Splyce so far having a decent early game. Love the fact that Trashy's trying to be proactive. There's a bit of disrespect coming out from Perks because he saw them in the top half of the river and Trick had just backed away. So there was no need for him to play that forward. and as a result, he ends up getting punished for it. And this ties back to what we were talking about, right? This guy has not had the best performances at Rift Rivals. He really was highly pressured. Now that his flash and healer down on that Orianna, you're just asking to be ganked again by either a roaming Wonder or a level 6 Gragas.
Yeah, Trashy's going to be very close to level 6. We'll see how quickly he manages to secure that. Currently looks like he's on even CS with Trick, as Wonder jumps onto Expect, but his Counter-Strike timed out. Expect looks for the flag and drag, won't find a target. Here comes Wonder. Q and W gets that empowered auto as well. And Trashy, by the way, hit level 6 first, slightly ahead of Trick.
On average, Trick is 37 seconds faster at getting level 6 than Trashy. That's usually because he likes to sit in his own jungle, focus on a lot of farming, but because of a lot of the early skirmishes that happened from Trashy, the fact that he was utilizing the pressure from his lanes, that did mean that he could get that early level 6 and get that early advantage over Trick.
Yeah, I really like that. On average, 37 seconds.
That was a quick stat for you.
Nicely done. You're stepping on my territory here.
My stat was valuable. So.
Oh, that's just offensive.
I can't wait for the Ocean Dragon stats you have prepped for us this game, because I'm sure you've got a plenty.
I mean, I have some, but they're just not as exciting.
Yeah. Do you know, if you tell people not to do something, they do it?
I know, it's
like,
the worst.
don't think about an elephant, Trevor,
It's
and you're like,
worst.
ah!
Have you ever seen an elephant before? Do they have elephants in Wales?
No.
Yeah, of course not. I mean, that was a stupid question. I actually don't know why I said that.
Go on, Trev.
Well, we're getting close to 10 minutes here, and G2, despite falling a little bit behind, they've not conceded any kills. They've not conceded any huge deficits.
But Trick is level 6, Perks is level 8. Expect is level 7, right? Something that I've seen a lot of, or WE, the LPL team, do extremely well at Rift Rivals was utilizing level spikes and item spikes. And one of the things I was so impressed with is the way in which they use things like the Galio and the Jarvan ultimate. The moment they had it ready, they tried to force a play. TP is unavailable for Expect. Trick is level 6, but they're going for a play down bot.
There's 2 teleports available for Splyce. Wonder not going to use it yet. Mickey actually got thrown in by the Fate's call, and Mithy was forced to flash away. I think he had Sven inside his belly. All right, so another juicy target, flashless for Trashy, as it looked like Dragon was started, but nothing too exciting just yet.
But Trashy, he's coming back to the middle lane. There's no summoner spells on top of Perks, but bear in mind how he is hanging around the top side of his lane, knowing that he has vision in the top side of the jungle as the crowd continues to tilt Trevor.
Yeah, it does indeed. Looking at the rest of Splyce's vision, they've got a couple of control wards to work with. Perks, remember, no flash. Trashy doesn't have his up either. Instead, he's going to go back. Just leave that ward, not signal to G2 where he is by killing it. Vision is denied, and you can see Trick now again just moving in to clear the Scuttle Crab. So, young Vedius, who is going to falter first? It feels like Trashy's been a little bit more present in game, you know, showing in lanes, getting in Trick's face. But Trick now with the flash up, with the ult up, surely he can impact someone.
The thing is, it's fine for both teams that they have a slow passive early game, right? Because Wonder, his focus is scaling. Rather than going for an early Trinity Force, he's instead decided to go for an early Tiamat. He's going to sit on that for a while now, but the reason why he's got it is for more wave clear, more wave pressure. Gives him more farm, gives him more freedom to roam around the map during the early game and help the rest of his team.
Oh, he did that on purpose.
He did, yes,
he did that on purpose, knowing full well that this crowd would get baited. Oh, Mithy, ever the troll.
What do you mean troll? His job is to clear wards, Trevor. So right now, Wonder, he has the pressure advantage up top, utilizing that team. Yeah, but to go back to what we were talking about earlier, this is fine for both teams, because Wonder, he's ramping up just fine, but G2, they're scaling to their team fight point. They want to get an item completed under their belt, maybe even 2. They're waiting for the 25-minute mark. And can't you just be impressed that both teams are focusing on vision,
It's
Trevor?
fantastic.
That's the key thing. We talked about how vision was a big issue for European teams at Rift.
It is. It's very exciting. And I actually am very happy to see teams playing the vision game and a counter vision game. And with the big signal that Dragon is secured, Trashy may fancy his chances at a dive. He stood on top of a ward, though, so not going to do so. Oh, this is risky. Teleport coming in for Senkax. Trick. Oh, looks for the Arctic Assault. but decided not to fire out the ulti. Expect though, flags and drags, gets a couple autos down with that martial cadence, onto Trashy, flash cataclysm, support coming in for G2. Here comes Tricky, dashes on that Poro, but Poro's a big girl and she's not moving that quickly yet.
Expect to even use this flash to trade it for that of Trashy's. This is a very big deal during the early game because it's extremely difficult for Trashy to really set up any kind of early play without that flash available.
All right, you talked about Trashy. Let's look at some of his stats as we approach 15 minutes. Kills plus assists, he's sitting 5th in the league. His KDA, decent, 4.2. Got himself, 4th in the league. His goal difference is 11th. Because of Llama Bear being subbed by Amazing, both of whom technically have a higher goal difference at 15. But that's just Splyce, right? They're not really win lane, win game kind of squad.
But it also just makes you wonder kind of what Trashy is doing. And the kind of sad thing is this has been such a big question for Trashy for a very long time. Many times we've wondered, is he investing all of his early time ganking? Well, no, because that's not really the play style of Splyce. Is he investing a lot of his early game trying to set up wards? Well, I mean, sort of, but not really. Like, there's not a huge amount of focus on trying to control the early game vision. And he doesn't spend the rest of his early game farming. And so you have to wonder where all this gold's coming from. And it's just because he spends so much time, like, sitting in lanes trying to find a gank opportunity. And we saw it top lane. Think about how long he just sat in that brush trying to make a gank happen top. Think about how long he spent sitting mid lane trying to set up a gank onto perks. A lot of his time is just sitting and waiting.
So what you could say is it's suboptimal.
Suboptimal.
We'll see whether or not Trashy can make the late game impact work. But now that we've celebrated that control ward being killed, I actually have a question for you guys. Do you have a moment for a quick stat? Because I have a good one for you.
We don't have time because Mithy's coming for a play.
Oh, wonder, will you ruin my quick stat moment? Counter-Strike, leap away. Yes, my quick stat is still alive. Ladies and gentlemen, the latest first blood in the ULCS this summer was 18 minutes and 28 seconds. That is in 4 minutes from now, okay? And it was Roccat picking up first blood against G2. Let's see if G2 can beat that record and survive for longer. That's what we're looking for as the tower trade went down.
So this is a very common thing that you will see with many bot lanes that realize they're losing during the laning phase. And it's because they realize, look, we can't win this 2v2, our tower's gonna go down eventually. Rather than just sit here and wait for it to die and maybe get dived, let's swap to the other side of the map, get a tower at the very least, trade it, maybe we can even get that first tower blood, and then we open up the map more, we give a little bit more freedom for our bottom lane to get more farm and not really lose out in that 2v2 setup.
And looking at some of the itemization, Ninja Tab I picked up for Sven, as well as that Blade of the Rune King. And it was a Tiamat first, actually, as well as Ninja Tabby for Wonder. One of the trading, of course, going back and forth on to Expect. Not actually going for that Trinity Force rush yet, so slightly different builds.
So I expected to, like, the early Tiamat isn't too unconventional because it just gives that extra bit of wave clear, but typically you will see a Trinity Force followed shortly after. It looks like that he might very well be rushing the Titanic Hydra. Alternatively, he has a few options on where he could go from there, and things like the Sterix Gauge. If he wants to be a little bit tanky, but I would be surprised. Instead, he has now moved down to the bottom lane. More farm will be sent into his pocket. And both teams still playing towards their win condition. Very much Splyce, they want to play around the Jax, whereas G2, they're ramping up, getting ready for that full-on 5v5.
Oh, let's see whether or not Splyce can set up their 1-3-1 or their 1-4 and prevent all of the initiation. But holy crap, good luck preventing Tom Kench, Sejuani, and Jarvan from engaging on you.
Yep.
Because, of course, Mythic can gobble up, trick Sejuani, or expects J4 and really get in your face. I wonder if we can actually, I don't think we can track it live, but we'll have to ask the stats team for how many wards were killed by the end of this game, because it's just like, wards have lives too, you know?
No, they don't.
They have hit points.
Inanimate objects. Trevor, do not give them personalities. It's going to make it harder to kill them, all right? Oh, get wrecked. Observers just pwned you guys.
Oh, I love it so much.
Oh!
This is actually something that has happened a few times in the past. By the way, 1828, guys, 1828. That is the summer split record for the latest First Blood. We're a minute and a half away from breaking that. The actual annual record for EULCS is 28 minutes and 22 seconds.
Oh, that was the
Now,
Vitality Misfits game.
I
Right?
don't care what the audience wants, but I want that record to be broken because I love a good quick stat record-breaking day in the EULCS, Vedius.
You and your quick stats. So, Infernal Drake is next on the boards.
Oh, that means a team fight, doesn't it?
That, I hope so. But Splyce recognized that the team fight of G2 is really strong, so they might completely avoid it. The Titanic Hydra has been done. Now build Trinity Force one. I'd love to see it. I think it's a really good item on Jax. I think it gives him absolutely everything that he can need as wards continue to be killed.
Oh, Infernal Drake is alive. Both teams setting up. They have 25 seconds before the Summer Split record is broken. First blood might be the latest of Summer. Keep your eyes on that clock as the tension builds. Expect sends out the Demacian standard. Manages to help out the team. 10 seconds. The knockup comes in. First blood not going to be picked up yet. Dragon is secured. Stolen away by Splyce. Cataclysm comes down. Not yet. It's going to be a new record. First blood will get picked up by Perks. A second kill by Sven, and G2 have found 3.
A massive team fight win for G2, but the action's not over yet as Mithy goes in.
Cobby manages to dash away before Perks shuts him down. Splyce get Dragon. G2 get the kills.
Splyce try to force a fight at the Infernal Drake. They don't want to give it away for free. They feel like that they're in a good enough position to try and challenge G2. But the point of this comp for G2 is to fight you. The positioning of Perks and Sven was perfect. G2 and Expect soaked up so much of the damage that it was guaranteed to go in the favor of G2. They get the forfeit 0, and they break a new LCS record.
Crucially, it is the latest first blood of the Summer Split. By 2.5 seconds. And this is how it's set up.
Let's have a look. So you can see here, right now, there are no wards in the pit for Splyce. Trashy, he wants to go towards the Baron. I feel like at this point, Splyce, they just commit on trying to get the top tower and the mid tower. Give away the Drake. Instead, Mickey goes in with no real follow-up. The 3 frontline members of Splyce are now focusing Trick and Expect, and look at the backline of Cobby and Senkux. They have to deal with Mithy, while Perks and Sven can just go deal with the frontline. Now there's no one left to protect the other members of Splyce, and they are forced to just run away. They had so many other options available. Splyce, they could have gone for the mid-tier 1. They could have also taken the tier 1 in the top lane, but instead they try to challenge G2, and G2 punished them.
Absolutely did. I also just caught the back end of that flash off to the flag and drag from Expect. Just exquisite mechanical ability there. And this means G2 Esports come out ahead. They're 2,000 gold up. There's a jump onto Perks in the mid lane. Glacial Fisher comes out, rather. The prison locking down. Nobody's dead yet. There goes the Devour coming out. Expectant Trick running for their lives. Cataclysm comes down. More knockups in the air. Shockwave catches onto Cobby. You can't be doing that. Here comes Wonder. Counter-Strike and Flash. Wonder gets his first of the game. That Titanic Hydra doing the damage. Leap into Empower. Counter-Strike's not available yet. Wonder sidesteps the knockup before Senkux is unable to pick up the kill. Shooting down those rockets, and G2, they win the fight 2-for-1.
And the whole initial setup looked extremely promising for Splyce. They found a great pick onto Perks. They were about to shut him down and punish him for trying to face check a brush that he had no vision on. But the Tom Kench comes in for the save. Mithy buys enough time, and then we get this brawl back and forth. Neither team really poised and ready to go for the fight. But it ends up being a 1-for-1 overall. No real advantages gained either side. And it's both mid laners now just clearing out the wave.
Yeah, G2 managed to pick up that secondary kill at the back end of the fight. Maintain the gold lead, maintain the control, but Perks just really good survival instinct here.
So you can see he flashes out the way, and then he puts his ball in. He actually has vision, and he just doesn't respect the engaged potential of Mickey. Mithy then there to help keep him alive, and then Trick and Jarvan just soaking up a lot of the damage. Mickey with a really good knockup to deny a lot of the engagement coming out from G2, but with Trick out the way, Perks not really being able to get involved in the fight. The fact that Cobby slightly oversteps allows him to get that kill. Wonder then, he joins the fray, he's able to help out, and I think that Splyce, they just get a little bit too overzealous here, trying to dive down onto Sven. as another fight appears to be kicking off.
And just super quickly, something we mentioned in Bix and Bands, Kalista, not the greatest of tank killers.
Yeah.
Saw how many spears were lodged in Trick's backside. The Rend didn't do a lot. It's going to take a long, long time for Cobby to burst through that HP or work through that HP with the Kalista. Now, to be fair, Splyce's team comp can work very well if they split up. Maybe they don't need the 5v5s if they can unlock Jax. He's working towards that Trinity Force now. 23 minutes in, Chain of Corruption manages to tag. Wonder goes all the way forward, dodges a lot of autos. You can't dodge a shockwave. The quickness comes out from Mickey and he looks to escape. Valkyrie from Senkax buys some time. He's forced to flash into the Raptor pit. Mickey continues to get chased down. Expector's already used the Cataclysm. And Mickey knows how to use the Blast Cone as he escapes to safety.
Really solid thing there from Mickey. Notice how he anti-cancelled the actual knockup using his Q so that he could then trigger the Blast Cone even faster. But regardless, Wonder is dead. No flash available for Senkax. G2 have all 5 members and have full vision control around the river. Splyce, if they want to contest, they'll have to face check. For G2, they don't want to go for the risk. Instead, they're just going to back away and take the gold that they got for shutting down Wonder.
There's a little Sentinel there, actually, that is flying in. On the Observer, or at least on my spectator side, that Sentinel is now parked in the Baron pit, so that's a bit interesting.
But looking back at how this play started, the actual engagement initially went onto Trashy, but then the root followed up onto Wonder, locking him in place. And while the on-hit effects won't apply, while he does have his counter-strike up, leave it long enough, and then you're able to shut him down. As we do see, I'm going to name her Delilah, is now stuck inside the Baron pit.
Yeah, Delilah, she be chilling. We've let our QA team know about it.
Will she be free, though?
Don't know. Look at the minimap. Trick is coming in to surround Wonder. You might be a mighty duck, but I don't think you can duck this fight, especially not with an Abyssal Voyage. Mithy's going to try to make his way in. Tongue Lash is dodged. Oh, Wonder, a little bit of the BM there, proving me wrong because he did duck the fight and get out with his life.
A bit of a communication breakdown there because Trick, he looked like he was coming in, immediately disengages as the ultimate from Mithy shows itself in the bottom lane. I feel like G2, they were a little bit afraid of Splyce rushing down the Baron, so they didn't want to commit down onto trying to kill Wonder.
Well, very clever. Glacial Prison comes down. Shockwave comes out as well. Senkax still manages to escape. Mickey buys some time thanks to the quickness. Barrel from Trashy splits up G2. Devour kept Trick alive for a few seconds and expect. Looking, the flag, the drag! Manages to Cataclysm to safety. That puts Wonder back in the pit. G2 Esports get their 8th kill of the game. And Splyce are starting to get pushed around the map.
And you can see G2 looking much more like their former selves, knowing when to group up, feeling confident to try and just dive down onto this mid lane. And you're seeing the strength of champions like Sejuani, the ease of which you have to just force these fights is so strong. Throw the ulti out, force Senkax out of the fray almost immediately, and then as the rest of Splyce tried to come in to help out the rest of their teammates, G2 are just turning on them one at a time, through the vast amount of damage that they have with this 5-man squad.
It's just so interesting that even after constant fights like these, Vedius, G2 are still only 3,000 gold ahead. It's relatively close when you consider it's 26 minutes in.
You have to give a lot of respect to Splyce, the way in which they're constantly disengaging. It's very difficult for Splyce to hard commit because they're always aware of the Jarvan coming in from the flank. And unfortunately for Wonder, he just overstayed a little bit too long. They did have a tower advantage there too, otherwise that could have gone a lot worse for Splyce.
Oh, Mickey, good dash away. Perks' Shockwave doesn't find a target. It's only 1 tower to 1. Wonder with no teleport available. He's cleared out the bottom wave. And that will keep the bottom outer turret out. And that's what I was mentioning a moment or two ago. 2 items being completed pretty much across the board. Black Cleaver and Titanic for Expect, Ludens, Morello, as well as a Haunting Guys for Perks. So he's starting to scale up. Phantom Dancer for Sven. I think it's a great item when you think how many people are going to be jumping onto him in these team fights. And let's see whether or not G2 can keep finding initiation opportunities, because if they can, that's how their team comp wins.
I'm a little surprised that Perks would go for the Haunting Guys plus the Loon's Echo. Usually if you're Orianna, your third item either wants to be a Void Staff or a Death Cap, because that's when a lot of parties start to get a fair amount of magic resistance. But his burst is going to be a little bit less for a slightly earlier power spike, and sure, he'll hit pretty hard now, but he really just want to make sure he gets those later game value items fairly soon.
Well, we'll see what he decides to do. We did see that Sentinel quickly flying in and out of the Baron pit. Just to confirm with you guys, it was a visual bug for Delilah. Is that what you called her earlier?
I did call her Delilah.
It was just on the spectator side. Our technical guys backstage.
And the reason why I called her Delilah is because in my head I was thinking, why won't you move out of the Baron pits? Why Delilah?
Well, why our teams are fighting around it now? Trick and Trashy.
Because they want the Baron, Trevor. That's why they're fighting around it.
Fantastic. That's a great answer. In terms of vision setup, let's see what the advantage is. Splyce, not the deepest of vision. G2, they've got a couple of wards, actually quite a lot of wards around that pit. So Splyce need to do their due diligence, clear it out, buy a few more controls, and then we'll need to see who can unlock their win condition. The split push power of Splyce gets amplified with Baron. Here's a Captain Obvious play-by-play statement if ever you've heard one.
Yeah, I think it's really important to highlight the win conditions for both these teams, because what G2 are looking to do is fight. That is pretty obvious, but the way in which they do it is very difficult. Because you can't just say, let's fight, because Splyce is going to be like, hey, no. And they're literally just going to divide G2 as much as possible. So G2, they have to force Splyce into fighting them. And the only way in which they can do that is gaining full vision control over an area and starting an objective like the Baron or the Dragon. But while all this is going on, Splyce are playing towards their win condition, which is Wonder in the side lane. Constantly pressuring on to expect. Trinity Force now completed means that he will win out on that 1v1. And if G2 ever try to group, they are going to lose an objective in exchange. So G2, they need to be extremely decisive, otherwise Wonder is eventually just going to take the rest of their base.
All right, Wonder and Expect continue to trade. It's Black Cleaver versus Trinity Force, both top laners with Titanic Hydra. But Chain Vest and that Negatron Cloak still working with Expect. Excuse you, Trashy, as he's trying to hold on to that mid-outer turret. It's 30 minutes into the game, and only 3 towers have been killed. The threat for both teams to engage and start fights is so great, which I think is why you're seeing this huge amount of respect and zoning, you know, respecting the zone of control, a zone of initiation, as it were. CS numbers pretty even. It is a gold lead for G2, but it's not equating into an itemization lead yet. Not a huge amount anyway.
No, for the time being, the gold gap is absolutely fine from the side of Splyce. And G2, they're being a little bit slow right now. I'd love to see them being a little bit more proactive. 30 minutes into the game, this is very late. And here we go. This is a play I wanted to see. They've kicked off the Baron. They've seen a bunch of Splyce members just go back. There is no vision from the side of Splyce. Let's see if they know this is happening.
Oh, Splyce, they're going to be caught napping. Teleport comes down from Expect. This looks like it's going to be an uncontested Baron. Callista, Cobby, he's just finished the recall. Mickey, the quickness is available. Can you save the day? No! G2, they just pick up a uncontested Baron at 30 minutes.
Very clean from G2. We talked so much about how they needed to control the vision. I thought that they wanted to try and force a fight instead. They just punished the fact that Splyce, they went back to base, there was no wards around the Baron pit, and they had the damage with the Varus, with the Sejuani, and with the TPing and Expect, along with Perk sitting in the middle lane, looking like G2 weren't really doing anything. That results in them getting the Baron. Now they need to use it. Group mid, they need to set up Sidewave up in the top lane, make sure that's slow pushing in their favor. Send Jarvan down into the bottom lane to keep Jax there, and then get vision around this bottom half of the jungle so it's easier for him to rotate between the lanes and make it easier for G2 to start a fight.
Oh, that's just an unforgivable mistake from Splyce, and just great recognition from G2. This game has been defined by ward kills. The entire game for 30 minutes, you've seen wards and counter warding. And G2 just, they gleaned more information from that, realizing they could punish Splyce. Okay, so Splyce now needs to defend. 2.5 minutes of Baron-empowered G2. Team that has a 5,000 gold lead, and Senkax has got the package picked up and an Infinity Edge. Phantom Dancer completed for Cobby as well with the Hurricane Blade of the Rune King. So there are some huge items power spikes on the side of Splyce that have just been hit.
Yes, there certainly have been. That Infinity Edge is going to be a big deal for Senkax. Cobby, he will too be doing a fair amount of damage. I am just concerned as to how easily he will be able to shred through this front line of G2. As you rightly said, Kalista kind of falls off as the game progresses, but now we have both members grouped up in the middle lane. Sven not quite there yet. Splyce might try and force something.
All right, Trick, he's got the Glacial Prison available to him. That bowler could be the bowler of death for Splyce. Outer mid turret falls. Mickey sitting on the back end. The quickness and flash available to him. Wonder's making his way up, and there's a lot of potential teleport wards. Wonder, what can you do?
Well, he's going to try and go for a flank, which I think is extremely risky. Right now, there's enough wave clear on the side of Splyce so they can just keep G2 in the middle lane, and he can continue to push bot. He has the TP available. And instead, they're going to go for the Cloud Drake, and that's just going to give a window for G2 to run it down mid.
They will do indeed. Trick is going to have the help of Sven and Perks. Gets a couple attacks. Inner mid turret is going to fall. The Cloud Drake, by the way, not secured by Wonder. He didn't commit to it. There's still a minute of Baron buff enabled, and G2 are now setting their sights on the inhibitor turret. Trashy gets a body slam onto Trick. Where's the explosive cast? There's the Fate's Call. Two-man knockup. Look at the barrel from Trashy. G2 are on the retreat, but Sven's not dead. Trashy forced to flash for his life. Trick with the Ren stacks. Not going to be killed yet. So many Ren stacks. Not enough to get popped. Cobby takes a huge chunk of damage from Perks. He's sent packing. Senkak's throwing out the spatulas from Earth. Fires out the missile barrage. Continues to chase. Valk's forward into a command attack. And nobody dies.
How does nobody die in that fight? The fact that Splyce were able to keep all members alive and force G2 back just goes to show how beautifully they were able to execute upon that play. When we get the replay, we can really see how exactly they did it. And I feel like the big thing is you have to keep your eyes here on Mickey with the initial initiation, followed by a fantastic knockback, and then a great stun from Wonder. So G2, they never get that wombo combo opportunity. Puxi still has his ulti. He's forced to use it on to Wonder at the very end of the fight, not really threatening anyone. Sven, he was pushed out of this fight very early on. And I have nothing but praise for the way in which Splyce executed, immediately punishing the poor positioning and seeing an opportunity and just rushing for it. They all turn around and they shut down the team fighting power of G2.
Well, G2, 8 kills to 1. They extend their gold lead thanks to the Baron buff, but it has not resulted in absolute map control yet. Cloud Drake still available. Mickey throws down the quickness, gets a knock up on the way out onto Expect, but somewhat of a fizzle of that ultimate. And the rest of Splyce now back away. Vedius, do you know what the least amount of kills that Splyce have secured in a game this split is, the number?
I want to say it's 1.
No, well, it is now. It is now. However, up until this point in the 14 previous games, Splyce had scored a minimum of 7 kills. That was the lowest.
Hashtag quick stats.
And that's what Splyce are at risk of losing now. They have twice as many towers as they do champion kills.
Yes, they do. And it's only 2, which is not great. G2, they've had full control of the majority of this game, and now they're continuing to extend that lead by taking down the tier 2 down in the bottom. Splyce, they're holding on for the time being. They've yet to really utilize this Jax. He has not been such a big threat. The G2 are constantly struggling to find an answer to him. They're always successfully dragging him back to be with the rest of his team and force him into these team fight scenarios. And it's important to remember that from Jax's ultimate, he gets a lot of stats, especially level 18. He's extremely tanky and he can soak up a lot of the damage, so he can be very drawn out and valuable. It's just the threat, the difficulty of him getting onto the back line and his only single target damage is what makes him less valuable in team fights, say, compared to a Jar.
Oh, I'm so excited to see these late game team fights. We're approaching 37 minutes. Splyce went toe-to-toe with the Unicorns of Love about 3 or 4 weeks ago and won team fights. They had a scaling comp, they had the options to do so. While Jax is not the greatest in team fights, we saw just how well Wonder could dance on the fringes, find the right time to jump in. So definitely not out of this game yet, but Splyce definitely playing from behind. They can't afford to get caught out of position. Wonder continues the split push down the bottom lane.
Well, the big question for me is Splyce, they wanted to show that they could be more proactive compared to this series of Fnatic, and I feel like so far they haven't been, but G2, they're certainly ready.
All right, Mickey's able to dash over the wall. Manages to get to safety in the Raptor pit. Look at the split focus here. Splyce got 2 men in the entrance to the river, 2 men in the entrance to the Raptor camp. All of this buying time because you might wonder where Wonder is, and he's busy hammering away on Expect. Chunked down a third of his hit points at 0 cost.
Bear in mind, Expect, he has no lifesteal either, so he's going to struggle to be able to deal with that kind of harassment coming out from Wonder. The Baron is now alive. Dragon will be spawning relatively soon. Splyce, they have priority over the river, and now they start to group up as a 5-man unit.
Vedius, we're nearly 40 minutes into the game. I want brief win conditions for both teams as you've seen them playing. As we've seen 37 minutes of the game unfold, Trick thinks about lobbing the bowler, but does not do it yet.
Well, at this point, I still feel it's the same for Wonder. You just need to sit on a side lane and just be that side pressure threat. You have so much wave clear in the form of Gragas, Corki, Kalista to an extent that you can hold off G2. You just have to be very respectful of their ability to all engage. But as long as you have good vision to give him a TP wall to flank onto, that's still okay. But for G2, they need to force the fight. They're going to the Baron. I feel like Splyce know, can they rush it down in time?
All right, Splyce is somewhat splits up. Senkax is coming from the mid lane. There's a teleport available for Wonder's Jax. He's going to be coming in. Baron will be secured before Splyce can react. Trick decides to jump in. G2 pick up Baron number 2. Shockwave comes out defensively. The barrel from Trashy saves Sven's life, but Miffy's taken down. Sven runs for his life. Mickey can't find the grand entrance, but it's a shutdown. 2 members of G2 down. Splyce, they get their 3rd kill of the game.
And Wonder is going off. He TPs into the flight, and it is perfect for a Jax when the enemy splits apart, because Trick and Expect were focusing on the Baron while Wonder was focusing on killing Sven. They shut him down. They are a 5-man unit, and they're looking to break into the base.
It's nearly 40 minutes in, and despite the Baron buff, G2 are now the ones defending. 30 seconds before Sven is alive. 20 for Miffy. Wonder looks for the counter-strike stun, won't find the target. Mickey's in, he's out, he's flying to safety. Splyce have taken down the inhibitor, and now they maintain control. Trick is looking for more, but there's no prison available to lock down Splyce. And somehow, the Splyce boys take control of the map.
And I feel like this is a similar issue to one that we saw at Rift Rivals for G2. Communication. They could have just turned. This is the prime opportunity. Just turn and fight, because this is what your composition is designed to do. Sven and Perks immediately get engaged. Well, look at Trick and Expect. They're saying, let's finish the Baron, let's finish the Baron. And now the team is divided. Wonder acknowledges this. He dives straight onto the backline. He sees that juicy AD carry, and he says, ooh, let me show you what I could do with a real weapon, as he smashes him in the face with a hockey stick, gets an extra kill, and they get themselves an inhibitor.
Oh, that was a great quote. Wonder at the moment, 3 kills, 4 deaths, 420 CS, and you can see the damage in that last fight, but equally shared by Senkax and Kobe when given enough time. The double 80 carries of Splyce taking over the game. By the way, Senkax is one of only 2 players this entire year to get a kill in every single game. Him and Feathervin are the only 2 players in the EU LCS that have got a minimum of 1 kill every single game. Let's see if he can find it before the end of this one.
You're just full of quick stats today, aren't you, Trev?
I am. The stats team is just reminding me to remind you guys, this is for
This could be it, this could be it!
Senkax keeps up his streak for players who have played in at least 11 games, as the stats team want me to tell you. But G2 want an inhibitor. There's no one standing in their way. And with Kobe being killed, it's a 1-for-1. Expect was taken down by Senkax. The one of the 80 carries for Splyce is not available for a follow-up fight. And Wonder does not decide to jump into the thick of it.
So Splyce, they dropped the ball a little bit there. Senkax, yes, he's able to get the kill on to Expect, but there was a 4-man unit grouping up in the bottom lane with Baron empowered minions running straight into your base. Splyce, they had no answer, especially with the Jax separated from the rest of the team, and Senkax off getting a solo kill. That leaves their inhibitor exposed, and now we're equal. The Elder Dragon has spawned. Let's see if G2 can get the fight TP available for Expect.
All right, Expect 15 seconds before he spawns. Kobe 7 on his side. Elder Dragon down to 10k, now below 8, as G2 get a good chunk of damage. The attack and the dissonance onto Splyce, as well as the piercing arrows, keeping Splyce at bay. Rocket Barrage comes down from Senkax. He's trying to zone them away. Trick, where's the Glacial Prison? Not available to use yet. Splyce maintaining some control. Expect, by the way, teleport is available
Cobby's
for
arrived.
him, and Cobby's joined the fight. Okay, 3K, HP. This could be a smite fight.
Trashy, he's hanging around. They now have Dragon, and here comes the engage.
The quickness comes down, Charms onto Sven, teleport comes out. G2 get the Elder Dragon, they get the damage buff. Expect has got Cataclysm available to him, not using it yet. Barrel from Trashy buys some time, but there's a teleport. Interrupted, no! Senkax is in the base, the race is on. Senkax takes tower number 1, there's an inhibitor.
They're trying to recall, but Senkax, he's going for the end.
There's nobody there to stop it yet. G2 can start the recall, 7 seconds on the clock. Sven comes up. The Nexus turrets are starting to fall. Senkax needs to try back away. There's going to be members of G2 barreling into the base. Senkax decides to commit. Here comes Expect. There's the Valkyrie away. Senkax is down. The rest of G2, have they just won the game?
G2, they're able to stop the back door. Sven says, this is not MSI, we are not losing this game, and they're going to take game 1 in the series.
G2 Esports ace Splyce. It was crazy and it was chaotic in the mid-game, but G2 bounce back and pick up game 1 in the best of 3.
"43 minutes was the length of that game. We definitely went full late game, that's for sure. Oh, it was very close. Splyce, there were moments of brilliance for them. They were looking close. Senkax very nearly got that backdoor. If Wonder was still alive, maybe they could have done it, but he was the first to drop in that fight. Great smite from Trick to secure that Elder Dragon. Then turn it into a massive team fight, which G2 were able to win. And then they were able to close out the game, but that was by far not clean from G2. That was not good League of Legends. They definitely...
Oh, it was entertaining though.
It was, but the biggest concern I have is that G2 is still playing very similar to their old style, right? Very much in the late game, very much more towards the scaling styles where they play slower early games. And Splyce, they weren't able to properly punish that early game because they were going for scaling themselves.
Yes.
They wanted to play the side lane, but very rarely did we ever see Wonder become that big side lane threat.
He wasn't a tower threat.
No.
It felt like every time Wonder got near that inner turret on the bottom lane, because I don't remember pushing a lot on the top lane, Expect was there to sort of wave clear and try to keep him at bay. Jax never got fully unlocked on the map.
It was, and also G2, they very rarely got a lot of the good fights that they wanted. There were one hero there, but then that Baron fight could have very easily gone wrong for this.
Latest first blood of the summer split. Least kills for Splyce all summer long, and that means G2, they take the lead 1-0. Let's send it to the LCS for more.
Thank you very much, Trevor. And I think when we were thinking about seeing Splyce versus G2 after G2 being weakened kind of the whole split and after Rift Rivals, this is maybe not what we had envisioned from the side of Splyce. I feel like they've let us down a bit, the Fisho, but we're going to go a bit more in depth. Is there anything you want to point out straight from the get-go before we get into everything?
I mean, in the end, the game was actually fun because there was a lot of late game fights, but we talked a lot about it here on the desk. Splyce really misplayed their comp in many different ways. You know, you never really got proper split pushing with double TP, and very few engages happening in their favor as well. And that's just something when you draft this kind of style, you have to be able to execute.
Well, obviously, when you see a Jax, you think it's going to be split push. He's going to be up in this lane's 1v1ing, and it started really well. Also, 20 CS up by 10 minutes, by 6 minutes rather, over his counterpart in Jarvan. And I want you to kind of talk me through the Jax versus Jarvan lane matchup. Expect got very far behind. What would you have liked to see leveled? How would you have liked to see that played for Expect not to get so far behind?
I think the reason he got so behind is I think he just missed a lot of CS because he didn't really look that bad.
Makes
Maybe
sense.
the first 3-4 minutes were pretty rough. He took Q, and I'm assuming he took Q level 1, so I'm assuming he just wanted to push the lane, and if he wants to do that, he needs to play more aggressive. But he kind of played really passive because the Jax would just use his E, and then it was his time to push, but then he didn't act on it. So I would have liked to just see the W, because if you just kill the W, you get like 75 shield level 1, and you pretty much just block his E, and then you just trade with him. You just proc your passive and Grasp of the Undying, and if you do that 2 or 3 times, then you kind of start chunking the Jax, and he has to use his potions. But in this case, he had only Doran shield and 1 potion, so he maybe would have blown the potion, but he still would have been more healthy. He wouldn't have to use his potions, and he probably would have gotten way more CS than he did. So if you take Q like that, you really need to push the lane. You need to do your best to just AFK push, because your base damage is higher on the auto attacks. Sure, Jax has his passive to push faster, but you have your passive as well. When your auto attack does 120 damage to melee minions at level 1, then you need to kind of abuse that if you want to take Q, because you played like you took W and you let them push and you tried to auto-stain them, but you didn't do like either.
So I think a lot of viewers will look at the draft here as well and then be surprised there was a blind pick Jax, like kind of almost out of nowhere. We've seen him, of course, pop up in LCK quite a few times, but Wonder, first time he plays it here in the Summer Split. Your opinion on blind pick Jax right now? Is it too risky? Is it fine?
It should be okay. He has counters. I would have liked to see the Gnar way more than Jarvan right here, because Gnar would just not destroy, but he would get a CS lead for sure. He would have pressure on the Jax for pretty much the whole game, and it would have been, I think, a safer pick and a stronger pick for lane as well.
Well, luckily though, for G2, there weren't any fights and there wasn't any ganking outside of a couple. And that was something we were looking at to see. We saw how successful at Rift Rivals strong early games were and the snowball out of that. So where should have Splyce gone in your opinion, and where should have G2 gone?
Well, because we had two junglers that were basically scaling junglers in Gragas and Sejuani, it really felt like both teams were just happy to say we don't need to do too much early, we can just play passive. I do think when you're picking Kalista, Rakanto, you have a lane you can play around with a lot of CC after level 6. And I mean, go down and maybe at least try and force a summoner with your jungler, or the other way around. We had moments where people were sitting without flashes and Trick was running around as a level 10 Sejuani and not even use a single ulti. So I would have liked to see a bit more aggression early on, but I understand why both teams were just scaling for late game.
Both teams were scaling. It netted us the latest first blood in the game this split, but we did get an Infernal Drake, and then, you know, the fight is going to break out. So as we break this down, G2 decides to go for it first. What do you make of the counter by Splyce? Because they still get it, but they don't win to
I think this was good, but right now Perks just walks past Corki and Kalista, so this is why the fight goes this bad here, because all these three people in the pit from Splyce, they all use their flash, so they're all stuck in the pit, and while there are two carries from Splyce, they're just hitting Mitty for free. But in the first place, Perks should have never been able to walk past the Corki and the Kalista there, because even if you walk past them and you try to trade back, there's always the risk of Kalista just ulting Rakan and throwing it on your Orianna. So that fight should have been Perks being zoned and having a 5v4 over them.
Yeah, we have a follow-up here, because right after this fight breaks out, so they think they have Perks.
They think they have him, then Mithy on the Tahm Kench, after getting like 3 supports banned against him, he still gets one of his best picks, which was kind of surprising. He makes a good play here. And then suddenly another fight is happening where Corby this time gets caught. Wonder even tries to join in, you know, gets the 1 kill, but then will actually end up falling after. And we've had now 2 fights in a row where Splyce, if you are taking that fight with the Jax, like, you have to win the fight then, because now Jax kind of lost his value as a split pusher for a while, because Jarvan got like 1 kill and 4 assists in these fights here, and he could actually hold the Jax until at least we had Trinity Force completed, and made it hard for Wonder to do a whole lot.
Yeah, that was a big question, of course. If you have this Jax, do you not want a team fight at all, or did Splyce still had a good enough comp to team fight? And did they just not execute correctly? I
think Splyce had a really good comp to teamfight. They have Gragas and they have Rakan, so if they're really good on their synergy, if Rakan goes in, Gragas can ulti everyone. And as well, Jax, he has both options. He could have sat on side lane a lot, because yeah, he's equal to Jarvan, but Jarvan won't be able to kill you. And even if Tahm Kench wants to ulti on you with someone, you have the Corki teleport to back it up. And Jax is pretty slippery as well. He can just run away. And for fights, I think he just misplayed most of the fights, because he's just jumping in with his Eon, so he's kind of acting like this engage guy when he's not at all. He should be like an off tank. He should wait for Gragas to be the main tank, and he jumps in, and once people start focusing him, that's when you use your counter-strike to just buy more time, because it's 2 seconds of free tanking, but he kind of just neglects that.
He wants to stun early on.
Yeah, he wants to play engage for his team and try to one-shot someone, but he just can't.
I'm going to cut in for just a second, because obviously we're looking at Jax misplaying and Splyce misplaying the fights, but G2, we thought they were an underdog in this matchup, and they win. So was their team fighting just better overall, their decision-making? Because all I saw was mid-fights, to be honest.
I mean, the first Dragon fight was obviously pretty heavily in their favor, because Perks was allowed to just kind of walk in, and then they had good target selection with the front line first.
They didn't have to do that much macro outside of that good Baron call.
That's kind of why it was a weird game in that sense, where we kind of hoping to see G2 show up and then look like more clean, but we can't expect that to happen already, because they've been so bad basically for 4 or 5 weeks. Them just actually getting a late game win is something, but yeah, it was an odd game in many ways. They had some good Baron calls. I got to give them that credit for sure. But then obviously some of the fights were very even in the late game as well, and they could easily have gone Splyce's way. Like, let's not forget that Senkux was he was at the Nexus at the very end as well.
Yeah, it could have gone the other way.
definitely have gone the other way.
It was an odd game. It was an interesting one to break down. Odoamne, I also want to thank you for helping us all day on the desk, so I have a little surprise for you. I'm going to just highlight a couple of great stats from Odoamne. So this first one,
finally, it's about
This is
Odoamne.
exciting.
their 12-kill Camille game was the highest kill game for a top laner. All split. There you go.
Wow, congratulations me, I guess.
Hey,
There
there's
you
lots
go.
more coming.
Can you
so,
give me like a present or something?
This pen is now
this pen.
yours.
Oh, he's going to ask that back. He likes that pen. Anyway,
No,
we're
no,
going
I'll
to
give it
move
back to
on. G2 got the win in game 1. We'll see if they can close out the series when we come back.
Cataclysm comes down. Not yet. It's going to be a new record. First blood will get picked up by Perks. A second kill by Sven, and G2 have found 3. Before Splyce can react, Trick decides to jump in. G2 pick up Baron number 2. Shockwave comes out defensively. The barrel from Trashy saves Sven's life, but Miffy's taken down. Sven runs for his life. Mickey can't find the granite. Expect has got Cataclysm available to him. Not using it yet. Barrel from Trashy buys some time, but there's a teleport. Oh, interrupted. No! Zedkax is in the base. The race is on.
Yeah, Germany's coming. Okay, we land. Just calm down. Holy shit, what a game.
It was crazy and it was chaotic in the mid game, but G2 bounce back and pick up game 1 in the best of 3. And we're back in the LCS studio where G2 Esports are up 1-0 against Splyce, and they're going to look to end the series with a win in Game 2. G2 have side selection for this particular match, or game rather, and they picked blue side. So, Vedius, let's look forward to picks and bans. There was a number of support champions banned away in Game 1. Didn't seem to have an impact on either Mickey or Mithy, because Mickey's Recon was fantastic. He had great engages, and Mithy's Devours and Tom Kench was just better.
But that was my big question mark as to why they would allow the Tom Kench through when their priority was to get themselves the Recon. We're going to be jumping into champions like, let's see if the focus shifts, because I do feel that, especially in Game 1, it's worth highlighting, Splyce played a lot of those fights extremely well. So I'd like to see them shift up into a different composition that maybe a little easier to play if they do want to go for more fighting.
All right, more fighting. I'm very happy if that is the direction these teams decide to take. We jump into picks and bans. Zach, Rakan, Thresh have already been removed from the pool, and then we'll keep our eye on what happens next.
So usually red side bans right now are Zach, Caitlyn, and Elise. The three very powerful champions that you cannot afford to give away and allow the enemy to first pick. Splyce going to continue on with that trend, along with a lot of the support bans. Now, I don't expect a huge amount of support focus from G2. The reason why he's hovering the Fiora is because pre-game, Expect was asking Wonder for a Fiora versus Camille matchup.
And do you know why? Do you know why that is? Because Fiora's undefeated in the EU LCS.
Undefeated, yes.
8-0. You're trying to listen to some of those quick stats I hear, as Expect will instead lock in the Brawl. Now, this was banned away. It was actually the first ban from Splyce in game number 1. Wonder, of course, hovering one of his old favorites in Aurelia.
So, wouldn't be surprised if we saw a return to the Gragas. Instead, Trashy going to go for the Kha'Zix. Now, this has been a jungler that he has had a fair amount of play rate on. I don't know if I want to say success just yet, because I've seen mixed performances from the side of Trashy. He's definitely a jungler that definitely falls under one of his preferred, along with the Gragas and in the past Rek'Sai.
And it's the first time this split, though. So 10 professional games in record, along with 10 on Elise this year. And then Mickey will lock in a playmaking support once again in the Bard. We see Sejuani once again for Trick, and Perks, he always hovers Yasuo. He did this at MSI.
Yep.
He baited Kobe into believing he was going to run Yasuo in the mid lane. I personally despise Yasuo mains.
Oi.
It's something I've said on Twitter.
Whoa.
And I said earlier today, because Vedius is a Yasuo main.
Dude, Yasuo is a great champion. If you ever want to face anything, it is the wind. And I can tell you that there is many purposes for a leaf falling. Okay? Right, anyway, returning to the draft. Varus Bard going to be the bottom lane for Splyce. And I want to say that Kobe, he didn't have a bad game, but his impact was minimal. Largely because of the champion that he was playing. So he's going to swap with Sven and say, well, you know what? I'll take your Varus this time, and you can have the Kalista, as she has been rising in popularity, especially over in the Eastern Hemisphere. She's a very popular champion, very powerful during the laning phase, but that could very well be slightly mitigated, given that he will be going up against the bot.
All right, let's see what mid laners and top laners get locked in. We had the Jarvan versus Jax in game number 1. Wonder, he opted into the blind Jax pick and never really got unlocked. However, G2 gonna give that a respect ban.
Yes.
Renekton is still up. That was banned away in game 1. So what else are we maybe looking at here?
No, Jarvan, Kled, all very strong top laners. You could still flex the Gragas up into the top half of the map, given that we see both junglers and supports already locked in, depending on what you want to go for. Galio is still a very strong champion. Hasn't been a huge amount of focus from the European teams, but he will be banned out once again, very similar to what we saw earlier on in the day. So now we're looking at maybe going for the Orianna, or maybe getting yourself a Syndra if you're Senkux, unless he wants to save his pick for a counter pick later on.
Well, as I mentioned in game 1, Senkux in his 15 games has played 10 different champions, and this is the first time he will play a champion more than twice. Third time playing the Taliyah. He's currently 1-1 and leaves that counter pick for Wonder. Whether that's going to be a tank or a carry remains to be seen. but it's going to be exciting nonetheless.
I'd love to see a Kassadin here from Perks. LeBlanc is a fine alternative. You still have the same sort of assassin threat, and that is what he's decided he has a little bit more comfort on. Going up against the North American mid laners, I think he felt a bit of the wrath, was reminded of why LeBlanc is such a powerful champion, and what we're seeing so far from G2 is still very similar team fight composition, but now it's a little bit more snowball reliant. You have a powerful laner in LeBlanc, you have a lot of roaming potential with the mid lane assassin too, and with the Kalista, you have a lot of threat in the 2 versus 2 laning phase, so a lot of power in the mid and bottom lane.
Now, does Wonder run Akali again? He ran Akali in the opening series of the split, if I recall correctly, and I believe that was into Odo Wamne's Fiora. And unfortunately, his jungler and mid laner gave up kills early. Instead, it's going to be a pivot away from the Akali. It's going to be that Kled, something that we have talked a lot about. Kled into Jarvan, another very exciting matchup, but a very, very different game in the jungle, and Trashy's first time on Kha'Zix this summer.
So you're seeing a little bit more of a 1-3-1 setup from both teams. Splyce, they have the ability to move in between lanes using the Talia wall. Eventually, Kled will outscale the Jarvan and be this massive threat in the side lane, but he has this ability to force fights. Both team compositions too have the ability to make fights happen with the Sejuani, with the Kled. Talia can be massively impactful in 5v5s. You have the Varus ultimate, the Bard ultimate, going up against a Kalista who has so much AoE damage once she gets the Hurricane, combined with Braum. There is a lot of room for big late game team fights once again, but there's a few more options. Now both teams, they can look to play more on side lanes if they're able to snowball the LeBlanc, or if they're able to get this Kled rolling on the side of Splyce.
Oh, very, very interesting setup from Splyce. Maybe he needs to be more proactive. Talia and the Kled. G2 going to have some scaling on their sides as well. Decent front line. And let's see who gets the early advantages. You guys know how to vote. Jump on Twitter, hashtag G2win or hashtag SpyWin. The Samurais or the Snakes? Will Splyce lose 2 series in a row, or will G2 be pushed into a game 3? Ladies and gentlemen, here in Berlin, put your hands together as we load up for Perks taking on Senkux, G2 taking on Splyce. It's game 2 here in week 6.
So not quite as many interesting picks as we saw in game 1, but there is a Bard. Not a champion that you get to see a huge amount of, and I don't want to remind people of Mickey's Bard back when he first joined the LCS. There are a lot of question marks like, is this one man really going to make that much of a difference to Splyce? Will it really change the dynamic? And lo and behold, he did. And this was one of the champions that he made a name for himself on, landing spectacular ultimates, always getting the bindings onto the correct people, making such significant and massive plays that really resulted in Splyce being able to get ahead in a lot of these late game fights. So I'm excited to see him on the champion because I know it's definitely one of his comforts.
Absolutely. And his impact on Rakan in game 1 was very, very big. He found so many targets. Unfortunately, Splyce were behind several thousand gold for the majority of that game. So it hurt them a little. Reminder, of course, we are playing on patch 7.13, not the live patch, not the one with Kane enabled. Hopefully we'll have him unlocked next week. And hopefully on the same patch as well, that I've just got to confirm. And let's take a look at the setup. Double teleports for G2. It's a barrier for Senkux, despite a lot of the CC, but obviously wants to protect from the burst of that LeBlanc he's going to be dealing with.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Going up against a LeBlanc in the middle lane can be very difficult. And I want to take a second to also highlight the pathing that you're going to be seeing from Trick. Because something that Ambition did over in the LCK was that he would just start on both of his 2 buffs. So it would either be blue to red or red to blue. And basically that means that you cannot be invaded upon. It's something you always have to be mindful of as Sejuani, because while she's fairly healthy during the early game because of her passive, she isn't actually that strong at trading. Root does land, level 2 gank mid.
All right, Arctic Assault forces the flash already. Senkux flash and barrier popped at 2 minutes.
That's huge. That's massive for Perks. He's still only level 1, but because both summoners were burnt from Senkux, once he hits that level 3 mark specifically, he's going to have a huge amount of kill threat, and I'd love to see Trick return to the lane.
All right, let's see. Let's see if Trick can. Perks has got the building blocks of a lane kingdom. being set up. All right, second game in a row. Cosmic Binding, that tags Sven. And he gets hit by a couple of autos from Kobby. But yeah, second game in a row that Kobby and Mickey have been playing on the front foot, have been playing very forward, been trading with Sven and Mythy. Again, Cosmic Binding. Mickey's just finding his target through those minions consistently, just resulting in a little bit of advantage.
Yeah, and I want to highlight again Kobby, because I think that as an individual, sure, he didn't have the best game one, but he has been one of the best performing AD carries this split. He has the highest K plus 8 at 15 for all AD carries. He has the highest kill participation at 15 for all AD carries. And he has the second highest CSD. This guy is not only active during the early game, but he's also consistently dominating his lane opponent, even when that opponent is Sven.
Well, tell me about what happened in game one then. 0-4-3.
Okay.
Damage percentage was very low. He had 1 isolated death. He's only had 3 on the split. So tends to be with his team, tends to be in the right place. But yeah, I mean, you said he had Kalista. That really it, just the pick and the way the game played out.
It's also, you're against 2 massive tanks, and while you're fairly mobile on a Kalista, it's really difficult to just shred through the tanks, and so you often just get zoned out of a lot of the fights. So later on into the game, it just became difficult to really play it. Now there are a lot more squishy targets available for Sven. You'll see him have a much easier time compared to what Kobby did in game one. But the main emphasis that I want to highlight was that Kobby is a very good laner, and when you paired it with Mickey, it leaves room for a lot of playmaking potential down in the 2v2.
Well, a lot of trading in the top lane. Wonder completes his teleport, connects the bear trap on a rope, at least the first one, and Mythy steps over both Caretaker shrines. Although saying that, Kobby and Mickey still very healthy. They've got biscuits and potions left to play with. Kind of a non-interactive lane at the moment, actually. 28 CS to 34. Kobby and Mickey, despite those early Cosmic Bindings, it has not equated into a huge lead. That wave is pushing towards Sven. So he will claw back that 7 CS deficit in the not too distant future. 1 minion wave. And Splyce going to be pretty happy with how this game has started. Let's see what happens. I can hear the players yelling as Trashy and Senkux are setting up for Expect. There's a ward in the river. G2 are aware. And Trashy and Senkux need to back away. All right, there's a dash over the wall available. Trick is flashed in, manages to get the slowdown from the Arctic Assault. Barrier comes up from Senkux. He's got no flash. First blood already picked up by Trick. Next target is Trashy. Trashy tries to run away. It's a double kill for Trick.
Good response from G2. They used the vision that they had in the river to be able to get the collapse down onto Senkux and Trashy. They didn't have the flash available. The barrier did come back up, but Expect was able to get to the fight faster because he had already pushed up that top wave, preventing Wonder from joining. It will give 2 very early kills over to Trick, and this is going to be a great start for the side of G2, and you can just see the way in which Perks moves through the river, ready to cut off the escape of Senkux. Trick initially misses the CC, but it's fine because they have more than enough damage. And the big turning factor here is the fact that Trick never isolates himself. And while Trash is able to dodge away from the knock-up, he doesn't have enough damage to get the kill down onto Trick. And this means early lead in favor of G2.
Huge advantage. Trick already has the Balmy Cinder, as well as his jungle item completed on his first back. Another good Cosmic Binding from Mickey and Kobby. Plus 6 CS at the moment. Doran's blade into Doran's shield. Still stings when I see Sven wielding a Doran's shield. He spoke out so strongly against it. Though you have to bend to the meta, do you not?
Yep, it's also like Bard is super obnoxious, and having that extra bit of sustain is extremely valuable. But Kobby, he's by himself right now. G2, they're looking a little angry.
Ooh, Mythy yells, stand behind me. That melee minion allowed the gap to close. Here comes Trick from behind. The Glacial Prison locks down Mickey. Magical Journey gets Kobby to safety, but for how long? A dash, a mimic, a chain. Kobby gets popped.
Nice prediction from Perks to round out the additional 2 kills for G2. And this is what we wanted to see more from them in the early game. They get a very slight lead, and already they're looking to push it.
Let me quickly think of the tier list of things EU teams from Rift Rivals had to work on. Early vision. Vision in the river led to 2 kills. Prioritize mid lane. Trick got a 2-minute gank there, and a return gank. And then once mid lane's unlocked, Perks is able to roam and pick up what was a beautiful kill over the walls.
Yeah, bear in mind, just look what's happening in the middle lane. Big minion wave, forcing Senkux to stay underneath his tower. This means that he can already start roaming down. Trick is level 6, so the ulti is there to just lock down Mickey and secure the initial kill. And you think, good on you, Mickey, keeping your AD carry alive. But the illusionist comes behind and says, haha, jebaited.
Jebaited indeed. I really like the setup, by the way. Miffy realizing the opportunity thanks to that little melee minion. He covered a gigantic amount of distance. And that just set up the gank from Trick. So very nicely done. 8 minutes into the game, it's a 2,000 gold lead for the defending Spring Split champions. For G2, who are currently 3 series wins and 3 series losses. And you know, we kept saying they're going to get better. They're going to fix the problems. It's week 6 of the EU LCS, and maybe this is where it starts, but we need to see several weeks of good performance to really cement that thought. What do you think, Betty?
Well, I mean, that's very true. As Senkux... Oof. Yeah, that sucks. Really tough matchup for him. But I agree with you, right? Like, it's still early days, still waiting to see more from G2. Roam is happening onto Mithy.
All right, there is a Glacial Fissure that comes down. Trick sends out the Glacial Prison. The Fissure and the Prison. Sven forced to flash away from the Tempered Fate. And now Trick is the target. He gets leaped on. Taste of Fear comes out. Bear Trap on a rope. Pulls a Poro Rider backwards. And Senkux snipes from behind with a threaded volley. Now wonders the target. He's got no skull for safety. A seismic shove sends Perks into his death.
Beautiful binding from Mickey with the follow-up from Senkux. That was 3 very swift kills going in the favor of Splyce. And Wonder, he didn't even have to use his TP to make it happen. He just roamed down with the rest of his team as they were looking for an invade. They find Mithy, and then everything descends into chaos as Splyce will get themselves the first tower of the game, get that bonus gold. All of a sudden, they have the gold lead.
It's so interesting. G2 get the first 4 kills of the game in like spectacular fashion. Only for Splyce to say, what you can do, we can do better. And it all starts with this. What was going to be a gank mid turns into a kill on the roaming Mithy.
So again, bear in mind, keep your eyes on the middle lane. Mid push. Perks cannot follow up immediately because he's forced to catch this wave. This means that Splyce, 3 members get the collapse down onto Mithy. Trick is just hanging around trying to keep his support alive, but he was just not poised and ready. He doesn't have dash to turn this around, and then when you think Perks can come in and get a kill, he gets rooted up by Mickey. The knock-up follow-up from Senkux means that Splyce, 3 kills, a lot of gold, and all of a sudden, they have so much more control over the game.
And importantly, Senkux maintains his minimum 1 kill per game in every game he's played for starters with 11 games or more. And only Febervent is the only other EU LCS player who can claim that title. Splyce got Tower First Blood. They've got a minor gold advantage as Mickey's coming in. Cosmic Binding. He's going to pin Expect. Here comes Wonder as well. He's flashed forward for this one. And Expect doesn't even need to flash to safety. Magical Journey for Mickey gets him all the way out. And while all that's going on, Sven is looking to pick up the first tower for G2 in the bottom lane. They did not take the top lane tower.
No, but they have seen that LeBlanc has made her way to the top side. Root happens again.
Cosmic Binding, Chain of Corruption misses. Where's a Tempered Fate? That's dashed away from. Perks the Illusionist says, you see me, but you can't catch me. Cosmic Binding tags Trick, but he's got Flash. Also got an Arctic Assault if he wants to get over a wall. I didn't quite see if the cooldown was available. Either way, Splyce are inside G2's jungle.
But now look, Senkux, he has his ultimate available. 4 members in the top side. Ulti from Trick.
All right, the prison went a little wide. Here comes Trashy in from the side. The Weaver's Wall locks out G2. It's Splyce that are on the board. They've taken down Expect. Talia, a double kill for Senkux before he gets sniped. Trick's running for his life. Copy's on the back end and Perks fancies himself a shot. He takes the Magical Journey as well. Copy's low. Senkux is low. A threaded volley runs out of ammunition as Senkux gets chunked down. The Seismic Shove is not going to find anybody on the pebbles.
Oh, that's a lot of juicy targets for Perks to clean up.
Oh, Distortion forward. Shatter Orb not going to be able to be procced. Where's the chain? Trashy's under the tower. 1 shot. The Illusionist. Double kill. There's the Perks that we all know and love.
So G2 end up turning that massively in their favor. It was supposed to be 3 quick kills into a tower. Splyce, they suddenly snowball that slight lead into a massive lead. But but they stick around underneath the tower for too long. Perks arrives to the fight with all of his cooldowns available, and it is G2 that get the bot tower, the top tower, 4 kills, and everything going in their favor. So just look at how the dive happens. Again, the Blanc forced to stay in the middle lane. The roam comes from Senka, it's cutting off the escape. The issue here is Wonder tanks a lot of the tower shots, ends up getting stunned at the very end thanks to Trick, and you think this is great, but Mickey ends up getting tower aggro, Senkix ends up getting tower aggro, and because they lose their frontline tank, because he doesn't get Scar back, Splyce, they have no one left to draw that damage, and then Perks, he just comes in for the cleaner.
Well, Senkix fancied himself a shot, but unfortunately that thread volley takes some time to wind up. I think he's saying WTF. That's if you can lip read. Unfortunately for Senkix, not going to be able to bounce back. He's 4-2-1. Still hasn't finished his first big item. Perks, on the other hand, Hextech Gunblade already. So he's looking to pwn some noobs, I believe is the... is that what the youngsters are saying these days, Vedius?
I don't know. What do you say, Trevor?
Well, 6-0. That's the record for G2 in game 2s. Actually, before today, they had lost 4 out of their 6 series game 1 games. Not a team that traditionally starts series.
What are you trying to say, Trevor?
Well.
What are you trying to say?
Trying to say G2 kind of suck
I
in their
knew you
first
would say
game.
suck. I knew.
And it's something they themselves have said many times.
Yeah.
But what they do not suck at right now is control wards. Fedis, look at that inventory. No disappointed Dad Deficio today.
Juicy vision, juicy, juicy. The reason why you carry 2 is so that if they clear out the first one, you have another. Always valuable to have, but you can also use it to reposition, so you might set up a defensive one. Initially, you can see one there for G2 in their own blue buff, but now there's another one available and ready if they want to try and move that vision upwards. Now, Perks. Oh! Now you see him, now you don't.
I believe that was a noob being pwned.
Oh, yeah.
Just a great combination. Perks, look, he's finding his groove, right? We're 15 minutes in. He's K plus A at 15.
Groove? No, he rolled his face on the keyboard and Kobe disappeared, and now I think someone else is about to disappear too.
Where's the prison? That's gonna lock Mickey in place. He won't even get the Tempered Fate out. What? Magical Journey, but Expect is waiting. Oh, a little bit of love as Expect gives him a love tap. Trashy's able to escape, and here comes Wonder with the help of Scarl. A little bit of a charge. But there's no real support anywhere else. Splyce, they lose another. They're 5K down. 10 kills to 5, and Perks, he's waiting to find someone.
But I feel like Splyce, they're not going to take the bait. They're not going to fall for the same trap. And you have to wonder what Splyce are doing. Because you look at the river and you can see there is a lot of vision available for Splyce. They should have seen Trick coming over towards the middle lane. They have no turret available. Splyce, they just stuck around too long. It was extremely easy for G2 to get the collapse. They get themselves extra kills, and Perks, he's a hunted.
Well, okay, a lot of damage back, though, from the threaded volley, but Talia not quite the same pop ability that Perks does. And Perks is just solo killing kids. Do you know, all these ISO deaths are going to creep up. It's literally Perks' fault.
Yeah.
He is now destroying the stats.
He's got to fix that KDA, man. 1.6, 1.3. Nah, gotta rectify that issue.
Well, this summer, Perks' KDA was 3.2. I think that'll definitely get a little bit of a bump this game. He's got 8 stacks on that Dark Seal as well. And the game has definitely evolved to be about him.
Yes.
It feels in a very...
That's great, right? Like when you're playing LeBlanc, when you play with a jungler that's not quite invested in early game playmaking, it was great to see Trick make a level 2 play as Senkix was trying to get an early push, because that started the snowballing Perks. Things were looking great for him in the early game, and we talked about win conditions, and the big thing for G2 is get these laners ahead, get Perks and Sven in particular advantages in their respective matchups. Perks did a fine job, Sven has done a fine job, and now they can start grouping, and that 5v5 teamfight is going to be that much stronger than Splyce.
And when we started this series, we said we wanted to look at Trashy and Senkix's ability in the game. Trashy's Gragas never really got going in game 1. Senkix, while his Corki did a lot of damage, no doubt, it wasn't able to carry, and his Talia is now being somewhat outshone by Perks' LeBlanc. I mean, look, Senkak's still 4-2-1, 100% kill participation. He's trying to help his team, but Perks is just killing them before Senkak's can do anything, really. All right, another setup. Miffy's the only man that gets tagged. There's a charge that's been thrown down by Wonder. He's going to roll into the fight. Fate's Call comes out for a second, and Miffy is going to look for another target. Trashy is stunned, forced to run away. This Kha'Zix definitely not having a good day. Cosmic Binding comes out and buys a few extra seconds of time, but now Mickey and Kobby are split up. Cataclysm goes up, walls go down. Mickey takes a magical journey, but you can't escape a distortion. And Perks is dominating. 7-1-2. Wonder's trying to get Skull to safety. There's a flash available to him. He jumps into the pit. Here comes Perks looking for Senkak's. Shatter Orb maybe needed. One more shot. Manages to get the kill. I think it was the Q at the end of the day as well. Wonder's able to escape, waiting for Skull. There goes the Mimic. Kame. Will he die as well? Chains lock him down. 2 chains come out. Kobby forced to flash and heal to safety, and Mithy and Perks happily take another tower.
An absolute destruction coming out from the side of G2, utilizing this early snowball to consistently win these fights. Splyce, they just tried to force something. They realized that they're falling behind. They need to make a play happen. Let's try and catch some G2 members out in the middle lane. But expect he's poised and ready for the TP. LeBlanc comes in from the side. Talia's not even in this fight. And you can see the desperation coming out from Splyce as they just collapse around the rest of G2. With the massive gold advantage, it is extremely easy for them to clean up the straggling members that eventually split up and can do nothing against the powerhouse.
Oh, the split up team members, that's exactly what Perks wants. He wants to run you down one by one.
Yep.
And use this Morella, Nomicon, and Gunblade. We come out of the replay straight into another fight. Jousting is thrown down by Wonder, and the Cosmic Binding allows Mickey to pick up his first kill of the game. Senkak's maintains 100% kill participation, but we're not done yet. Splyce now trying to take down the tower. Mickey is going to use the magical journey, try get to safety. Gets backwards, Cosmic Binding buys some time, but the tower shots take him down. Perks is now legendary, 9-1-2. Trashy forced to use that Void Assault just to buy some time. Copy's the target, gets crunched by the Cataclysm. Expect is now on a killing spree, and this is just getting disgusting. A double kill for Expect as Miffy gets his first of the game. 18 kills to 6. And G2 are ruffle stomping Splyce.
Oh, Splyce, you find a great pick onto Sven, but then G2 find a pick onto your whole team. Perks, he ends up killing Mickey at the very start of the fight. With a 4v4 scenario with a flanking Expect, it's extremely easy for G2 to just dive onto the backline and slowly chase the remaining Splyce members down. Very clean use of the advantages that they had gained. And you can just see here, like, this is a great wall. Sven, a little bit out of position, doesn't have the proper support from the rest of his team. But then this is really where things start to go awry for Splyce. LeBlanc is roaming down, Sejuani is roaming down. They're trying to siege onto this tower, but the LeBlanc pick power is just too strong.
Well, as we come out of this one, Perks, by the way, picks up that kill. It ended up being a solo kill. Quick stat moment. Perks is now on 5 solo kills this game. And the record before this was Odo-Wamne with 4 solo kills in a game. So Odo, Perks has seen your record and has broken it with more games still yet to play. Perks, how many more solo kills can you find? That's the question. Vedius, do you have an answer for me?
I'm going to say you'll find 1 more solo kill.
1 more. Okay. All right. So he's on 5 at the moment. We'll end the game with 6. I think he'll find 2.
Oh, ambitious.
I think so.
Well, to be fair, he did say before Rift Rivals, we will not drop a game. And so far, he's on track.
Hey, he's won the fullest, the only completed game he's played.
Yes.
And on track to win the second. So Perks confirmed not a liar yet. There is many, many games.
Oh, there
are.
Summer. And Twitter will not forget that quote.
And we will find out soon enough. Splyce. Man, what a situation to be in. Down 10,000 gold, down a Baron buff. You've got no real front line, and a LeBlanc that is so fed that she can insta-gib anybody.
Yeah. There are very few answers left for Splyce. And it's got to be a bit of a heartbreaking series for them. Coming off a week off, feeling confident, ready to rectify a lot of their issues, to then fall short very early on at the start of this game as G2, they're continuing to break through the base of Splyce.
They are indeed. G2, Baron empowered minions, Tempered Fate. While that is beautiful from Splyce, where's the rest of the follow-up? The tower still falls, and Splyce are sent running for their lives. Knockup comes down from Miffy as the Fate's Call bought a lot of time. That's 2 kills for G2. Wonder's the recipient of a bunch of Ren stacks. Skull can't save his life. Perks continues to be legendary. Looks like Vedius and I are both wrong. Perks may not get any more solo kills. The inhibitor starts to fall, and there's 20-second death timers. Baron empowered minions, and G2, they're breaking the base of Splyce.
Expect he's just going to go back because he has the teleport ready. It's going to go on to a minion to keep it alive so that G2 can look to end out the series.
Perks, will he find another solo kill? Shatter Orb tags Trashy, the passive, wind up. But the Nexus turrets are the focus. 22 kills in 24 minutes. Perks looking for the solo kill. He does it. Finds one. Vedius is right. G2 send a message to Europe that they are back.
A much more convincing game from G2. They will end the day G2-0. Definitely the sort of performance that you want following a disappointment at Rift Rivals. And it was a very proactive early game. Something that we really wanted to see from the squad. Something that we were hoping European teams would do more of. And while for sure, Trashy, Senkux, they didn't quite have the level of synergy that they wanted. They couldn't quite get any early leads. Overall, individual performances were still solid, just wasn't enough against G2.
Game 1, slow and steady for G2 Esports. Took a long time, a lot of scaling. You can see
it was close.
Yeah, you can see Perks, hugs all around. They are friends as well as enemies on the Rift, but today, G2, like we said, slow to start, but holy cow, did they finish fast in game number 2. 23 minutes, 57 seconds. Perks ended with 11 kills, 7 assists. 6 of them were solo kills. I mean, you don't get a more dominant LeBlanc performance than that.
Yeah, and it's exactly how you want to be playing LeBlanc. Strong early lead, moving around the map, trying to bring that gold to the other lanes. And he was just finding pick after pick after pick, turning what could have been a really good tower dive from Splyce into a very good turnaround from G2. That's where things really fell apart in Splyce. They just ran out of answers.
So the impact on the standings now, with Splyce losing that game, they're now 4 series wins, 3 series losses, so very, very clearly in 3rd place. UOL and H2K both with more wins than them, above them. On the other side, in the other group, Misfits are 4 series wins, 2 losses. Now G2, 4 series wins, 3 losses. So that second, third bout with Misfits involved becomes so juicy, becomes so interesting, especially because Misfits are playing next.
And what we saw today was that G2 developed at least a bit, right? Like we see that Trick has found another comfort jungler in the form of Sejuani. Expect is certainly having good performances on Jarvan. Team fighting still very strong for G2.
Yes.
But the question is, have UOL made adjustments too? Are they going to be the same UOL?
Before we talk about them, I want to quickly look at one of those plays where Splyce, they overcommitted to that tower dive and things got a little bit messy. So pull this replay up onto your screens, and this should be one of the early game fights that really allowed G2 and then Perks especially to get ahead. Vedius, what went wrong here?
Well, bear in mind, the whole play from Splyce is good. The issue is that they don't have enough damage to be able to shred through 3 tanky members, along with the fact that the moment Wonder dies, they no longer have anyone that can tank up the tower. The aggro is slightly mismanaged, and that means that because you have so many low health members, Perks is just asking for someone to overstay so that he can find himself another kill, and that's exactly what he does. Picks up 2 here, and this is really where this LeBlanc just becomes uncontrollable.
What I do like about Senkux, even though, yes, he ends up giving up the kill, I do commend the thought of trying to get in, the thought of trying to contest. Slightly poorly executed there, but...
What is this champion?
Yeah, what is this?
Why is he allowed to play this?
Oh, you can just feel the pain. On the other side, though, Perks, he manages to secure player of the series. I don't think that's going to be a huge surprise to everybody. Just a phenomenal performance. 16, 1, and 15 in his 2-0 series.
Yeah, pretty good. His Orianna, he landed a couple of decent shockwaves. I seem to remember that really good one onto Cobby that really swung a fight heavily in their favor. His positioning was really good in a lot of those fights, and the fact that he only died once in the entire series is definite growth from him, especially when you look at his performance at Rift Rivals.
I just wish I remembered the rhyme. My Rise is bad, my Zero is worse. I won player of the series. We're going to interview now G2 Perks.
How do you feel about that rhyme? Let's just start right there, because it comes up every time you play a game, good or bad, and especially international.
Well, I actually, at first, like, I didn't really like it that much. It was, like, triggering me, but then at some point, I was like, oh, I have my own rhyme, you know? It's so freaking cool. So I was like, I really like this rhyme. So yeah, just keep saying it.
Just buy into it, man. There's nothing they could do if you actually like it. All right, now let's look at the series. Of course, you played a phenomenal series, player of the series. Do you feel like you're starting to get back into that form that we saw you at MSI?
Well, personally, I think I was playing, I don't think I ever got out of the form. I just think that we as a team were out of the form, so that made me look worse. Also, my play at Rift Rivals was actually like, was pretty bad. So that could be an indicator, yeah. But I definitely think that I'm like getting way to be better than ever, yeah.
One of the things that you guys brought up as an issue in a video that G2 put out recently was that everyone was picking for themselves, not really picking for the team. Do you feel like you resolved a lot of those issues in what you showed today?
Well, that was like after we lost to Unicorns and we had like team comp with literally 0 stuns in the draft, and I was like, guys, we need more CC. So then everyone agreed, you know, we all like talked that we should pick more losing lanes, more for team comps, blah blah. And now every game, like, we just pick for draft. Even if you have a losing matchup or not the best matchup, like Dan picks Jarvan, even if it's not good versus Jax, or he just picks for team comp, and everyone does the same. So I think it definitely like shows in our play that it's a lot easier to execute also. And yeah, we've overcome our problems to reach this point again.
You bring that up, and now one of the other things that you guys had discussed was that you maybe not like losing a little bit of motivation and kind of struggling with keeping the right attitude moving forward. How do you stay on this high? How do you stay positive looking forward? How do you stop yourself from going back into that, I don't want to call it a slump, but that area where you're not as committed to improving or playing as a team?
Well, it's really hard since I don't know how to answer everything because I've been a pro player only for 1 year, and I think after Spring Split and MSI, it's so much stress, and I had barely like a couple of days break, and also I got pretty ill before the summer split, and then everyone else like had the same, and we all thought we were gonna be like really insane after MSI, but the pet change and everything, so we just like played worse, and motivation was dropping because of our scrims also. Like, we were not having fun in scrims. Yeah, there was like a lot of not bad attitude, but just bad mood, you know. Like, and we had a team talk after Rift Rivals and during Rift Rivals, and this last week of scrims was like most fun than ever. Like, we're all having so much fun, and we are improving so much too. So it's a good feeling to grind again. Yeah.
All right, it's good to hear that. Now, it sounds like even in a time where scrims weren't going well, you made a big statement on the analyst desk. You told everyone that G2 would not lose a game in the regular season for the rest of Summer Split. Do you feel like G2 can back that up? You haven't lost one yet.
Well,
after Rift Rivals, that is.
After Rift Rivals, yeah. Well, that is my goal right now because I did say it. So like, I'm gonna try my hardest to keep the goal alive. I had special motivation for today. Like Trashy was saying that we are not even top 4 in Europe, and their owner was saying you can't call us Kings of Europe if you are 6th or something in the ladder. So I was really motivated to show up today.
All right, last question. Are G2 still the Kings of Europe?
Definitely, yes.
All right, Perks, congrats again. Player of the series, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. When we get back from the break, it'll be Unicorns of Love going toe-to-toe with Misfits. You're not going to want to miss it.
I'm first. Can he go?
Yeah.
Auto, please, auto.
Glacial Prison locks down Mickey. Magical Journey gets Cobby to safety, but for how long? A dash, a mimic, a chain. Cobby gets popped.
To clean up.
Oh, distortion forward. Shatter Orb, not going to be able to be procced. Where's the chain? Trashy's under the tower. One shot. The Illusionist, double kill.
Fuck.
Holy shit. Kill them all! We can burn, we can burn, we can burn!
Oh my goodness.
Finds one. Venius is right. G2 send a message to Europe that they are back. I turn to the audience, the Love Hurts crew and the UOL jerseys. There were some stunned, shocked faces. Ding, ding, ding. Shame, shame, shame.
For the organization, obviously the goal will be reaching Worlds.
Do you believe Sabox?
I believe. the gargoyle. Stone play by Splyce. Baited, outsmarted. Unicorns of Love coming in.
Running for his life. Oh, the storm comes out.
That's explosive. The engage comes in. Cersei's hungry for blood. Out comes the up. Die, he says.
Steven? Huh? I really liked it yesterday when you told your teammates basically to shut the up and reset for tempo.
Welcome back to this clash between Unicorns of Love and Misfits Gaming. Here you see the players stepping on the stage, ready for this top-tier matchup.
Slow motion.
In dramatic slow motion.
Always making it very dramatic in the ULCS. This game as well, I think it will deliver. Maybe not in a slow motion fashion, but probably
I'm
pretty
hoping
fast-paced.
we had a very slow motion game one.
Yes, we did.
In the Splyce vs. G2 series. Hoping for a little more motion here. Well, everybody, I'm Daniel Dracos. This is Martin Fischer-Lunga. You may have heard of him or not. That would be very surprising.
Who knows?
Let's just jump right into those team lineups. We're going to start on the red side with the Unicorns of Love. And of course, when you take a look at this Unicorns of Love roster, one man who is standing out, and maybe not in the best way, is Exile. Now, team has brought up some reasons as to why he might be struggling, a lot more communication pressure on his shoulder, but the bottom line, regardless of the reason, is that his performances have not been looking great.
I do think, though, in the final, you know, at Rift Rivals against TSM, I actually think Exile did manage to show up at least a little bit and silence some critics, but obviously if you look at the entire split, yes, then it has been an issue for him, and that is something Sheepy and the rest of Unicorns of Love, they have to figure out, because one of the reasons they give away so many early leads, both in EOL, CS, but also against the NA teams, well, oftentimes it's because the mid laner falls behind, and when you lose the mid lane, it gets really hard to play the game, because how are you going to jungle and be aggressive if your mid lane is getting pushed in 24/7? You can't really, so Zerx is out of the game as well, and then suddenly all the lanes can fall apart.
And it's interesting too, because we see the team, even in early games where they don't need to be aggressive, maybe play more aggressive, maybe look for just way more aggressive plays than they need to. You see Hylissang constantly a playmaker, and we love to see it. We love to see it when it's the right choice in the early game, but when it's more passive, when it's a scaling composition, sometimes you just need to play back. Sometimes you just need to chill.
And those were really just the big issues at Rift Rivals for the Unicorns of Love. They would lose the mid lane very often, they would make aggressive plays with scaling comps, and they would forget to play around vision. We always talk about it, it's not very exciting, but it is the most effective way to play the game, is to focus on getting early vision down so you can see the enemy, so you know what's happening on the map. Unicorns of Love, they've been slacking. If you look at those parts, they've been great in the late game team fights, but obviously you need to fix that early game if you want to become one of the best teams.
And especially when we look at their opponents on the opposite side, Misfits Gaming. Now this is a team with the opposite set of problems. They are known for that incredibly strong early game, not always so consistent in the late game. And the two guys we want to keep our eyes on, Maxlore, Power of Evil, the jungle mid synergy. I'm not going to say we 100% learned it from NA, but we expect more from it as we move forward. And it's definitely something that I want to see if they have adapted or put more priority on the side of Misfits.
Yeah, simply because when you do play the game, if you want to get early advantages, having a strong mid lane jungle combination, it's first of all very easy to set up ganks around the mid lane, and then it's very easy to kind of have both members leave the mid lane, go top lane, go bot lane, look to then set up all the lanes. And it's something we've seen Misfits succeed with before, play around Power of Evil, and it's what we want to see from them again today. Obviously, though, we also want to see them not lose late game fights like the one we see here on your screen. They were, at this point, 8,000 gold ahead of H2K. They mess up a fight, they get too greedy, they lose the fight, they lose the game. Misfits, you're playing Unicorns of Love. You know the late game is probably in their favor. You need a big early advantage, and then you have to try and play it clean, otherwise you might just lose.
And maybe back off. It's a similar story a little bit to the Unicorns of Love in that sometimes people make too aggressive of decision. And it's weird because in Spring Split, all I asked was that every single team play forward, look to make those aggressive choices. But now in Summer, it feels like sometimes there's too many aggressive plays. Hans Sama flashing forward on the Varus. We heard Odo talk about it earlier. Saw Maxlore in some of those games leap in without necessarily the team there to back him up. And small issues like that in the late game, when you do have a lead, can just instantly throw everything away. Not a mistake Misfits can afford to make today, but I like that we have two distinctly different styles going head-to-head.
Exactly, just completely different in what they have shown us recently. going back to the Unicorns of Love, and obviously after Rift Rivals, a lot of European fans are still very disappointed, actually almost angry at the fact that our teams did not perform at that tournament. Obviously, Unicorns of Love did have the best record with the 3-3 in total. Sadly for them, though, the final against TSM was very one-sided, and it was very much the same kind of thing we have seen time and time again, where they would just fall too far behind. And then even if they were giving some openings towards the late game, remember how Splyce had to steal a Baron to keep TSM in game 2. Those kind of plays, once you fall that far behind, you have like only one shot left. And if that one shot fails, like in this case where the Baron got stolen, you're just done. The game is over. And we just want to see more in the early game. It doesn't have to be big early game picks. I just want to see them play smarter. Again, use vision. Don't go for aggressive tower dives if you don't have to. Because then I think Unicorns of Love can actually get past the early game fine without falling too far behind, and they can rely on late game team fighting.
And it's an interesting spot too, because both of these teams are kind of on the cusp of what we would call being a top team, a top team, a clear one with clear strengths, maybe some small weaknesses, but being able to outweigh them. Now Misfits, for them, that's closing out in the late game, and for early games, or for Unicorns, it's cleaning up the early game.
And I think actually we can say that now for every top team in Europe, we need to see more before we want to call you a top team. A team that is a level above the rest of the competition. We used to say it about Fnatic before Rift Rivals. I think the meta has gone a little bit away from them with some nerfs to different AD carries. Also, North American teams really showing how to abuse that kind of play style. It means now that it's hard to say that Fnatic is still a level above everyone else. Obviously, they play tomorrow. Maybe they go in and stomp everyone with exactly the same style as before, which would be a little bit sad. But I'm not expecting that. I think Fnatic will have to change, and that means now we can't put them a level above the rest. And the same for Unicorns of Love, because there are too many inconsistencies for us to say they will always be the best team.
And as a European fan, it's sort of bittersweet, because you want to see your team, your favorite team, keep winning. But when you know that, hey, this is the style that lost to North America, at the same time, you kind of want to demand improvement and not just, hey, the victory's great, but we need to see more from you overall. Of course, just waiting here a moment to get into Champions League. Players are getting ready. You can see Samix looking zen on stage. Moments away from Champion Select.
Hashtag deep.
Hashtag deep. But that's the fan cheer, and you know what that means. It is time for Picks and Bans. Misfits Gaming on the blue side, Unicorns of Love on the red. Rek'Sai already taken off the board. Zach taken away as well. Division, I feel like we've already seen a lot of mix-ups in terms of what we were seeing in the meta. Sejuani already coming in. Jax coming in as well. Do you think we'll see more changes here in this draft?
I think we're just seeing that right now in 7-13, a lot of picks and every role is viable. Jungle used to be just a few picks, but right now you can play everything from Sejuani to that Rek'Sai to a Lee Sin. So many different choices at the moment, and that just means the pick and ban phase, it does shift quite a bit. Zach, Caitlyn are still universally agreed on. They need to be banned. Rek'Sai is a bit surprising for me against Xerxes. Obviously, I think Misfits are saying this is the one champion where he showed good early games, so let's remove it and don't actually see if Unicorns can play an early game style, because we know Xerxes is not a big Elise player, he's not a big Lee Sin guy. So with Rek'Sai gone, most of his early game picks are gone.
And one champion that still has remained at the top of the priority list is that Thresh, coming in for Ignart very early on. Unicorns of Love gonna have to find something to fire back. Now in the past, it has been Blitzcrank. They've often strayed toward, but maybe it'll be the Braum this time around.
Gragas, if you're Unicorns of Love, Gragas Gnar is still a good combo for you. They don't have to pick Sejuani here when Gragas is available. Xayah Rakan is another one that we saw at Rift Rivals. They do go with the Xayah for now. Obviously, don't actually technically have to take Rakan at the moment. Can wait for the next one if you want to get Gragas.
I think we both know they're taking Rakan.
Go Gragas now, take Rakan next rotation.
We'll see. We will see. In the past, it has been the instant no hesitation lock-in, but that long hover on Diana makes me think that it may indeed be something else. Is it going to be the Gragas?
Fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
Call that 1-1-0.
Fine. So, Maxlore, we know he's a big Lee Sin player if he wants to have early game pressure. I still think Gragas is such a contested pick that it would be fine to take it above Lee Sin for Misfits. I do like the Thresh, of course, as a first pick. Always good for Ignart.
And we talked about this off broadcast, that we really like to see Misfits with strong engaged tools, and Ignart on the Thresh has been consistently a good source of engage. The Varus for Hansama as well. His most played champion this season.
So we're still kind of waiting to see if they want to go for early mid laner, early jungler top lane. Like Renekton as a blind pick is an option, Gragas as a jungle pick is an option, and then I was going to mention Corki as another one that's been quite a large or big pick here for Power of Evil. They do, however, go with the Gragas for now, and I'm happy to see that. Now, Xerxes doesn't have to pick his jungler here because his pool is quite large.
But we don't know. That could be the jungler. That's the beauty of the Unicorns of Love, Deficio. However, Rumble will be locked in, and it looks like neither team is committing too hard to like any one style of composition. We have a nice engage on the bottom side for Misfits, solid engage for the Unicorns of Love as well. A lot of damage if that is going to be Rumble on the top side. But it doesn't feel like solo lanes are 100% set, although the Gnar being banned away may just confirm for us that that is a Rumble in the top lane.
Yeah, definitely very, very possible right now, and I think there are stronger junglers for him to play as well than the Rumble jungle. LeBlanc coming in for Misfits as a ban against Exile. I don't think you'll have to ban away his LeBlanc, but they are definitely respecting what he can do on that champion. Syndra is still available, so is the Corki. The Corki has definitely been a big one for Exile if you look at Rift Rivals. I actually think he had his best performance all split long on Corki against TSM in the final.
What about the Kassadin game? Don't forget about the Kassadin game. They tried to dive him, he turned it around.
That game was good too, but that Corki game, he was like solo carrying and getting the team back in the game until that Baron got stolen.
And to be fair, that's exactly what we want to see from him. When he first came onto the scene, it was questionable, but when he was at his prime, it was the Ryze picks coming in clutch in every game. And now the Cassio going to be banned away, LeBlanc, Syndra.
And again, this sets up the Corki pick if you want, because you ban Cassiopeia, which is one of the matchups that can be annoying for Corki to deal with. Obviously, with Syndra being banned as well, it's kind of Orianna, Corki as the two standard blind picks for mid. We should assume to see that. Talia is also an option, I have to highlight. There's so many good mid laners right now. It's like heaven in that mid lane pool. I actually want to see Corki though from Exile, because again, I think it is a pick that actually suits him very well. Okay.
Ooh, I am so excited about this. I have had so many conversations with Cersei about this champion. That is the Kindred locked in for the jungle. Now we can talk about it in game.
Yes, we can.
For now, Deficio, we can talk about the mid lane. I know you want to talk about it.
I mean, the thing is, again, there's so many good mid lane options for Power of Evil. I think maybe here Exile wants to save last pick for a potential Kassadin or Vladimir. Is that a top lane Mordekaiser? Yeah, I agree with the crowd.
Yeah. Boo! Meta!
What is this, Orianna? When you can go Mordekaiser, you can't go Orianna. You can't swap like that.
Well, now moving forward, we're going to have to see what the final pick is going to be for Misfits, what they want to round out their composition with. Tons of engage, nice follow-up from the Orianna, but what are they missing? What do they want here, Deficio?
I mean, I think they have almost everything they need, but obviously against the Rumble top lane, if you want to go for a carry matchup, you want to have somebody that can actually try and kill the Rumble in the late game. Kled is one of those champions. They're going for it. I want to see now with Exile, because Corki is the obvious go-to choice, but I wonder if he wants to play Vladimir against his Orianna and just try and farm for late game.
Okay, they're playing with our hearts, guys. Come on.
Ooh,
Galio.
Okay.
Now, see, I like this because while we did not talk as much about the Kindred, it is a very squishy champion. Xayah, Rakan, Rumble, none of these champions incredibly tanky. The Galio does feel like it balances the composition out to a certain degree.
And this very much is a keep our AD carry alive at all costs. Galio ulti when the fight starts for the damage reduction, into then a Kindred ulti in the late game as well, once Xayah drops low. Unicorns of Love putting a lot of focus on Samux specifically, but it's not like they're lacking damage otherwise. Chach can easily carry this game. A fed Kindred in the late game can easily also be super impactful. So it's not just Samux who needs to deal damage, but there's a lot of good protection for him at the same time. I actually think it's a very fun draft from Unicorns of Love, and if they can execute it in-game, it might be super hard to beat in teamfights.
Interesting, though, because the Kindred has been picked, and the Gragas, we haven't seen her in a long time, but those of you who are familiar know you can just knock people out of that Kindred ultimate very reliably, and that is so much of the utility she can bring in fights. However, we're going to have to see how these compositions are going to work out. Head over to Twitter at LOL Esports, hashtag MSF win, or hashtag UOL win. And what are the goals here? When we look at the early game, the mid game, what does each of these team comps want to do, Martin?
I mean, when you look at the bottom lane specifically, we know Xayah and Rakan can play very aggressive against squishy lanes, and Thresh actually in the early game is a target you can go for if you want to play around that lane with the Kindred. But obviously, if you are Xerxes, you want to get to 4 marks as fast as possible before you're really joining the team too much. Overall, though, like, a lot of the lanes here can actually play very aggressive, except for mid lane. Mid lane is the only boring farm lane when nothing should happen. Bot lane, you have a lot of damage on both sides, and actually a lot of squishy members that can die. And top lane, you got Kled versus Rumble.
At the end of the day, we're going to have to see what each team wants to go for. Unicorns of Love starting with an aggressive move onto the top side. All 5 members strong. Misfits, a little more split up. May not be ready for this one.
Let's see, double TP from Unicorns of Love. Exile gets his Galio in the mid lane. Hylissang jumping over the wall here. He's trying to hide around the corner, so maybe Alfari, walks into this tri-brush here, doesn't expect the Rakan to be behind him, and he has to flash out or maybe even die. So Hilly has snuck his way in. He's not spotted. They're looking for Alfari.
Here comes the collapse. Alfari, where are you going to go? Probably a flash over the wall. Yeah, well, made it out, but does blow the flash and has been marked by Xerxes, maybe telegraphing where he's going to want to go in the early game.
Can still change, obviously. Misfits will, of course, get a return ward, but I'll take the flash over the ward, even though it does give them a bit of information on the bottom side. It means, obviously, that Xerxes, as you said, he could go top lane very easily and go for an early gank on Alfari. Always important to highlight it with the Rumble nerfs that happened a few patches ago now. He doesn't push as hard in the early game as he used to, so you don't have to just perma push here as Vesichachi. You can actually let Alfari overextend and maybe gank him.
All right, and as exciting as that is, as much as I want to talk about top lane, it's time to talk about Kindred. We have to. We haven't seen her in so long, and oh, no point at me. All right, so for those of you unfamiliar, she has been changed. At 4 stacks, you get 75 bonus range. Every stack you get enhances each of your abilities outside of your ult. However, she has a number of distinct weaknesses. Heavily item reliant.
Yes.
Not good at killing raptors at all, which can be a huge point of weakness in the early game.
And also a thing where obviously her E that she's using early in a fight to apply a slow is actually also her execute ability, so she kind of wants to save it, but she can't really afford to save it. So obviously Kindred is a champion where you're not expecting her to be too strong in the early game. She wants to really get the marks. If you get an early kill, she will be strong. Hylissang is very
going very far forward after already losing the trade. Doubles down.
Hey, remember when I said the Zyra Rakan lane can play aggressive? They're trying at least from Unicorn's bottom lane. Classic move, honestly, from Hylissang and Samax here. They love to just try and all in as early as possible, but that one was definitely not the correct choice.
And characteristic of some of the weaknesses we see from Unicorns of Love in the early game. They love to play aggressive every single time, and sometimes it works out. Sometimes they destroy the opposition, but very often, recently at least, it has resulted in a lot of deficits.
Exactly, and it's important to highlight it was not just at Rift Rivals. Before Rift Rivals, we still saw the shaky early games. Look at deaths at 15 for the EU LCS, so top right corner. We had the most deaths. That's actually Unicorns of Love, despite being the now number 2 team in Group B. They die so much compared to other teams. And the man we're looking at in this game to kind of abuse that early game, it's Maxlore. He's often very, very active early on. He's actually able to join in with his team to get kills, assists. You see that jungle proximity is JP in the middle. It's how much time he's spending near these laners. Second in the league, so he's extremely active with moving around looking for ganks, and that's what you got to do against Unicorns of Love because they will overextend.
Have to see how he adapts to this unfamiliar jungle matchup, however. So far, it's looking pretty good for him, but going up against a Kindred, going up against a new pick like this, we have to hope that he's seen it in scrims, because it can be something that's difficult to adapt to already. Xerxes has picked up a mark off the jungle, and if he can continue to pick them up at a pretty high pace, it's going to make it very difficult to duel out this Kindred at any point.
And obviously, top lane right now, Alfari just trying to play as passive as possible. Doesn't want to risk any ganks without his flash, so he's letting Vesichachi just control the lane, and Xerxes just trying to farm his way up. Obviously, one of the problems is when you play an auto-attack reliant champion, as you said earlier, Drake, is like you rely on getting items. It's not just about jumping in and getting a big burst hit, because you don't really have that much burst as a Kindred. It's long fights, jumping around in your W with the reset on Q.
Have to see those. Xerxes spending a lot of time.
Cooldown on Q, I should say.
Hovering around the mid lane. Taunt going to come in. Looking for a little bit of damage. We have to keep our eyes on the bottom side. That's the engage, the leap forward. Hansama potentially in trouble, but the flay backwards going to stop any further aggression. Now pulled back in by the Lantern. Hansama flashing forward. Can't find Samix, but Ignar's got his sight set
has no
on
flash,
Hylissang.
remember.
Moving in. Hook goes in. Hansama leaping forward. The minions are aggressing onto him, though. That's not going to be good. The kill traded back.
He got the first spot, though, so technically worth it here for Misfits. Mid lane, we actually see Exile.
He has to be careful, too.
Oh, there's too many minions probably. Maxlore
just punch his way out.
Yeah, Maxlore didn't know where Xerxes would be on the map, and there were so many minions hitting him, so he didn't try and force a flash here from Exile. But as we talked about in Champs, like bot lane, Zyra Rakan versus Thresh Varus, like squishy targets in the early game. A lot of CC. You can be so aggressive in these lanes, and they're basically jumping right at it against each other.
And I feel bad. I broke the ultimate caster taboo. I said aggress onto.
Monte Cristo rolling around in his grave.
He's still alive. What?
He is the man, though, who actually hates that word, so now he's mad at you.
And now we look at the fight again, and you can see, honestly, just amazing play from Ignar. Keeps this fight going. However, Hansama, not quite respecting the minion damage.
But obviously, Ignar knows right now that he's full HP. He can keep doing it. Hansama, I think he knows he's going to die, but he's like, you know what? If I can get a kill, and then maybe the last hit doesn't actually kill him, it's obviously then a win for Misfits. Go back to level 1, though. Imagine if Hylissang had not gone for that crazy play. He would have had Flash ready for that fight.
Would have been much easier for them to pull ahead. The good news is the kill goes on to Rakan. Not going to be a major factor in the laning phase. Varus getting the kill, however, much stronger.
Oh, it finds Exile again.
Now in trouble. Ball has been attached. Level 5 for Power of Evil. He may be trying to get level 6 here. Ult comes out right as the level 6 comes in, and that means Exile is going to be safe.
Staying alive for now. Power of Evil just got his level 6 now. Could have probably used it to force a Flash in that last fight. Camera keeps going to bottom lane, and I keep expecting them just to all in each other straight away.
It's all about bottom lane. See, NA said mid priority. We said no. We said it's about the bottom lane.
We definitely said no, and then we lost Rift Rivals.
Shh. Claude, we don't need to talk about that.
That's fine. That's fine. There was actually nothing happening last week. It was just a bad dream. Unicorns of Love with the Kindred, sneaking in the bottom lane.
Moving forward.
See that one guy there?
That one guy is not.
Where's security? Get security here.
Coming in. Hold that thought. We'll have to let him stay for now. Well, nothing's going to come from that. Xerxes using his execute as an engage.
I mean, that's just,
it's a little unfortunate in the way that the kit is designed.
Yeah, that is, it feels bad, man. He's okay, though. Sadly for him, the mark is on the other side that he actually wants from the enemy Grump. Obviously, with the push from Visichachi, he could actually coordinate and invade and get it right now, if you are Unicorns of Love.
But you see the pings from Gragas already coming up, looking to deny that mark. That can be a huge part of playing against Kindred.
That's the Grump.
You don't want to let him have it, and you don't have to.
I think actually that's one of the reasons most junglers don't like Kindred is she relies so much on getting these marks. And in professional play, often it is pretty easy to coordinate against it and just kind of deny her from getting easy stacks. In solo queue, you can definitely do it, and that's why I think she's actually a fine solo queue pick. But it is hard to do in professional play.
I just feel like it's the equivalent of if enemy team could see my pings, and I'd like, hey, I'm going to go here.
Yeah.
I need to go here. I don't know what you're going to do about that, but please don't.
Ooh, I think Maxwell ended up stealing the blue away from Power of Evil up there. So Power of Evil, no blue buff. Funny enough, Exile also sitting without a blue buff. It was actually just picked up by Xerxes himself. So we got some greedy junglers.
I guess the good news is that neither one has a blue buff in this case, so no one at too big of a disadvantage, although the Catalyst may be a bit more reliant for mana in the early game, although that's debatable.
Yeah, because Lost Chapter here is fantastic for mana region with the level up. Xerxes, he's still looking at that Grump. He's on his way.
It's not there, buddy. Or is it there?
I think Maxwell just actually walked away from it.
All right, Maxlor.
Guess we just
challenging Xerxes, saying, hey, I'm going to give you those stacks. Let's see what you can do. Now, of course, they're going to know that they got that mark. There'll be the update on the Kindred. Xerxes going to walk out of that one. Is level 6, has the Lamb's Respite. But no real... Now, see, the thing is, we criticized Unicorns of Love for overaggression in the early game, and outside of Hylissang, the rest of the team has been playing relatively safe. One almost overextension from Exile.
And I also really like the Galio mid lane pick here, being picked up by more European teams, because what Galio provides is obviously just very safe laning phase where you don't have to play around him. You can just leave him if you want. He can just sit there and wave clear. And then his ulti is just so good to prevent either action against you, because the enemy team always knows, okay, Galio can join with either ulti or teleport. But also, in case you are going too aggressive, he's kind of that plan B. He's like the safety net that you sometimes need if you are looking to dive onto enemy turrets. And that's where Exile can come in and actually help.
No. Can make up for any of those poor engages that could come in from the team. Now, one of the things I'm excited to see... if
that's a good one. He's getting it right down the wrist, Scarlet. That is the dream for Xerxes right now.
By the way, when Kindred was meta, this is the #1 thing that junglers complained about in competitive was the RNG of marks, because you could go into a game as Kindred and get 3 Scuttle Crab spawns back-to-back and just pretty much instantly win the game on the back of where the mark would appear.
And looking bot lane right now, we do see Maxwell is down there already on the Gragas, so Exile should probably just go back to mid lane and continue actually playing it safe, slow and steady, Unicorns of Love. Xayah definitely is one of the AD carries who needs a few items under her belt before she really can take over the game. And right now we actually see Unicorns, as you said before here, Drake, is not really going too aggressive, and it's a good thing to see. It's a good change from them. Also, I have to say, Misfits are not really putting down much of a challenge. Maxlor have not found much of an opening here on this Gragas. Still flash available, still ulti available. He's level 7. You should definitely look for a gank top lane against Visichachi, where you have Kled, or you want to go bot lane and try and punish the Xayah Rakan lane. But it is difficult with, of course, the extra mobility on both those champions. Maxwell, though, he's on his way now.
And the question to me, Deficio, is who comes out on top if we both teams just keep playing the farm game? Just keep stalling, not looking for any aggressive plays, just farming up for a few items. Who does that really favor in the end?
I think both teams actually have good scaling. Oh, this one hit.
I was saying, he's going to try to look for a way out, but the chain CC comes in. The quickening, not enough.
That's what we wanted to see from Maxwell right there. Start ganking, start being active. You got CC in the bottom lane to play around. Kled as well, top lane, can set up another gank for you. When it comes to late game, Unicorns of Love comp is very, very strong with the Kindred Galio protecting Samax. I think actually their late game is super hard to deal with if you are Misfits, where Misfits composition obviously still is strong with good scaling. I think a lot of it then relies on a great Gragas ulti from Maxwell, getting people out of that Kindred ulti so they can nuke someone down in time. If that doesn't happen, then Samax should stay alive and win the fight for his team.
And thank you, Observer Team, for highlighting that yet again another mark has spawned on the Gromp, but have to hold that thought. An aggressive engage coming in on the top side. Visichachi could be in trouble. Power people trying to speed up Alfari. But where is the Shockwave? Bear Trap on a rope. Gonna pull him back. Flash forward for power. Not gonna work in the end.
You guys didn't see that. You guys didn't see that.
I mean, I think they did, to be fair.
No. It's a spectator bug. He totally doesn't have cooldown on flash right now. He obviously thought he can get in range to land a Shockwave and then pull Visichachi back, but that was a missed opportunity. Ball was also stuck on the ground just when he arrived. Now Ignore, he's trying, he's locked to top side. No flash on Visichachi, he should just step away here, Chachi.
Swap comes out, Visichachi now running. He has silenced himself, so he can't reliably get out of this one. No flash either. Hansama just autoing down, taking his time, takes the Lantern in. Do they have the damage? Not gonna connect the hook, but the last auto's gonna do it suddenly. Engage in mid lane, quickness comes out, that's the recombo. And they're gonna grab a kill back on the side of the Unicorns' Love.
So much engage here from Unicorns in the mid lane. They get that one kill, trying to get tower as well. They should be able to secure it, yep. Get in Alfari, might look for a fight.
Bear Trap on a rope, but that's level 10 Galio. Kindred alive, available, has the ultimate. Both sides are going to back up. And as soon as I say it to Fisher, as soon as I say, hey, it's a calm, collected early game, no one's going to kill each other, we get 5 kills in the span of about 2 minutes. So clearly teams ready to look for a fight when they get the chance.
Yeah, I like the return gank from the lane swap with Misfits on top side. Chachi, obviously, when the enemy dual lane is missing, you have no flash. Just step away, you know, just play passive, wait until you see them. He didn't do that, he got punished for it. Meanwhile, though, bot lane tower goes in favor of Unicorns, because Samax just did, and they get a Drake. So right now, Unicorns of Love are getting a lot of gold in the early game. They're not getting punished by Misfits. And this, obviously, from what we talked about earlier with Misfits having the good early game and Unicorns of Love having the good late game in terms of the play styles of the teams, well, then this 2,000 gold advantage at 13 minutes is, of course, heavily in favor of Unicorns of Love, and looks very good now for their late game team fighting.
It definitely does. One man, though, who can have late game team fighting impact on the side of Misfits is Power of Evil in the mid lane, and he has been clutch in the last few games that Misfits have played. Definitely the strongest performing member over the course of summer.
Very, very true. So many games have been about getting Power of Evil fed, either have him go into a team fighting carry or go to a side lane and try and be a split pusher. As you can see in the numbers here, like, he's involved in everything this team is doing. Like 75% kill participation. Damage percent is very high from him as well. This, of course, is when you look at the other mid laners in the UOL CS. So he has been such a key part of this team. Hylissang is looking for something top, and Summer already found him.
Found each other, you know, reunited. But Hylissang, not a fan of that relationship, is just going to leave, walk away.
Typical. Look at the Exile right there, a lot of ages. We saw Ryu do this in the NALCS simply to try and utilize the fact that Galio Q got a bit of a scaling buff, lost base damage, but got more AP ratio. That's what he's trying to now use here. Let's see what happens.
Going in, recombo, eyes on Samix, but it's just going to be a safe way to disengage the fight. Now Misfits around the Rift Herald, but I don't think they're going to pull the trigger there. Not going to risk taking it. Meanwhile, a bit of action on the bottom side, but just scattered fights across the map, no one committing.
We have to highlight Xerxes got that second Gromp as well. He is on 4 stacks right now, so extra 75 range for him on his auto attacks. Very, very good for Xerxes and his Kindred. He's actually off to a great start where he's not really been needed a whole lot. He's been able to just kind of farm. He even secured a Drake for his team. Chachi and Alfari going at it in the bottom lane. No one will go down, and Chachi is a bit overextended, but I think they have enough information on the rest of Misfits to know that he's not going to get ganked.
and I know Quickshot isn't here, and I know you miss him.
So you're going to do your stats.
So I'm going to give you a fun fact. Actually, I'm going to hold that thought, because here comes the fight. In goes the Galio. No Lamb's Respite yet. That means Xerxes is fine for now, but Hillsang needs to make his way out of there. Suddenly, he's getting caught out, though. Power People getting aggressive. It's Alfari on the backside. Lamb's Respite buying him a little bit of time. Ignite has ticked down, but no one's going to drop. Samix and Xerxes going to save the day for Hillsang there, but Exile has to make it out now. Looks like everything's going to be okay in the end.
TPs were used by both top laners as well. Unicorns of Love did look for that fight. They were the ones engaging it, at least invading in, and then it was, of course, Ignite's hook that actually started the fight. So I guess technically Misfits engaged it, but Unicorns were kind of setting up for it. They will get a top tower for it, so it's going to be 3 turns to 0. And right now, what we're seeing from Misfits is they have not been able to find a lot of early game ganks, and all the lanes have just kind of gone even against each other. Which simply means now that Unicorns of Love, after these fights, have been able to always get something in return. Fight in mid lane, well, get a top lane
Yeah,
tower.
more than just a little something in return.
Okay, getting a lot in return.
Yes.
I was trying to be a nice guy for Misfits fans here.
That's fair. And now I'm going to be a nice guy for Unicorns of Love fans and Quickshot, who is not here. This is the fun fact stat. It's a fun fact for the Unicorns of Love, but not a fun fact for the Misfits. This season, Misfits have not won a game with a more than 12,000 gold deficit.
1,200.
1,200. Now, 1,200. Yes, thank you. Now, if you take a look closely at the gold graphs there, Deficio, tell me, what do you see?
I see Unicorns of Love be 2,500 gold ahead right now.
Which means a 2,500 gold deficit for Misfits.
25,000 gold ahead.
Look, man, numbers are hard, all right? It's not as... It's difficult. Bottom line, Misfits can change the status quo, or they can fall down as they have in every other game. They have been making more aggressive moves with that engage near the Baron pit, but things starting to backfire against them, however. Ignar and Maxlor.
Looking for top lane.
Letting the audience know they're interested in this kill by shouting at the top of their lungs. Wave has been cleared. Vizicachi may go down here. Flayed back. Flash away. There's life for now. Kaz not going to connect. Chain CC does come in. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald has been summoned. Vizicachi buying what time he can, but he's going to get taken down. Let's get our eyes on that Rift Herald. Never mind. Got to look at Exile. Jousting over the wall. Bear trap on a rope. Exile running for his life. Does he have enough time not to channel the ultimate? But meanwhile, the Unicorns of Love, they're pushing down bottom side. 3-man strong. Make that 4. They got a Rift Herald backing him up.
We'll get another charge on that tower here, but Misfits, they're on the way. Maxlor, Ignar down here. We see Power Weevil coming from mid lane as well. Will not make it in time, though. Well, maybe they will.
Featherstorm coming out, but there's the charge coming in. Now Samix, no tools left to escape. Lamb's Respite is up. Cersei not going to cast it. Does not want to waste the time. Just needs to make it out of there. Now, the Battle Dance going to take him to safety. Keep your eyes on PoE. Slowing him down with the dissonance. Looking to make it forward. Hillsang trying to dash out. Doesn't have any more escapes, and that's Misfits firing back.
Unicorns of Love here. They tried to set up that play in the bottom lane. They want to keep Chachi top lane for wave clear and keep Exile mid for wave clear. Simply meant that once Misfits actually moved in behind Chachi, they found their first kill. Then Exile suddenly was surprised in the mid lane. That was the second kill for Misfits. And after Unicorns then tried to all in for that bot lane inhib turret that they didn't kill, will get its HP back. Well, then suddenly they actually found themselves overextending in 3 lanes. First top, then mid, then bot lane. And Unicorns of Love here, they got punished. The Kled ulti here from Alfari was key so that him and Power Weevil could make it down to the bottom lane in time to start chasing Unicorns of Love here. Let's see another fight.
Starting out a little bit of poke damage down. Both teams backing out. Have to be careful. Lamb's Respite up for Xerxes. Major ability to keep your eyes on. The Equalizer as well does get laid down. Commitment onto the Infernal Drake. That one will drop for the Unicorns of Love. Misfits prowling in the jungle, but may not be able to get the fight that they want.
Let's see if they actually can get out alive here, but they will lose the mid lane tower. Unicorns of Love are not just walking straight past Misfits yet. Well, he's saying he's trying, but he has a jump, so he's going to be okay. They will lose the mid lane tower for it. I think definitely worth it for Unicorns of Love because they're getting Infernal Drake.
Yeah, when you have a Kindred and a Xayah and a Rumble,
you
Galio a little bit.
You take the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, you're happy to have it.
You definitely take the Infernal Drake. This game though, man, so many plays happening every single time in every single lane. I feel like whenever we look bot lane, there's already a play happening top lane as well. A lot of it comes down to the cross map, and the team's actually not respecting the cross map. Because right there, if you are Unicorns of Love and you are grouping bot lane to try and push a tower, your top laner needs to just leave, just walk away. Chachi tried, but he did it too late. That's why he got caught. Well, obviously your mid laner, just walk away. Too late, he got caught as well. So because we're seeing this cross-mapping where the teams are trading against each other and none of them actually respecting the cross-map, that's why we get so many like kills in these side lanes. And it's 7 kills for Misfits, but they're down in turrets.
Now, Misfits, of course, looking a little bit better when it comes to mid-game shot calling this time around. That was not the case against H2K. Keep in mind, both those games you see on the bottom of your screen are both losses. As Samix makes his way to safety there. But Misfits, after that series, no matter how far ahead they get, I feel like until they kill that Nexus, we cannot have faith that they are going to end the game.
That is very, very true. And one of the things we want to track from Misfits is the improvement in the late game from them. Let's see what happens here.
Combo going in, not going to connect. Maxwell trying to make his way out. Lantern is available, but is knocked back, taunted, not going to be able to grab it. Now has to flash to safety. Xerxes doing what damage he can, throws down the Lamb's Respite. Hylissang going to try to make it out to safety. Will offer a bit of a heal onto that Misfits lineup, and Exile, he's getting baited in.
Chachi's still in the mid lane right here. Unicorns are just chasing in for kills without having all 5 members around them. They're going for more.
Jousting, flash forward. Looking for the disengage. Ooh, pop onto the Rakan. That's going to be enough damage coming in. Misfits grab another one, and Baron could just be on the table.
Yeah, they're actually very healthy. They have 2 tanks as well who can stand right in front of the Baron, so they're going for it.
No Lamb's Respite means no denying the Baron execute. Although I doubt that's how you'd want to use it.
Let's see here. Chachi without ulti. Samux getting caught right now.
No ulti either. May not have a way out of this one. It's the hook over the wall. Ignar not going to get the follow-up. Suddenly Xerxes is in trouble. May not have enough damage. Bear trap on a rope. Not going to connect in the end. Hansama moving up to the top side. Vizichachi looking for the outplay. Can he get it? Does he have Golden? Does not. No Zanyas to save him. Hansama versus Xerxes. Who is going to take it? Kindred versus Varus. What's it going to be? And it's going to be the Varus in the end.
Sama wins the fight right here. Power of Evil gets another kill in the mid lane. 6-0 on this Orianna now. No Nash's Tooth. What's happening right here? Power of Evil suddenly actually going for a build that deals damage.
Hey man, I talked to him about that. He said sometimes it's the right when they're going to put him in the side lane, but when it's all about the team fight, he's all about the team fight. He's all about the damage.
And actually also the reason he goes for Nash's Tooth is when he's playing against things like Lucian that auto-attacks a lot, he likes to be able to trade back with his auto-attack. So there is a legit reason behind it. Obviously just making a little bit of fun of the build itself. They were spending so much time on denying the Lantern click that in the end, they've actually used all the CC and Maxwell just flashes out. And look at the minimap right now. Vizichachi is walking from the bot lane because he didn't want to use his teleport as soon as the engage happened. He didn't even make it into that jungle in time, and now the re-engage, Hylissang wants to be a bro, and then he just gets hit by an Orianna.
That Luden's Echo proc, the dissonance as well. Power reveals so strong. Watch this fight again. Keep in mind, Baron is going on live. We'll get that update momentarily on your screen. And just not a whole lot you can do to escape there. But gonna have to watch the fight. In comes the charge. Does hit Exile. That's the ideal target for Unicorns Love. That's the 4-man taunt. Do they have the damage? The follow-up engage. The knock-up Galio. Gonna try to leap in, but he gets interrupted. Maxlor with a massive cask. And now Xerxes, he's gonna try to play cleanup, but I don't know if he's gonna get the chance. 5 members still up for Misfits. Hook goes over the wall and goes wide. Both teams backing off from the pit.
I like the fact that Misfits are trying to just force fights around this Baron here. They started and they don't stay on it. As soon as they see Unicorns of Love, they stop the Baron, they turn around, they go for the engage. Big team fights happening left and right. This game has been extremely exciting to watch with so many fights from basically level 1. And now we see Unicorns of Love trying to get something in return here. Not getting
Misfits, maybe looking for the engage there. Maxwell running forward. That's the Righteous Glory. Vizichachi now slowed up. Ignar on the way in. Vizichachi no Zanyas either. That's a dead rumble.
And story of this game right there, Dracos. Unicorns of Love, they're always taking a few steps too far forward. They're always overstaying for just a few seconds too long. And then Misfits with Gragas, with this Kled here as well, they're constantly able to actually find the Unicorns of Love members that are overstaying, and they catch them and they kill them. That's why they have 14 kills at 24 minutes.
Baron is started, is ticking down, but Ignar's got his sights set on Exile, who may have strayed too far. Tonk gonna connect onto 3 members, but they're happy to hit him anyway. There is no follow-up from the Unicorns of Love. Exile running for his life, fails the flash over the wall, and Power of Evil more than happy to go Legendary on the back of that play. Baron in the sights of Misfits.
Third time we see the Baron start out. Hook just missing here. Xerxes, if he wants to steal this, he needs to cancel that recall. He did actually cancel it.
How far is he mounted?
Yeah, he has no skull on him, and I think Misfits are realizing they're taking a little bit too much damage from this Baron. They do step away. Still, they are in a good spot. They can keep forcing fights. Kled ulti, Righteous Glory from Maxlor, and Ignar being on point. again on Thresh. What a monster performance from him.
0-1-11. Good thing to see that Thresh in the hands of Ignar.
Well, they're starting it.
Unicorns Love going to leap over a lot of percentage and current health damage in the kit of Kindred. So should be able to burn this one down. It's getting lower and lower. Misfits on the way in. In comes FLICKR. Can they get the fight afterwards? MaxLord, can you take it away? He gets it! Misfits, now they get to play cleanup. A Baron backing them up as well. Exile running. He concedes defeat. Vizicachi drops the price to pay for the hubris of the Unicorns. And at the end of the day, that's the Baron for Misfits.
Fits the game right here, Drake. As Unicorns Love, they thought they had a few more seconds to burn it down. I actually think the call in itself, while risky, it made sense. They're like, okay, look, everyone recalled. We have Kindred. Maybe we can burn it down in time. Few seconds off, MaxLord shows up. He gets the Baron. Misfits gets the fight as well. Mid tower going down. 5k goal lead suddenly for them.
And such a good look for MaxLord, too. Misfits have to be feeling confident now. Baron backs them up. They're going to grab that tier 2 tower for free.
Go back, spend the gold.
Has to be a good look. And I got to say, MaxLord on this Gragas has been such a massive catalyst for a fight. And now with the steal as well, definitely making a good case for player of the game at this moment.
A lot of guys actually in Misfits right now looking good individually, but we didn't get to see the early game we saw from Misfits against H2K because they drafted a Gragas. They wanted a bit more scaling on the lineup. They didn't want to go all in for early ganks. And that was basically in favor of Unicorns of Love. We saw Unicorns get good early turrets and actually look strong in that early to mid-game because they didn't get punished by an early game jungler. But then we've now seen just Misfits use the Gragas to constantly catch out Unicorns of Love.
On top of the Thresh, the Varus, the Kled as well to
all
start
the CC,
fights. So much
all
engaged for Misfits. It's a good look for the team. And I'll be honest, I was skeptical. When the early game was not a massive snowball in their favor, after the hesitation and the poor mid to late game shot calling, I didn't think Misfits could do it, but they are coming back with a vengeance.
And we look at also Unicorns of Love. We've talked about this already, but too many times have they disrespected how fast Misfits can actually engage onto them. That's why they gave up so many kills. By being too aggressive, overstaying. This mid lane tower will die in just a few seconds. Nothing Unicorns can do to defend it. They're trying though.
Ulti comes out. Gonna offer a bit of poke, but MaxLord looking to start the fight. Goes golden, that's an easy cast if he's gonna get it, but in goes Hylissang to back up on the engage, trying to run out there, but just not quick enough. Lamb's respite, a brief pause, but that's gonna be kills picked up for MaxLord. Exile's running for his life. MaxLord may trade his back in the end, but the third stack not going to proc. Xerxes not going to get a kill, and that's the double for PoE. Misfits may just run it down mid.
I mean, it is pushing in for the finish here. They can TP back with Fari as well. Power of Evil's full HP. They got Baron buffed minions. They're going for it.
Xerxes coming in. Exile trying to get his way out. Xerxes just going to get popped immediately. Samix now in trouble. Alfari not going to get pulled in the fountain. Now backing away. 20-3, the kill score. Big gold lead for Misfits. Now moving into the base as well. And at the end of the day, dead even for the vast majority of the game. But Misfits, they change those bad habits. Does not matter what deficit they found in the early game. They find the win here in game 1. Or will shortly when they're done having their way with the Unicorns lineup. Vizicachi can't save it. That's the win.
I mean, the amount of engage and CC drafted on the side of Misfits just made it much easier for them to use the advantage once they got it. Notice how they kept going to Baron, disengage Baron, take the fight multiple times. I think just much easier for them to actually close out the game with this kind of draft.
Look at that Power of Evil scoreline. 11-0-4. Now, Quickshot's gonna be sad he wasn't here for this, but Power of Evil had died once at least every game, 39 games straight. This is the first game in 40 games that he has not died. A clean Orianna performance for sure, and a fun fact stat to back it up.
And Misfits not relying on fancy 1-3-1 with a Lucian or LeBlanc. They relied on going 5-man together, Kled ulti, Righteous Glory, Varus, everything. Combine that, and you get your fight every time. If you can't get a fight with that kind of comp, you're never gonna get a fight.
And the proficiency from Ignar landing those hooks just about every time. MaxLord, the confidence. Righteous Glory looking like a pretty strong item on the back of a couple of those engages. It's a good look for Misfits. I thought it'd be risky trying to team fight against Unicorns of Love, but they make it work.
I mean, we have to remember, when we talk about Unicorns of Love and late game team fighting, we're not saying they are way better than everyone else. Like, this was something I saw people point out as well after the TSM series. It's not like a team like TSM, or let's say Misfits in this case here, necessarily have to be much worse team fighters than a Unicorns of Love. It is just where Unicorns of Love find their strength. It is in these late game team fights where they can find good engages, and they can kind of outplay you and also surprise you quite a lot in the late game. That didn't happen this game because the draft from Misfits with all the engage was just so effective at always finding overextended Unicorns players.
Yeah, and I just feel like the Unicorns of Love composition never felt like it clicked in the way that you might look at those skills and think the abilities are going to work together. Well, Misfits Gaming's got first blood here against Unicorns of Love. Let's see what our analysts think of that first win.
Thank you, Drakus. I also see, the Fisho, that you're sporting that ugly blue pen when you left your beloved black and red Riot pen here at the desk.
It's mine.
It is Odoamnes now. You're never getting it back. But I also would like to jump on what the Fisho ended there with the fact that Misfits had a great comp to make a lot of plays and engage whenever they wanted. So do you think they went for that because they might have had a kind of a mental setback after not being able to finish the game out versus you guys? If you always have playmaking ability, then you diminish that chance. Or do you think it was just specifically targeted at the Unicorns?
I don't really think it's because of what happened against us, because even against us, they didn't have that much playmaking ability, but they had more individualistic champions. They had, when they played us in the second game, they had Zyra Khan and they had Lucian mid as well, and that's a really powerful trio. They can pretty much make plays solo or just group it up and try to make stuff happen. They have a lot of damage, but less CC, but I think it was really good what they did this game, because with so much engage, even if you're behind, you can make so many plays happen, and it was pretty good because Unicorns was trying to play some sort of disengage style and protect style with Kindred and Galio and all this stuff. So I think their approach was pretty good.
Yeah, it seemed to be working very effectively against Unicorns of Love specifically. What do we make of the Kindred? What is the consensus on the desk? You guys weren't a fan when it came out in the draft, and unfortunately for Unicorns, the game didn't play to them either.
Yeah, I have a lot of question marks about the Kindred. I think that
Kindred marks?
Nice try.
You know what? The Twitch chat's going to spam now.
Anyway, the thing about Kindred is something that Odo and I were talking a lot about, was how difficult it actually is for her to get her marks. Because if you respect her goals in the early game, you can really mitigate a lot of what she's trying to do, which is every time you know where she wants to go into the jungle, you can either put wards there, you can focus your camps there, or you can just get extremely unlucky with just straight up RNG.
Yeah, for sure, because say if the Kindred is on the bot side of the map at level 2, waiting for the crab to spawn at 2:30, and the crab spawns on the top side of the map, you essentially just trade the sides of the map and you don't even get your mark. And she's not a good 1v1 champion for sure. Every jungler can outduel her, and she's not a great ganker either. So her only out is pretty much to try and get the stacks. So if the enemy team just tries to play counter to that, just try to control Kindred marks, she can't really do much because she's not a good ganker, she's not a good duelist. So early game is pretty much easy. You just have to control the Kindred.
So we definitely didn't like the pick is what I'm hearing here. And obviously they weren't able to do a lot. However, Unicorns of Love didn't fall very far behind in the early game. So that is an advantage because they fell very hard behind rather at Rift Rivals. But we were waiting for the fights to break out. And Unicorns of Love, they still thought that they could make the engages on the Misfits. And our first replay is going to show that. And our only replay, because in the end, they never managed to kill anyone, even with the safety measures they had built in.
The important thing to recognize here is this is a very classic Unicorns of Love play, where they just try to make stuff happen when they all aren't really on the same page. Hylissang goes for an engage because he's with Exile, he has Xerxes, but you saw where the Rumble is. He's literally walking from bottom lane up with the rest of his team when a full 5v5 has just started off. And it just feels like, why did the Unicorns of Love need to make this play happen? Why aren't they on the same page trying to make it happen? And then why aren't they executing upon it properly? And I just feel like we're still seeing similar issues to what we saw when they went up against the North American teams. Not only were, sure, they were able to get a few early game advantages, but the fact is when they tried to make plays, they just didn't seem to be on the same page.
Yeah, is it just generally them not being on the same page, or Misfits with all their engage tools? Because every time Unicorns of Love go in and they don't manage to kill a target, Misfits have 1, 2, 3 other ways to catch one of their targets.
I mean, for sure that's a factor because Unicorn's lineup doesn't really have that much lockdown to kill any targets. And in the replay we just saw even Xayah was in the river killing the crab. So it was pretty much a 3v4, and Misfits just played really well. They used the TP to counter that because they saw how committed UOL was for that fight. And it's just easy because Misfits has way more engage tools. They have so much more lockdown than the UOL lineup has. Because if UOL manages to kill someone in that initial fight, then Misfits probably can't get those kills in return, and get pressure on the map.
It's a case of making it easier for yourself, which sometimes we ask the question for teams that are struggling, why don't you just do that?
Exactly that, and I think we have to come back again to this Kindred point. Imagine if that was something like a Gragas or a Sejuani like we saw earlier in the day. You know, have a much easier way to set up for the Rumble ultimate. You have a better position for the Xayah to follow up. Galio has an easy time getting in. Like, the reality was that when you have options in terms of being able to make plays, it was very clear that Misfits had so many more than UOL did, and when they tried to make things happen, it was extremely difficult.
That it was. We're going to move on, but before we go, Oduwamne, I gave you a thank you for being on the desk by praising you and calling some stats. So here's another stat. You have the least isolated deaths this split for top laners. That's 9. That means dying when none of your team is around.
Can I have another pen now?
No, I'm going to hang on to this one because I actually do love this pen. But congratulations on that stat. More coming your way as a thank you.
9 is still quite a lot, though, Odo. 9 is... No.
We'll find some more pens in the break. But Misfits Gaming, they're just one win away from taking down the Unicorns of Love. Game 2 is coming up right after this.
But Ignar's got his sight
He
set
has no
on
flash,
Hylissang.
remember.
Moving in, hook goes in, Hansama leaping forward, the minions are aggressing onto him though, that's not gonna be good! The kill traded back!
Come.
I get killed.
We can defend maybe. In the stall.
Good job. I'm coming.
We're moving now.
Holy shit. Featherstorm coming out, but there's the charge coming in! Now Samix, no tools left to escape. Lamster Spike is up. Cersei not gonna cast it, does not want to waste the time. There is no follow-up from the Unicorns of Love. Exile running for his life. Fails the flash over the wall, and Power of Evil more than happy to go legendary on the back of that play.
Tiled.
Afterwards, Maxwell, can you take it away? He gets it! Win here in game 1, or will shortly when they're done having their way with the Unicorns lineup. Vizichachi can't save it, that's the win. Welcome back to the Summer Split, where Misfits Gaming have a 1-0 lead in this matchup against the Unicorns of Love. And Unicorns of Love have to be hurting after that last game, because even when they got to the mid-game, even when it was somewhat even and we expected them to take off with their infamous team fighting strength, Misfits honestly just outplayed across the map.
Exactly, yeah. Again, as we highlighted multiple times, the amount of engage on the side of Misfits literally just caught Unicorns of Love probably 10 times in that mid-game. Like, it went from being Unicorns of Love 2-3k gold ahead in terms of towers. They were like looking good, and then suddenly it was like 7-8 kills for Misfits, and they just kept finding more, and it was the same engage every time.
And it feels like Unicorns of Love just tried too many times to double down on a small advantage, leading them to kind of overextend, and the Misfits say, hey, we have a Kled and a Karagas. Like,
exactly.
You cannot step that far forward. We will catch you.
That's what I mean. I really think Unicorns of Love just kind of disrespected how fast Misfits could engage, which is what we saw from some of the teams, you know, against the North American guys as well. Not saying all the teams, but some of them at least, Unicorns being one of them. Anyway, game 2, Misfits once again on that blue side. They first pick Thresh. No reason to really change that. Elise already being banned away by Unicorns. Exactly the same setup. And we will probably just see the Thresh first pick from Misfits once again.
Why wouldn't they just be happy to rinse and repeat? It was a game plan that worked out for them. Even without aggression in the early game, as we predicted, it still went so well. And Unicorns of Love just go for the double lock in here. We may be looking for the run back, but the Gragas mix up.
So 1-1 or
1-1.
When we get that. So this is actually what I want to see last game from them, because you don't have to take Rakan here due to the support already being shown on the other side. You can just take Rakan now where Exile is sitting in his spot, and then you still get your Resiah Rakan combo. And the reason I want the Gragas here for Xerxes is, 1, it denies a main engage tool from Misfits, and 2, I think it's a jungler where Xerxes has shown that he has scaling, but he still gets some early game pressure, because Gragas can gank early on. He just doesn't really want to skirmish, but he can definitely go for good ganks with body slam, with his ulti. So I think it gives the best of both worlds for Xerxes, a bit of early game, and of course great late game.
Now Misfits trying to figure out what they counter that with. How they want to deal with the Gragas in the jungle. What is the option going to be?
Oh, okay.
Graves comes in. Now, Deficio, I'm a little skeptical, because I think in the past, when we've seen Misfits be at their strongest, it has been Maxlore on a playmaking champion like the Gragas, like the Lee Sin. Graves feels a little bit off the wall.
Yeah, also no engage options from Graves at all, and that kind of backs up your point here. Misfits, when they don't run easy engage comps, they kind of wander around in the mid game, not really knowing what to do, and they rely on like setting up a perfect Dragon or Baron play, which is very hard to do. At least from some of the teams we see here in Europe, and then suddenly they kind of don't do a whole lot. It is obviously picked because Gragas will not pressure the Graves early game, so you get a lot of scaling that you can try and then match the team fight. Enemy team gets a tank, you get a carry. That's what they're trying to trade here on the side of Misfits. I'm surprised though, I'm not the biggest fan of Graves right now, but I want to see it first here from Maxwell before I really want to judge it.
See what it is going to be. Mid lane ban still the priority for both sides. Cassio, LeBlanc, maybe a Syndra to follow. Interestingly enough, Kassadin has banned out, and
I'm looking at Corky. I'm looking at Corky.
I think it's telegraphing it. We're seeing a lot of the counters taken away. Of course, Kassadin just kind of disgusting into Corky. So taking it off the table may hint at what Unicorns of Love have next.
Because last time they picked the Galio mid, which I think the plan around it was fine, but the execution didn't really work for Exile. I think just going for that Corky is a safe choice. And then last pick, top, so you keep that Gragas flex as long as possible.
Renekton also banned away, maybe looking to open something up on the side of Misfits, but the Corky has been locked in.
Now we know that Power Vivo plays Lucian, which is a good matchup against the Corky, and then you can go Rumble top for Alphari, but it's a comp that's very hard to play, and it's a comp that Misfits couldn't really execute against H2K, despite getting that 7-8k gold lead. So I'm actually happy they're not going towards that route again, even though the picks would make a lot of sense in this specific situation.
And the Syndra coming in is something we talked about when we looked at the Misfits match history. Has not always been a priority pick for the team, but one thing that Syndra does offer outside of ridiculous burst damage is that reliable or semi-reliable engage with the force of will into the scatter
That's
the weak.
engage right there.
Yeah. So we may have lost it in the jungle, but we have more than made up for it elsewhere. Jarvan on the top side of the map. Visit Chachi, pulling out the Fiora as well. Top lane is going to be heavily contested this time, and much different in terms of the compositions these teams have put together.
I really like the pick here from Visit Chachi. You're not afraid of the Graves early ganks. You are playing against a Jarvan where, yes, in the early game, sure, Jarvan can be annoying, but once you actually get a bit of scaling under your belt, then Fiora will just take over that side lane. And of course, it's always a pleasure watching Mr. Chachi on some of these split pushing carries. Unicorns of Love this time around, I like the changes they made. They have probably the best champion right now for Exile in the mid lane, safe, good scaling as well. Same bot lane as before, and this time around you got some engage on Xerxes. You removed some engage on the side of Misfits, also important to highlight. And therefore, you might have a much easier time actually now trying to apply the split push.
And now what has changed for the side of Misfits when we look at the way this composition has unfolded? With the Graves in the jungle, do we expect them to make any kind of early game aggressive plays? Are they under pressure to do so? Because I feel like on the opposite side, when you look at a Fiora, you're always, to a certain degree, playing against a clock.
That is definitely one thing you always have to consider, unless the Fiora gets dragged into a team fight and then she's not that valuable in the late game, but that's a bit like a Jax situation. Same with Graves. I look at Graves and Kha'Zix somewhat in the same way, where your early ganks can be powerful if you have CC in the lane to set it up, but you don't have to gank. You can just farm. You have actually pretty good scaling on your side. If you're Misfits though and you play against Unicorns of Love, you typically want to look for some of those early plays, especially around top side.
The fans are out in force. It's going to be game 2, Misfits versus Unicorns of Love. Will we see the same aggressive level 1? Let's find out. Same sides, different lineups. Blue side versus red. Misfits moving out. It looks like they may stay grouped this time around, ready to go toe-to-toe with the Unicorns.
You don't think Alphari is going to get caught again? Has to flash instantly. He probably knows this time around. Let's see, though. The Jarvan from Alphari here should also be a very good pickup for him, just for the stylistic bonus points here for Misfits, where bringing such a good champion for starting fights will help them. And then you have follow-up. You mentioned the long-range stun from Syndra. Yes, it's not 100% reliable as an engage, but if you have a guy in front of you knocking someone up first, follow-up is going to land. Same with Varus ulti, same with Thresh hook. Like, all these half-engaged options from these different champions in Varus, Thresh, and Syndra, it gets very easy to land them when you have a Jarvan engaging for you.
Using that Cataclysm. Now, still, of course, we call them half-engage options simply because it is not a point-and-click. It's not guaranteed.
It's not a guaranteed,
every single time.
It's a skill shot that can get dodged, jumped away from whatever it is, and then suddenly, if that is your only tool, well, enemy team might just disengage and you didn't get your fight. But Jarvan is there to guarantee the engage from Misfits. Maxlow will not be the man we're looking at in that case. Seems to be a chill start, where the only difference is the fact that Samax is pulling right now for his jungler. Xerxes getting off to a quick start here with the blue buff. Graves can invade early game. So one thing Xerxes can do is secure blue and then rush over and try and get his red buff as fast as possible to make sure that Maxlow can't really invade him on his buffs and try and be a bit annoying in the early game. But Xerxes seems to be doing blue buff into Grump, so just doing a full thing. No, never mind, he said, never mind.
Playing with your heart, playing with your artificio.
I said never mind, he said never mind, it's cool.
Now Xerxes was sort of a weak point in the last game. We did see him not really have the same impact.
Thank you, Xerxes. I was like, damn, am I completely wrong here? Is he just going to do like a super slow clear? But no, he is in fact going for that red buff. Point was correct. That's all that matters.
Thank you for interrupting. You were right. Game 1, we saw the Kindred. And the big important thing here is look at that jungle proximity, 27.9. Weeks 1 to 5, 41.2. I think with a Gragas in his hand, yes, he may not offer the same damage that the Kindred could potentially, but we can expect him to be a lot more present in the early laning phase.
Yeah, and I actually think in the early game, Gragas might offer the same, if not even slightly more, in terms of just like a quick burst engage from him with red buff especially. Like it's always dangerous. You got to respect that body slam into W, hit into a Q. Obviously, Kindred didn't really do anything in the early game. That's not what she's picked for. Sadly, the rest of Unicorns fell too far behind. Let's see here, Maxlow. Look, guys, he's going for that red buff invade, but Xerxes,
all right, 3-1
he's not there.
You're winning, fine.
He's not there. He might just say, you know what, I'm going to go gank.
And we have to praise Xerxes for the creative pathing here. Does give him an option. Now Exile a bit caught out here. Keep your eyes on Maxlow. Don't think he's going to flash for this one, but is zoning Exile out of the lane for a decent amount of time. How many creeps has he lost is the really impactful question here.
That really does suck for Exile here. Luckily, no flash used. Maxlow could not go aggressive. Didn't know where Xerxes would be. Xerxes, though, he's just bot side. He's just farming. You know, he didn't get denied anything. He's doing just fine on this Gragas here. And Maxlow is now looking towards the top side, but you can't really dive Fiora this early.
See what they want to go for. Hansama has been locked up this time around, taking so much damage. Flayed backwards, now trying to flash out to safety. Hillsang's looking to chase down the kill. Heal has been popped. Where's the Gleaming kill? The flash forward. That little bit of auto range. That's
That's going to be one kill coming in for the Unicorns.
Xerxes is on his way down as well. Ignore with flash.
Root has come through. That's going to be another kill going over. Samix firing back. Unicorns of Love cleaning up that early game.
All started with that 2v2. We have the same bot lanes as last game. And remember what happened there. Level 1, we had fights. Level 2, we had fights. We get the same thing now in the bottom lane, just in favor of the Unicorns of Love. Hylissang and Samix. 1 kill, 1 assist each. Couldn't have shared it any better, which is actually a good thing for support as well to get early kills for that quick Sidestone and Moby Boots rushing.
Oh, the Moby Boots for Hylissang. Get ready for some roams. We'll watch it one more time, but this fight goes a little bit differently when Hylissang doesn't have to burn flash and Samix doesn't have to burn heal at level 2.
Yeah, just impossible for Ignite to do anything to help here. Power of Evil and Exile.
Could be in trouble. Power of Evil going forward. Over the wall, Power of Evil. Doesn't look like he's going to flash for it, but Xerxes is here. Power hungry for the kill. Oh! He's going to get him in the end. Misfits fire back with the kill of their own.
Oh, no. No, that's never supposed to happen.
But it did.
It did. He could just walked away multiple times.
And here's the thing. As good as bot lane looks right now, Hansama 10 CS up. Of course, some of that's going to get back from Samix, but look at the mid lane. 39-23.
There's a bit of a curse here for the Unicorns of Love, because I often feel like when they get early kills in the side lanes, Exile ends up dying in the mid lane at the same time. Now Samix, he's alone.
Flay back.
Oh, nice flash. Good flash.
Guz get the root down. There's the lantern. Ignar playing savior. Hansama there to back the team up.
Chachi cancel his teleport as well. Ignar will have to go back to base together with Maxlor. Good flash here from Samix, making big plays. So Exile, he's trading in the minion wave with the cannon hitting him as well. Power of Evil wins this one. Now if you're Exile, like, just try and walk out. But he feels safe because Xerxes is there and he can't really walk down towards the river due to Ignar showing up, and he just suddenly felt like he couldn't really go anywhere.
Oh.
And it all started with a trade he never had to take in the first place.
It's hard to watch, but now Power of Evil could be the one who's in trouble. Does have the flash available. Not even going to pop it, unfortunately. Not making an impact there in the mid lane.
We also got to talk about Power of Evil very quickly right here. Playing it very cool. This gank here didn't just panic flash or anything. The last trade, same thing. He had cleanse ready for the exhaust from Exile. He lands every single skill shot and he knows he can chase the kill. So just great play from Power of Evil to get that big advantage. And that's always the key thing in League of Legends. When one player makes a mistake and dies, well, most of the time it's because the other player on the other side made a great play and punished.
Absolutely, and now it gets harder for the Corki. No exhaust, level 6 Power of the Evil with a Lost Chapter and Endurance Ring. That could be disaster. Exile gonna have to play safer than he may have ever played before if he wants to survive this laning phase. And Misfits well aware of that fact. They're gonna put their sights on that dragon.
Yeah, I had this discussion with Pacer Time, who was trying to learn to play Corki in solo queue. Like, Corki as a champion, you might think you're strong in the early game and you should go bully the other guy. You don't have to. You are a scaling monster. Every item is fantastic for you in terms of quick power spikes. So when you play Corki in solo queue specifically, just farm in the early game. Your Q is very hard to land because it's that slow little balloon flying at them. So most of the time when you go to try and trade with Q, you miss yours and they just trade back with whatever skill shot they have and you just take them a lot of damage for no reason. Just farm in the early game, get your Trinity Force, and only really play aggressive when you get your package. Because then you can ping bot lane, ping top lane, try and make a big play. Before that, you don't need to do anything. Exile tried. He died because of it, so now everyone in solo queue can see what you're not supposed to do.
Unfortunate state of affairs there, but Hylissang continuing to play aggressive on the bottom side. And we look back mid, and you can see things are getting worse and worse. Had that Scat of the Week connected, Power of Evil may have just gone for the ultimate. Exhaust is up for Exile, which does mean it's pretty hard to kill him under that tower. But moments ago it was, you know, who's going to win in the trades? Now it's, can Exile survive in the mid lane? And that is not at all where the Unicorns want to be.
And this now puts us in this situation where it's always Power of Evil roaming first, because Exile, he's stuck under his tower. He can't leave his lane, which means suddenly Maxlor gets free access to the river, to the enemy jungle, on this Graves here. He doesn't really have to be afraid of any fight because he knows his mid laner will show up first. Power of Evil right there, you see his Orianna from last game. 11-0-4, didn't die for the first time in, what do you say, 30-something games?
39 games.
39 games. Not great performance from him, but set up very well by his team and all the engage.
Definitely, and it feels like this time around, Exile giving him a small advantage in the early game could just be the advantage that he needs to have a similar performance to game 1. Finally getting his hands on that blue buff will just continue to pressure Corki in. And Unicorns of Love, I don't think they're going to find an advantage in this mid lane. They're going to have to find it somewhere else. And bot lane,
going pretty well for them so far, whereas Vizicachi is happy in the top side of the map. We've talked about this. The later it goes, the more comfortable Fiora is on that side lane, approaching that first item.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those games where they will rely on Samax and Chachi as the big carries, at least for now. Obviously, late game XL can definitely join in on this Corki here, just slightly delayed. We get a pause. It seems to be Power Vivo after he landed that stun onto the Corki. Must have been something wrong for him. Trying to explain that.
Misfits pause. We will update you on context as Deficio's just spitballing right now. He did make the icon, though. He's like, hey, look, I threw the ball, and then...
I think there was just 2 fingers raised there as well, so something about hitting a skill shot.
All right. Well, we'll update you on that as we go along. In the meantime, this is kind of the thing that we wanted to see more of from the Misfits in terms of having a very strong early game. Unfortunately for Misfits right now, it's only happening in the mid lane. And the mid lane was a noted point of weakness for the Unicorns in the past. So if anything is going to suffer, I feel like Unicorns Love are fine sacrificing Exile, at least to a small degree, because they have a bot lane that is doing well. They have a top laner who is going to continue to scale. And you said, Corki, he is that scaling pick the later we go.
Yeah, the only problem is when you are in the situation where your mid laner is dying, it just means that your side lane, so Chachi and the bottom lane, they just can't make any mistakes. Because if they suddenly make a mistake and also die, you have 2 losing lanes. And that's really hard then to play against. So right now, all the pressure is actually on Samax, Hylissang, and Vizicachi to play almost a perfect early game. They cannot afford to make a mistake like the one Exile made, so that Misfits just get a big advantage. But obviously, important to highlight as well that Maxwell is not on that ganking beast, like crazy ganking jungler. He is still farming on this Graves here. He's actually allowing Vizicachi to sit and free farm in the top lane, and that can be big for Unicorns.
And it does make it difficult to shut down the bottom side of the map or the top side of the map. Just an update, folks. Power Evil has reported a bug. League officials are investigating. I will give you more context as it gets to me. However, in the meantime, as they investigate the bug, you're going to be joined by the sultry sounds of Deficio as he sings his favorite song for us.
No.
I got one chip.
I will not sing my favorite song. I don't even know what my favorite song is right now.
We have been listening to a lot of pop music, I feel like, so it's probably something that people would disapprove of if they
No. It would definitely be like, you know, a proper rock and roll song.
Oh, proper rock.
Like the ones we listened to today.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Dire Straits, Money for Nothing, something like that.
We built this city?
No, not We Built This City.
That was eclectic music for sure.
Yeah, this guy gets it. Imagine Dragons with Warriors.
There you go.
That's the favorite song.
Definitely favorite
That
World
actually
song.
is a great, that is the best World song we've definitely made.
That was well timed. Good job, Riot Games. I wasn't around back then, but man, that was hype.
Back in the glory days.
Now, if we could play it right now, not saying that we will, but if we could, during a pause, I would find that very funny.
Is that what we need during pauses? Like
just epic music.
I think we should
tension builds, folks.
Get like a live performance from Imagine Dragons when we have a pause. They're just sitting ready backstage waiting for this.
We're going to need to give them like 30 years and like 6 bad albums, I think, before they're going to be like, yeah, we'll be your backstage, ready to go band.
That's what we need in the ULCS, though, man. I don't see any LCS having that, and then suddenly, you know, 1-0.
There we go. That's how I find the edge. If we ever go play in NA and lose, we're like, guys, we didn't have a live band. I don't know what you can expect from us.
Let's see, this game there, we see, of course, the coaching staff from Misfits sitting ready backstage. Very happy with the first game. Good pick and ban phase. The players obviously can't really do a whole lot in this situation other than wait for officials to look at that play from Power Vivo and the reported bug.
And it's a tough spot to be. You can't talk to your team. You have to stay focused. I've talked to Reckless in the past about this, and he says it can be very, very frustrating because you're sitting there, you know what you want to do, and you can't think about anything other than that. You can't lose that thought. What are those flash timers? You have to remember. Time is not actually passing, but you need to remember there's 3 minutes left on that flash. You need to remember that this is the next play available for us.
Yeah, and also at the same time, obviously the Misfits guys, they can't really see this, but we actually see Unicorns of Love. They're invading for the bottom side. They have Corki and Gragas on the way down to try and kill Hansama and Ignore. So right now, you are sitting in that situation where as soon as the game gets unpaused, Hansama and Ignore need to be ready for a lot of action to happen instantly. And if you're just unfocused for a few seconds, getting right back into it, it might mean you just die straight away.
situation where you're just mashing the buttons, waiting for it to happen. Well, League officials are investigating the bug reported by Power of Evil. In the meantime, we're going to go over to the analyst desk for a look at the early game as we sort out what is happening. Hello.
Thank you very much. I hope we can get into game again really soon. So let's have a little catch-up of what happened so far. Maybe your kind of views on the picks and the bans. Interesting top lane matchups coming in. Jarvan versus Fiora. How's that going to evolve? There isn't big of a difference now. They're, well, 10 CS up for the side of Vizicachi, which is to be expected, I would say. It's not a huge... No, actually, I'm just making that up. I actually don't know. Where should he be at this point?
He should go for Jarvan early game because that's the hardest part of this matchup for Fiora. If she manages to get through early game, then has clear sails to just take over the game. So the fact that he's 10 CS ahead just makes it even better for Fiora because it only gets easier from this point.
It's exactly what I meant, Odawamni, but thank you for backing me up there. If we look at the rest of the picks and bans, I was quite surprised that Graves coming out just because it's something that we have seen fallen down in priority by, well, a lot recently. Some junglers were banned out, though, so how do you think they sculpted their composition around this in the end for Misfits?
I think that they wanted just some kind of scaling jungler to match that of Gragas. I'm surprised he didn't go for some kind of other Cinderhulk jungle like the Sejuani we've been seeing, but that just indicates that he hasn't been practicing it and that they weren't that interested in getting an early game jungler like a Lee Sin or even a Kha'Zix that does have that scaling element. So he wanted something that can match the scaling of Gragas, can trade fairly well with it early on, and has the ability to counter gank. So far in the early game, he hasn't been able to do that because the early deficit the bottom lane suffered from, but I think that from a composition-wise, it'll still offer a fair amount of damage in the mid game, and it still synergizes fairly nicely with the team fight comp that they've been able to build themselves.
Yeah, we aren't there yet in the mid game for this game, but as you said, there were some advantages. Unicorns of Love decided to go to the bottom lane, which is a better start for Xerxes. He's able to play on the Gragas, he's able to get a couple of kills, which should propel them. So do you think that the advantage they're building up in the bottom lane will spill over to the rest of the game, or are we still waiting to see what will happen?
Well, the fact that he's already gone for very early Moby boots suggests that the Rakan is looking to try and spread that. He tried to go for a gank in mid lane too, so I think that it is proactive play that we're seeing from the side of the Unicorns of Love, but Misfits are responding well. The fact that they went immediately to the bottom lane to try and set up a dive, even though they don't get any kills, they're trying to pressure Unicorns of Love early to prevent them from trying to snowball this early lead, like getting the flash out of the Xayah, burning the teleport as well. You're looking at a lot of great plays and big summoner spells being used that just slow down Unicorns of Love and make their game a little harder.
Yeah, and that's the Moby boots for Hylissang on Rakan. Odawamne, you were saying, so annoying. Supports are actually the most annoying players in the game because they can always show up in your lane, and Hylissang is great at that.
Yeah, I don't know. When you play against supports, and there's always those supports that they see you running and wanting to get the base, and then they start chasing you. And even though they will have to base as well, because they can tank tower shots and everything, but if they stop your base, then they did their job. The more annoying you are as a support, the better a support you are.
So how annoying are you generally in game, Verius?
I'm just generally annoying.
All right.
That's just a feature of me.
I don't agree. I think you're wonderful. Who was annoying, though, for Exile at least, was Power of Evil in the mid lane. We're going to take a look at another kill. Well, the kill where Syndra managed to get the upper hand over Corki, which obviously was a bit of a misplay and a bit of a good play. But unfortunately, for Exile, I feel like this is one of those things with the struggles he's been having that might tilt him in the game. So I do hope that that's not the case.
The thing is, I think the fact that he tried to trade into Power of Evil when there was a massive minion wave against him was the first falter, but something that Odawamne highlighted, which I thought was really impressive from Power of Evil, was the fact that he used his cleanse just as the Q lands, right? So it doesn't matter if he's trying to cleanse the Exalt, like all he cares about is guaranteeing that Q damage hitting the Corki, because he knows that's all he needs to get the kill, which is why he effectively cleanses nothing, but you see that he was thinking things through and he was calculating the amount of damage output that he needed to secure that kill. So mad props to Power of Evil for recognizing that.
Mad props to him. Indeed, we are still waiting to get back into game. We should be into game shortly. About 2 minutes is what I heard just a second ago, so we can think about what can happen in this game. We had a tweet from Janko saying Unicorns of Love will certainly win this game with this draft. Quote me on this, which we are in this case. I know you want to run that later in case they lost and laugh at him, but I'm sorry. We had a break, so we had to bring it up. But honestly, if we do look at these two comps, knowing that it is even right now, if we look at scaling, if we look at team fighting, who has the upper hand, Odawamne?
I feel like the mid game from Misfits is better, even though you have kind of Graves that he doesn't really do anything spectacular, or he brings this kind of damage, but you do have Syndra Jarvan as your mid game, and they had some support, I forgot what it was, but it doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, so your mid game is really good because you have a lot of flame making from those champions. Your damage is pretty big, Jarvan's mid game damage is pretty big, but I think if Misfits doesn't make a lot of plays in the mid game, and Fiora becomes this huge side lane threat. It's going to be really hard. Couple that with Corki, with his really good scaling. If he manages to get through the mid game with all this damage coming from Misfits and all this engaged, then I think UOL has this game.
Well, also traditionally thinking of people that can tilt it for the Unicorns of Love, Vizicsacsi is someone that even if the Unicorns of Love are down in gold earlier in the game, he's always up and he's always has the ability to turn that around. And when he has the Fiora in his hands and he is already up on his counterpart, that should spell bad news for the Misfits.
Yeah, Vizicsacsi is always a player that you have to watch out for. But I do have to give credit to Alfari and how well he has been playing so far from what we've seen of this series too. And what I just want to see from Misfits is proactivity. So far, in the early game, they've been pretty active on the map, but they need to continue that up. Get that Jarvan moving around the map, take advantage of the level spikes that he has, and pair it up with the Syndra, as Odo was saying.
We are ready to get back into game. Great analysis on 9 minutes of gameplay. Nailed it, guys. And we're going to get back into game and see more of that gameplay. So casters, take it back.
Thank you very much, Shox. Just as an update on the bug, it was a visual bug for Power of Evil relating to Corki and his phosphorus bomb. It was intermittent, so League officials have restarted his computer, and we should be getting back into game. And everything will hopefully be honky-dory, which is an expression that no one other than my grandmother used growing up. So hopefully some of your elderly viewers know what I'm talking about. I don't know. I
thought it was my English that was terrible. I've been like, oh, I must have completely missed that word.
Yeah, definitely not a phrase that you need to learn.
No, are you sure?
Although I really wish...
Sound really
when
good,
you were
though.
learning English...
I will use it next week. I promise you.
That someone had just taught you all these old phrases, and you would just speak a weird, different version.
I had a fan tell me yesterday I should say rød grød med fløde here on the cast, and now I just did, which is a Danish phrase where it's like a tongue twister in Denmark, and all the Danes at home can try and say it 5 times. Almost impossible.
It's a tongue twister in English, too, from what I've heard. But now we're going to look at the game. Remember, as a status update, Power of Evil is dominating the mid lane. We are now seeing a little bit of a lane swap coming up. Misfits moving to the top side. When we were talking earlier, pressure on Vizicsacsi, Samix, and Hylissang to find a lead for the team. Nice parry coming in for Vizicsacsi.
That's the thing. Before the pause, we mentioned how right now, Maxlord is kind of allowing Vizicsacsi to free farm, and that's not a good thing. They're going for it, though.
Moving forward. They know that the riposte is down. Alfari. He's hungry for it. Where's the Dragon Strike? Not going to go for it. Nice escape from Vizicsacsi in the end.
Meanwhile, bot lane, Unicorns, they're still pushing. They have no reason to back away at the moment. Wait, Ignar, what is he doing?
Dun, dun. Yeah, that's an ignite. Oh, the healing coming in. Vizicsacsi. Oh my God, outplayed. Outplayed. Whoa.
Don't try that at home. Oh, Ignar, man, he thought he had the easy kill with his summoner spells as well, but Vizicsacsi completely outplayed. That was like such a huge play for Vizicsacsi.
That's a tilter. That's a tilter, folks. Respect to Ignar for going for it, but you flay and you ignite and you walk away and you pray he can't. It's a learning moment.
Don't look back. Just walk away. Just walk away.
Leave the gasoline, man. You don't need it.
I hope it's enough. Oh, this Rift Hell study is actually kind of risky because we have a lot of Misfits guys around, but they don't have a ward specifically at the Rift Hell itself. And Xerxes jumped over the wall with Body Slam. Now Ignar is checking. He finds the Rakan. They actually managed to sneak this, even though Maxlord was at the Grump. Varus had fine push early on in the top lane, and Syndra was pushing mid lane, and they still managed to sneak it.
And now they're moving forward. The Rakambo goes in. Now they're trying to lock down Hans Sama. Double daggers, but...
Very uncoordinated right there. Clearly, Samix was not ready for that one to happen.
Xerxes going over the wall, hitting Ignar. Blast Cone, knocking their separate ways. Ignar not going to die again. And as exciting as those few little plays were, I think really good look from Unicorns of Love. I feel like Misfits, the second Ignar went down, pulled their foot off the gas, playing a little too cautious. Now Power of Evil maybe looking to find Xerxes.
Can flash over. We'll have to.
Oh, Cask. Buying a bit of time. Is just going to flash over the end.
Yeah, so that was like the first 10 seconds back after the pause. We had a few big plays happening right there. Chachi gets a kill. Very important for him in terms of scaling. So Ignar sees it, flash, Ignite gets a hit down, and now Vizicsacsi.
Oh, the hook.
I mean, he's just getting
He doesn't even BM.
Back.
Look at that. Chachi is so respectful. I would have spammed laugh so hard. He just backs. It's all business. It's all business for Vizicsacsi.
This is every game for him. Everyone tries to camp Vizicsacsi and kill Vizicsacsi. Just another day at the office.
Now it's looking good. 1-0 up on the Fiora, about even in the farm with Jarvan. Gave up a little bit of that lead as top lane was pressured out. But the bottom lane doing pretty well for Unicorns of Love. The top lane definitely stepping up. And Exile get a bit of time to free farm.
And also that Rift held now over to Unicorns of Love. Another thing we want to track after Rift Rivals for the Unicorns is the early game warding. You know, how much control do they actually get on the map? Control ward specifically, something we need to look at. We already see one from Samex right there, the AD carry who bought the least during Rift Rivals, but he's been a good boy and picked one up this time around. And now they need to set up their vision because they lost all of it after they got the Rift held and backed away. Meanwhile, though, Samex is getting caught out.
Featherstorm comes out. Power of Evil's waiting for it before he pushes the ult. Does throw it out. Heal will save the day. Smart use of the heal from Samex. Uses it before the Grievous Wounds are proc from the Morellonomicon.
Also important to highlight that right now Xerxes is sitting with the Rift held, ready. Can't really use it because Samex is forced back. Power of Evil controlling the mid lane again.
Side subs from Vizichachi. Nice parry. Is going to get aggressive moving forward. Vizichachi locked in the pit. I don't think he's going to get a chance to get out of this one. A little bit too cocky there from Vizichachi. Nice plays from Misfits.
Yeah, let's remember that Samex just went back to base and Exile was just coming from top lane. That fight was kind of random from the Unicorns of Love, and they didn't actually have that vision control we just mentioned to see how many guys are around this mid lane. Had Ignite not been there, great, it would have been a good fight, but he just walked up the river and they got it.
Hillsang play backwards. Bye-bye. Rakan just disappears instantly. Misfits may have to give up the Ocean Drake, though, in exchange, but...
Nah, they're staying.
Keep your eyes on Cersei. The Gragas, is he going to try to go for the steal? Decent creep wave building against the Unicorns of Love in mid lane. Now the move forward from Alfari and the back off. That is just the Ocean Drake secured.
And we see a few picks now, a few kills for Misfits. One for Alfari. Important to highlight. Power of Evil as well. Of course, got in that first blood earlier. Is that looking very... What's the first blood? He got to kill mid lane. It wasn't first blood. He got to kill.
We got the kills bot side.
That's fine, it's fine. He got a third blood.
Third blood.
I'm trying to say third blood here, but I'm not a native speaker, you know.
Normal League of Legends concept, third blood.
Yeah,
not quite
blood.
as important as first blood.
No, who gets
comes up all the
blood?
time. Yeah. Waiting for seventh blood now. Xerxes, of course, is going to run out of time on that Rift Herald. Unicorns of Love will have to find a pushed lane to utilize it. Come on, Exile. Kill it a little faster. Friend's trying to back.
Well, Vizichachi is still the guy we're looking at for Unicorns of Love. He's still slightly ahead in CS. He got that first kill. He will outscale the Jarvan, and he will win the side lane split push. But obviously, Jarvan will look to join team fights with the rest of his team here. Xerxes gets the Rift Held down in mid. It's good position because the Power Viewer was not there to kill the wave early. He's trying now to get rid of it, but we at least get a big charge.
Scatter of the Week can be used on the Rift Herald. Hillsang trying to run to safety. Nope, that's the deletion, and now the fight is starting up. Oh, Exile hooked up out of nowhere. Double kill for Power of Evil Misfits. They don't care about the Rift Herald. They're killing champions.
Yeah, and again, we have to, of course, praise Power of Evil and Ignore for setting up these kills here, but Unicorns of Love, what are you doing? Like, they're just walking straight down, completely disrespecting Misfits. 2 games in a row now. And they get caught, they die, like... Why do you need, as a support, to go in and hit a tower? You don't have to. You are not needed when it comes to killing turrets. And yet, Hillsang finds himself overextended, and he dies. Just a free kill for Power of Evil.
And we look at the weak points right now in the game. Exile struggling in the laning phase. Maybe that's something Unicorns of Love can come back from, but they can't handle over-aggression as well.
You don't have to hit a tower here. You are Rakan. You deal like 20 damage to it.
He wanted the fight, man.
He was probably looking for a potential tower dive.
And to be fair,
the hook
Exile was definitely set up to use Samex to body block for him, but Samex used the Featherstorm, so...
That's why we talk about the kill onto Hillsang more than, of course, the one onto Exile, because it is hard when there are multiple guys around and the hook flies out, and then suddenly one guy dodges and then you get hit. It's kind of hard to blame you for that. But the fact that this could even happen in the first place with Hillsang dying, that's the problem for Unicorns of Love. And once again, if you keep looking at the minimap, Unicorns can barely see anything. Like, they have so little control of the actual map, which means whenever they do step forward to hit something, they don't know how many members from Misfits are around. They don't know how close they are. They don't know who's going to show up first. And that just means it's very easy for Misfits to catch Unicorns. They will find Alfari with this ward here. It's good at least. Alfari just walks away.
Rakambo is going to connect on the back half, but Alfari with the input buffer will make it out with the flag and drag. And... we saw that vision moments ago. Unicorns of Love already a team that kind of struggles to play around missing members. You know, incredibly good when they have all 5 members on the map. They know where they need to be, but the lack of warding is just going to be brutal for this team to play against. For now, though, they seem content to continue to be aggressive on the top side. Vizichachi maybe hoping to bait something in from Alfari. He has Hillsang there to back him up, but the rest of the Misfits are just pressuring in the mid lane. Syndra content to move on to the bottom side.
So we see Misfits with that 2k gold lead and double Ocean Drake. Fantastic for the mid game. Heard Oramna talk about this as well, how the Jarvan Syndra combo, once you are sitting in that mid game, about 2 items we're looking at, the burst damage is crazy. There are ways you can start fights with the Jarvan to then set up that combo from Power of Evil is fantastic and very easy to execute for Misfits, so they should be able to keep forcing plays. Right now they're trying to wave clear mid. This is where Maxlar will bring value as a Graves, can offer, of course, wave clear as one of the few junglers. We see Power of Evil move up. Unicorns, they really want to get this tower here, but Ignore, he's looking for more.
Hook goes in, dodged out by the Featherstorm, but burned early from Samix. That's the flag and drag forward. Gonna look to target Hylissang, just gonna use the Battle Dance to walk away.
Why did Alfari not ult onto Samix right there? We had ulti gone from Zaya, we had flash gone as well from him. And yet, he decided to jump onto Rakan. Probably was a misclick, actually, from Alfari. Or he just panicked in the moment.
Flashed out to safety, I believe. Hold on. Exile backing in the pit is going to be hit. Vizicachi, meanwhile, will take down the top tower. Ignar peeking furiously onto Power of Evil. And now the pressure in the mid lane from Misfits may be too much for the Unicorns.
Well, this tower will stay alive for now. But that was one of those moments in the mid game we just talked about with the Jarvan engaging in, setting up everything for Power of Evil. And then, boom, big team fight for Misfits. Sadly, Alfari picked the wrong target with that ulti. Still gonna stand by the fact it was a misclick from him. And he never intended to hit a Hylissang. But Unicorns right now, they're then saying, okay, you just missed the ulti, you use your teleport. This mid lane tower is low, and Unicorns, they really want to take it down.
And you have to be careful here, because there's still a lot of burst damage from Exile. Yes, he cannot 1v1 a Syndra at this stage of the game, but can hurt the more vulnerable members like the Varus on the side of Misfits. Hylissang gonna go back, Exile, trying to pick up what extra farm he can. Or in this case, just running down to bottom lane. But Graves is on the way, Syndra there as well. That's a lot of damage if the Corki wants to fight.
And if you are Unicorns of Love, you don't actually need to fight right now. You need to just let Vizicachi win his side lane. He's so strong on Fiora, who's only getting stronger. Exile needs to just get away here. He's doing that very well. And this tower will go down, and you just have to sacrifice it. There's nothing you can do to defend it. The best maybe you can do is try and trade it for the mid tower that's already low, and then let Chachi go for that top lane tower.
Third Ocean Drake coming up. Misfits are poised to take it if they get the opportunity. Trying to punish Hylissang. He's just going to battle dance out. Rather, grand entrance out.
Yeah, this is a good play from Unicorns of Love. Look how they're not overextending bot lane. They're not overextending mid lane. They're waiting for Vizicachi to make the play. They know that bot lane tower will die. No one can stop Chachi because there's no teleport on the side of Alfari. And he knows that he can't really win the 1v1. And now Vizicachi getting a free tower here. So nice play from Unicorns of Love, actually staying passive in mid and bot lane.
Triple Ocean going to be tough to play against, but happy to have the additional gold to catch the team back up, for things to be just about dead even. Really, the Drake's the only difference between these two lineups at this point in the game. The vast majority of the Misfits gold in the hands of Power of Evil. 201 or 210 CS, 301. This man definitely on a tear, but Unicorns of Love now looking to grab a mid lane tower as well.
Yeah, look how Misfits are just getting dragged around the map. They all walked into top side. Alfari had to kill the wave. Power View wants his blue buff bullet. Suddenly, mid lane tower is open now. Unicorns of Love, by playing with patience, they're actually now getting the objectives. They're getting the gold. They didn't have to fight anyone for this. They got a top lane tower and a mid lane tower without killing a single member on the side of Misfits.
And Misfits, all the advantage that Ocean Drake might bring, all the healing, only matters if you're going to continue to fight the opposition.
Run!
Wait, okay. He can go underground too? That seems ridiculous.
Oh, when you kill him, yeah.
I thought he just went under the water. I thought that was like the whole point.
I guess.
He's like a land shark.
Don't question this game.
I'm sorry.
We have weird things in League of Legends.
Definitely do. But not a whole lot to say after that without going down infinite rabbit hole.
Yeah, you can just honestly pick any champion and you will find something strange.
You mean Birdman, who leaps in and charms people with his, I don't know, dashing good looks? Is that how it works?
I think that's very normal.
Is that the Deficio strategy?
Oh, we have these in Denmark.
Well, Unicorns of Love have the fan base, have the good looks in the hands of Hylissang. Maybe they can find an engage as well.
Don't have the control wards. Let's judge Hylissang.
But they have the good looks.
Let's judge Samix once he goes back to base. Will he get a control ward? That is the question. He did it! There we go. You know, he's getting more and more now. He's pimping up the stats a little bit. Obviously feels bad, man, that your jungler at 22 minutes keeps his refillable potion. Very important with that extra HP coming in.
Shame. Ding, ding.
But well, small things, small things.
Very true. Unicorns of Love still haven't set up a lot of that vision. What little they have is around the Baron Pit, knowing that that is the next major objective. Looks like they want to lay down a little bit more as well.
But sadly, none of the members on the area, except for Samix, have any vision to show for it. Flash away from the hook. Big respect move from Xerxes. Don't think that one was going to connect, but
well,
not doubting Ignar.
First step here for Unicorns is always pushing mid and just make sure that once the mid lane gets pushed in, that you're first of all not getting caught like randomly because there's no vision on, let's say, an Ignar or Hansama, and then communicate. If 4 members from Misfits are sitting mid, good. Tell Chachi to just push bot lane. If you suddenly see only 2 members or 3 members from Misfits near mid lane, you gotta call for Chachi to back away because then he might get ganked in that bottom lane. And right now, Unicorns are not in a position to run it. So look here, Power Vivo on the minimap has gone missing. This is where Unicorns communicate to Chachi. Step back, step back. We do not see everyone on the map. Chachi didn't get the message, or no one told him to back away, and now Power Vivo's probably gonna kill him.
Has to walk away. What's he going to parry? A lot of damage goes down there. Vizichachi not really any options to escape. Tries to get a kill back.
Okay.
Now Hylissang is moving in the mid lane. But he gets out.
He did get out. I don't know if he was trying to just stop the rest of Misfits from walking down, but right now you have 30 seconds on Vizichachi. Hylissang is still going to get caught and die. He might try and execute at the tower.
All right. Hylissang, the slow walk away. Ignar running. Mobies. Can he die? Yes. Execute in the end. I don't want to say well played, but good on him to get the execute, and a little unfortunate that he was caught overextending so much. Power Evil does have to burn Flash. That is pretty crucial in the fights to come. Still has the cleanse, but as the strongest member of the Misfits lineup currently, crucial for Unicorns of Love to shut him down.
And we did though see that Power Evil went bot lane, got that kill on Vizichachi, even though Unicorns of Love actually had members in the mid lane to try and see if Misfits were missing, so that resulted in a fairly easy kill for the guys on Misfits Gaming. They will now walk towards Baron. Everyone is alive from a Unicorns of Love, but Hylissang is far away. But this simply means that Unicorns before, when they tried to set up some vision control here, it just gets killed instantly because you lose pressure at Baron. And now it's actually being started by Misfits. No vision from Unicorns. They don't realize this is happening. They're just pushing mid lane.
Graves, Varus, Syndra, they're going to kill that one pretty quickly. Unicorns of Love slowly moving up, but Ignar just waiting in the brush. 2K dropping.
That's a free Baron.
Free Baron for Misfits. Unicorns of Love not in a great position to start this fight. Keep in mind, Vizichachi has no tanky stats whatsoever. Does a lot of damage. Leap forward, Vizichachi trying to find something. Bit of a slow on to Xerxes. Misfits walk away unscathed. That's pretty bad for the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, if you're 24 minutes into the game without killing anyone right there, can just go in and take a Baron, then something is wrong. Unicorns of Love had lost all vision around the Baron specifically. Of course, Hylissang had died early and was on the way back from base, but no one checked instantly. All the blue trinkets, I think, were on cooldown during that time, and Misfits, without even having like an insane Baron team, made a great call, and they get the Baron for it.
Now, though, Misfits, it's just going to be so easy for them to push in. There is such limited wave clear on the side. That's the hook over the wall. Vizichachi with the parry just in case the flay comes through as well. Unicorns of Love gonna have to give up a lot of towers here without really contesting. They can't afford to approach that cannon creep.
Yeah, mid lane will fall. Bot lane, we have Jarvan pushing in at the moment. 3 members from Unicorns are looking to try and kill Alfari. He just walks away though for now. That means now suddenly Exile, he's out of position.
In the mid wave, Exile, Vizichachi on the way in. Hansama gets the free hits down, but that's the engage from Hylissang. They're trying to move forward. That is going to be the ultimate coming in from Jarvan. The Cataclysm could be huge, but then the Feather Collar pulling things back. Blade Collar not going to be enough. The parry comes in. Vizichachi, can you save the day? Blast Cone accidentally autoed from Max Lord. Not going to get the chance to reload. The shutdown, the double kill. Unicorns of Love striking back.
Oh, Exile, he wants Ignar as well. No flashy on the Thresh.
Just got to walk it down now. Vizichachi on the hunt as well. No hope. He's been here before. Ignar, no chance to outplay that one.
Misfits did not expect that engage because Exile was not there. He was walking from the bot lane, so they thought they had some time to hit the tower. Hylissang pulling up the massive engage right there.
Fat wave on the top side, double Trinity Force Officio. This may just be a broken inhibitor. Unicorns of Love just crush Misfits in that fight. Now they're getting everything on the back of it.
And we have seen this so many times before in Europe, where the other team with the advantage, they're getting everything. And when you think, okay, it's over, it's done for the Unicorns of Love, they find an engage like this. Look, it's 3v5. Misfits do not expect it. It's straight on to Hansama, so he goes down so quickly. Now Exile joins. Now Vizichachi joins. They literally engaged without their carries around, except for Desire. And Misfits just get so surprised that the carries get caught out due to the great engage.
And when you look back at that fight, I mean, we can see Ignar get run down here. Vizichachi almost full health. Now, admittedly, a lot of that is from lifesteal. Exile, full health. Samix, full health. All the damage goes on to Hylissang and Xerxes. You can see PoE, yes, did a ton of damage. Almost 3K there. That is massive, but as the strongest member of your team, when none of the enemy carries are dead, clearly the fight has gone wrong. And the Corky, you talked about the scaling aspect of that pick, 4K damage for Exile.
Now we got to see if Misfits can continue winning fights, because they just lost a big one. Slight gold advantage for Unicorns. First Drake for them as well. It will be a Cloud Drake, so not too valuable at this point here. Also got to highlight the 3 Ocean Drakes for Misfits. While it's great region, outside of some of these fights here, they're not the Drakes that you're really going to win the game with. Like, that's again why we're looking at Infernal and Mountain to be the massive ones, especially Infernal. So right now, Misfits might feel a little bit sad that they didn't have more luck with the Drakes.
And out of combat region, maybe if they win a fight, it makes it easy to go take a Baron, but Unicorns of Love, they don't fight and then give you a chance to regen. This team's all about going in. Once you disable that regen, not something to be concerned with. Misfits can still defend this tower pretty easily, however. Now Fari may be on the way down to try to start a fight. Vizichachi has the TP, but is not nearby.
And I think if Chachi, once he completes the death stance here, if he gets a GA as well, he's going to be almost impossible to deal with in this game here for Misfits. They can't stop him in a side lane. They can't really kill him fast enough in a team fight. And of course, Exile with the damage as well, with Samix backing him up.
Maxwell already struggling in those small engages too, and that is just one terrifying Fiora. 4-2-2 Trinity Force. Ravenous Hydra, Death Stance. No Black Cleaver, no Randuins, no some tanky items on that side lane. All about the split push, and still coming in clutch in these team fights.
Yeah, just one big fight for Unicorns of Love to get right back in the game. And it's looking difficult suddenly for Misfits. By no means over, but you really need your AD carry right now to get some items, because sitting just on a Blade and a Static Shift is not great for Varus at 30 minutes. His damage is fairly mediocre.
Oh, Cloak of Agility.
That's fair. A little bit of extra crit with your Blade of the Ruined King. Not exactly what you want.
Yeah, this is definitely a bit grim.
And obviously, I didn't say the Blade of the Ruined King is bringing the crit. I'm just saying it's not an Infinity Edge he's sitting with. So you have crit with the Blade, not great.
2 of 3 pieces. 2 of 3 pieces. Getting closer. Baron 2 minutes out will be the next big catalyst for a fight. Next Drake is going to be the Cloud. So no Elder Dragon to fight over yet, but the Baron pick could be where this game is decided. However, Unicorns have to be careful to take the fight. They do get a nice little engage there.
Ulti gone now from Hylissang. If a follow-up fight happens. Should be ready fairly soon, though. Meanwhile, bot lane, Chachi is currently split pushing, trying to bully out this Jarvan here. At this point, I mean, he might almost threaten to just kill Fari straight away.
He's trying to right now.
For it.
Flag, drag, leap forward, moving, looking for a little bit more. Parry already used Power of Evil. He just shut him down.
The thing here is, Chachi's doing this before Baron even spawns. So right now, he's going to respawn and be out in time. There's actually no objective on the map that Misfits can take quickly. They have to then look at some of these turrets, which are of course very far away. So 40 seconds left on Vizichachi's death timers here. He should make it back in time for the Baron fight, making it less risky to go for that all in.
Minute and counting down. Of course, just a bit of an unfortunate timing on the riposte, using it right as the Syndra comes in. And we mentioned earlier, without a Death Stance, he has no resistance items, a little bit of health and the Phage from the Trinity Force.
Exile is playing greedy right now, going for that wave. He does have the package to try and get out, but Ignore, he's looking for him.
Moby Boots is just going to walk away, but the package being down will give them the edge in the coming Baron fight. 36 seconds, vision control in favor of Misfits.
And Misfits actually, they should have used the time right here to just recall. They should have gone back to base, stocked up on control wards, walked right back out and just set up Baron. Just literally 5 control wards around this Baron here, make it impossible for Unicorns to walk in and get vision. But instead, they were chasing a kill on Exile. They had to recall now, after Chachi basically respawned. And that's why Misfits actually didn't really get any control on the map despite killing a member in the late game. Because now they're kind of paying the price for that.
5 control wars in the inventory of UOL also means that they can take the vision back in their favor. Now, nobody has any vision in the pit. Misfits, they've got control of the Unicorns of Love jungle when it comes to vision, but the pit may be the more important part at this stage of the game. Misfits still moving forward, still playing aggressive, not too scared without Vizichachi around, know that they have the man advantage, but that Jarvan's going to have to answer eventually. Now comes the push and the pull. Who is going to go for the play first? Hylissang is now going to be in trouble. He's going to get deleted. Misfits may just be able to move to the Baron now that they have the man advantage.
I think that was a long-range stun from Power of Evil into then the flash hook from Ignar that caught out Hylissang. Baron will be started instantly. They want to try and force Vizicachi to choose between going for bot lane inhib or TPing into a fight. He's going for the fight.
TPing in, Xerxes, can he get the steal? Maxlor got it last game. Is it Xerxes' turn now? Samix taking a lot of poke. Power of Evil does so much damage. Engage coming in. Alfari throws down the ult, immediately gets interrupted. Xerxes already used the cast for the disengage. Vizicachi not able to break open anything more than a single tower. Misfits, what are they going to be able to get from this one?
Well, they're still chasing Power of Evil.
Featherstorm, pull back, rooted. Power of Evil going to have to cleanse and walk away.
Yeah, very good poke damage from Unicorns and nice disengage as well. They know they just want to stop the Baron, but this is where the Ocean Drakes can kick in.
Vizicachi hungry for a little bit of blood. Parry is going to come out and block some of the damage from the unleashed power.
Look at the HP coming in here for Misfits with the Ocean Drakes, trying to stay healthy. Not really enough though for them right now. Exile is out of mana, so right now Unicorns of Love probably not in a good spot to actually fight.
And Power of Evil very quickly regenerating right now. Not in a great spot, but from 30% health to almost 70.
He's going to be fine if he just waits a few more seconds. Oh, Chachi.
Both teams waiting. Vizicachi now suddenly on the backside. Power of Evil has to be careful. Exile moving forward. That's the engage coming forward. Vizicachi's on the back. He's looking to hit up on Alfari. The combo going to be denied. Suddenly multiple members are locked up by the bar assault. Hansama is going off. But Vizicachi has gotten one back.
Oh, he gets it.
And heal up. That's the double coming in for Exile. Just enough mana to get down the kills, and that's advantage to the Unicorns of Love.
Great engage from this Gragas here. That was the big change for Unicorns compared to last game. They took early Gragas for Xerxes. He finds a good engage. Rest of Unicorns can follow up. They're still fairly low. Ignar's going to check.
Engage goes in. Ignar now going to go down. Exile solo. Damage goes in. That's the jungler dead. That means no Baron for the Unicorns of Love. Maxlor Power of Evil, but they've got a ton of damage, but can they find the kills? Hylissang running for his life. Scatter the Weak is going to connect.
Samux ulti is ready. He's looking for a potential fight. He's not going to get it. Exile needs to step away, so no Baron for Unicorns of Love with Xerxes dying and still 2 carries alive on the side of Misfits. Let's see the fight again. So they're looking for Chachi first, and then Xerxes sees Hansama slightly out of position, goes for the engage onto him straight away. And at first it actually looks fine for Misfits because they get a kill on Vizicachi, but of course they lose Jarvan at the same time. And now Samux left untouched the entire fight. You still feel like he can actually go aggressive. Exile getting that 1 kill onto Hansama, who got engaged on earlier. And Unicorns will win the fight at first, but then of course lost Xerxes after.
And I thought for sure the 4-man bar assault would be enough to win that fight, but there just was not the follow-up damage. Samix untouched means that it's pretty easy for them to round out that fight. Now luckily Infinity Edge finally coming in for Hansama, but already almost a 4th item for Samix, and he has so much crit.
Big thing to highlight is the fact that no TP available for Vizicachi, so he can't really go to the bottom lane and start split pushing. He needs to stay with the team. He's taking a lot of damage.
Vizicachi in trouble, going to dash, trying to make it to safety. Graves ult comes in. Out comes the Jarvan ult as well, but they're going to save him. Alfari may have overextended. Vizicachi is out of the fight. Corki's on the backside. Power of Evil in trouble. A little bit of vengeance for that laning phase, but now the shutdown on Exile.
Oh, and they keep trading this 1-for-1. This game is so close. Alfari, he wanted that kill on Vizicachi so badly, but Fiora can just get out of the ulti from the Jarvan very easily. Package being used by Exile there to get that 1 kill, and we kind of reset again. Chachi can go bot lane, get his wave, wait for that TP to be ready. And remember, at this point, you can't just all start recalling, because then you might lose Baron straight away. And Ignar, he knows.
And it's such a close game, and I have another stat for you, Deficio.
It better be good now.
Fiora is 8-0 this split. This is the 9th game, and that is the stat.
That is the stat.
That's it. Trevor's practiced delivering those so much more than I have. But yeah, Fiora's 8-0. This could be the first loss or the first win. I wish I was more comfortable calling it either way, but honestly, it's just such a close game.
Look here, Misfits are very far away from Baron at this point. Maxlor's doing a red buff. I don't think Unicorns knew. Actually, they did have a ward, yeah.
Ward.
They had a ward just around the corner. Could have maybe seen it.
And gotta say, Unicorns of Love. Not buying as many control wards as Misfits, but definitely buying enough that they can go toe-to-toe when it comes to vision control.
But you gotta keep that Doran shield. It might keep you alive in a potential fight. Samux, he agrees. Look, everyone now recalling outside of Unicorns.
When Samix walks away with 6 health,
yep,
we will know that Doran's saved the day. Until then, maybe a control ward, but...
Play from before, we see here where Chachi is staying with the team. There's no teleport. Takes all the damage in the world. Good riposto. And then Alfari It's a little bit too greedy for the kill onto this Fiora here, instead of then jumping in. And Power of Evil actually did not see Exile come from the side, so he took so much damage from him. Obviously, when you do package into the enemy team in the late game, you probably will trade 1-for-1, and that's exactly what happened here.
Not a bad trade in the end, though, given how strong Power of Evil is. But good news for Unicorns Love is Exile starting to catch up, approaching that 4-item threshold. Exile continues to poke. Stun actually not going to connect. Hillsang looking for the engage. Suddenly, oh, in the middle of the team is Chachi hungry for a little bit of blood. They're running forward. Maxwell has to run for his life. The cast not quite enough, but suddenly they're trapped in the middle of the pit. Alfari may have made his own grave, but no one has dropped on the side of Unicorns of Love. The fadeaway rocket not enough. Alfari. Perry not going to connect. Golden Aegis trying to buy a little bit of time.
But once again, it's Unicorns finding Hansama first. Alfari still alive, fight in the mid lane.
Ignar now coming back. Samix is going to use the ultimate to try to make it out of this one. Maxor dishing out what damage he can. Power of Evil, where are you? Your team needs you. Cannot fire back. Exile throwing out the damage. Jarvan still running for his life. The exhaust down to the Power of Evil. The cleanse back. Power going for a little bit more. He gets the kill onto Exile.
Alfari's still alive. He's still alive. Their HP from the Drakes here. Keeping him healthy.
He's almost 50%.
But Unicorns, they're going for Baron right now. Power of Evil, he's on the way to stop it. Chachi, he wants another fight.
And he has the TP, and there's a wave there as well. Samix now considering to back. Unicorns of Love, are they going to go for the Baron? Samix backing out. Unicorns of Love decide no. Vizichachi pushing alone. But Misfits have been baited in. They think the Baron is being started, and now they have left him unattended. But Hansama is here. Parry comes out. Ultimate follows. Well played by the team. Vizichachi doesn't have the tanky stats.
But Dragons, why is Chachi still pushing? His entire team just recalled.
Blood in the eyes, Deficio. He sees what he wants, and he goes for it, but it is not the right decision. Misfits now a priority over the Baron pit.
Yeah, they can start it. Exile dead for another 10 seconds. Everyone is alive on the side of Misfits. Alfari with teleport. They need a ward behind the wall here to spot Xerxes. They see him with the blue trinket.
They see him.
They know he's around.
Ignar may be able to stop the steal. Maxwell feeling pretty confident after he got the Baron in game one. They're going to keep knocking this one down. Alfari is in trouble. Samix and Hillsang trying to burn him down. Cersei, it's all about the steal. He's just going to walk away. That's going to be Baron for Misfits, all on the back of a single mistake from Vizichachi.
We have seen some very good engages in this game here. We've seen some very greedy plays as well from both teams. Multiple times, good engages from Unicorns onto Hansama. He's been going down very quickly. But then when you see a play like that, this late in the game, where Vizichachi just thinks that he needs to be the hero and he needs to go for that play. Oh. Didn't get it.
For the record, what was supposed to happen is he was supposed to steal it and then ult, and the ult would push him back over the wall. And instead, he left over the wall, didn't steal it, ulted, was stuck there, but Hillsang and Samix chose not to go in. So luckily, Maxwell keeps his life in the exchange.
See what else Misfits can get with this Baron here. They really want to get 1 or 2 inhibs with the Baron buff. 40 minutes in, still so close in terms of gold, kills, team fights, everything. There is no clear favorite right now. Despite Unicorns of Love with great scaling, we have now seen Misfits actually find a few kills and then use that to get the Baron.
And this is the vulnerability of Vizichachi on this Fiora. Full AD, pseudo-defensive items in the Death Stance, a nice defensive item in Sterix, but mostly the aggressive focus now is the QSS in addition to the Riposte.
I love this play from Unicorns, though. They know, okay, listen, our comp is strong. It is really, really good this late in the game. Don't just let Misfits start sieging. They're actually just moving down with the package from Exile. They're looking to be aggressive and land some damage here. Remember, Fiora, 4 items now, almost 4 fully completed items on Exile. He has 2, basically halves right there, combining for 1.
And Alfari on the top side, but no TP to join the team. He's going to need a full 8 seconds before he can make it back to base. Exile's on the way. Cannot see if he used the package to speed that up or if he still has it. Looks like he did. Backing off. Neither team going for anything aggressive. Deficio, there's a Baron, but I don't feel like anyone has an advantage, except for Vizichachi right now, who is going for the 1-for-1. Now trying to get over the wall, leaping forward.
He's so angry!
Vizichachi! This man is possessed! Alfari, I don't know if you can kill him. He has so much lifesteal, but the healing reduction coming in could be crucial. Vizichachi in trouble. The minions are gonna finish it.
They killed Power of Evil as well. He just got caught in the jungle. Unicorns of Love, they're pushing for that tower now. What's even happening in this game? Like, this is crazy. How did Power of Evil just die?
We're gonna have to find out, but right now, the tower siege, more important, more pressing. Xerxes gonna get pulled back into the team. Starting the engage. Gargoyle Stoneplate has been used. Hansama the only source of damage, and they're trying to move forward. Stoneplate used by Alfari. The disengage comes out. The hook goes wide.
Exile is on his way. He was top lane to kill that wave. He's moved all the way down now to try and join his team. There's a top lane inhib that's open. They want that tower, though.
Hook connects. Not the man you want to hook up, though. Now the knockup comes in as well. The follow-up, Ignar potentially in trouble. Keep your eyes on Hansama. He is going to get knocked back into the team and gone! Unicorns of Love ready to break open the base. They've got their eyes set on Ignar and Alphari. They are going to be next to fall. Alphari making it out by the skin of his teeth, but Unicorns of Love now poised to break the base. They may be able to end here.
Let's see, Maxlor, Power Evil just respawned. TP available for Visit Chachi. They have minions as well. Double cannons, but they're trying to kill them.
All about the wave clear, but the TP coming in is going to keep them healthy. Hylissang tries to leap forward, but he will get deleted immediately. Maxlor, Alphari, Power, can you hold the base? Alphari in trouble. Visit Chachi going wild. The tower has dropped. Unicorns of Love pulling back, and for a brief moment, Misfits hold on, but it looks like it may stand against them.
Oh, let's see. They're trying to get that second inhib at least just to get something. They actually might look for more.
Power Evil looking for a little bit of disengage. Visit Chachi getting lower and lower. Has the lifesteal if he can find the fight or the creeps to hit. UOL now backing off. 2 inhibitors in their favor.
Oh,
Massive start. Featherstorm comes out. Bladecaller pulls back, trying to disengage from the Jarvan, but they have to respect Visit Chachi. Cannot forget that he is a part of that fight. That is a massive advantage to Unicorns of Love, and we're gonna have to look back and figure out what went wrong. Why did Power of Evil go down? That is the catalyst that started this play on top of the insanely aggressive moves from Visit Chachi.
Yeah, because right now they're trading 1 for 1, but Power of Evil just walks straight down the jungle alone, not knowing where Unicorns would be, and he just dies instantly. Good punish here from the Unicorns, and actually gave them 2 inhibs. They got 1 Nexus turret as well. Massive advantage for them here in the late game, but we might have to wait for an Elder Drake to spawn, because right now Misfits are looking to just defend the base for as long as possible, and Unicorns, despite having only 2 Drakes, getting that Elder Drake will give them a big enough buff, combined with the strong late game, to then finish the game itself. You got full items now on Samax, almost full items on Exile. Like, their composition is so good here in the late game with double AD carry and a Fiora who is definitely on the warpath in this game here. Visit Chachi is crazy.
But it's working.
It's working sometimes. It also did backfire.
He gave up a Baron, but he also started a play that gave them 2 inhibitors.
That's true. That is true.
Probably worth in the end. Everyone very aware of the healing that he has. Moral reminder coming out for the Graves as well as the Varus. They do not want to deal with the sustain opportunities.
Misfits right now, they're still sitting top lane trying to punish Visit Chachi, and that means this bot lane tower is actually not defended.
Power of Evil versus the World. Small creep wave to back them up. No TP to make the minion invulnerable.
They're here now.
And now Misfits is ready. Long range wave clear. Exile going to try to throw out what poke he can. Leap forward from Maxlor.
Let's look at wards from Misfits they can use to TP on. There is only 1 ward placed just across the wall here by Ignar. There's 2 of them.
And Deficio, this is the worst part, is that look at that Fiora on the top side.
Yeah,
if you leave for 10 seconds, she can break that other Nexus tower.
Take your Nexus as well, so you are in a very tough spot as Misfits. Xerxes wants to get that tower down.
Trying to get it down. Lower and lower. Hook goes over the wall. Is going to connect on the Samix, but a beautiful QSS gets him out.
Hansama's ulti just missed onto Xerxes there. He body slammed away from it. That is huge for Unicorns of Love. They've got big waves coming in mid and top lane. They want this last tower.
Visit Chachi. Now the focus for Misfits is they try to break the wave. Power of Evil going to do what he can to clear this one out, but has to respect the engage potential. Hylissang may look to get a little bit more. Xerxes hooked up for now, but Exile going to use the empowered auto. The extra range from the rapid fire cannon to clear that one out. Visit Chachi looking for the 2v1. He may just get it. Leaps in onto Maxlor. QSS out and is going to walk away. Unicorns of Love. They're looking to take the fight. They leap forward. Exile goes in. He's going off. He's looking for a little bit more. The double knockup from Alphari is not going to be enough because Exile is unconcerned. He has the damage. They've got the fight, and Unicorns of Love are moving in, and they are taking down the Misfits. That's going to be game 2.
And this was basically a standard Unicorns of Love game where
this is why people love them.
Towards, yeah,
Look,
exactly.
You can call it messy all you want, Deficio, but at the end of the day, that was hype.
Exactly, but like you always end up with a massive question mark on your face because I feel like each team had won and lost the game like 10 times each during these, like, what, 46 minutes we just watched this game. From giving up kills into Barons to then, okay, you should now be winning the game, and then a 3v5 engage much earlier in the game at that inhib turret where Hylissang just goes in. Surprises Misfits. Misfits lose the fight, and then suddenly the game is in favor of Unicorns, and then it was in favor of Misfits, and then Unicorns, and then Misfits. And in the end, Unicorns of Love actually did manage to then close it
I
out.
want to replay. Unicorns of Love, the Misfits, and If you ever wanted to know what happens when a man goes insane, yeah, the camera. Camera right here. Camera on the event.
It's just really hard to kind of break down in, you know, 1 minute's time what just happened in 46 minutes live.
This was not a game for color casters, but let's hope it's a game for analysts because Unicorns of Love have fought their way back to tie the series. Shocks, please take it away.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I just want to pick back up where we left off when we were in the pause. Let me summarize 2 things. 1, Vizcachi's on Fiora and he might take over the game. And 2, nah, it doesn't make that much of a difference that he picked Graves in the end, but you guys changed your tune because you were saying, Verius, how another pick but the Graves would have had such a big impact in kind of the rest of the game. Can you explain?
I think the focus is the difference between Gragas and Graves.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Graves has strengths, which is like he has decent damage, he scales relatively well, fine.
He can stop smoking. And
yeah, he can do that too, right? Like, one of his big problems, though, is like he doesn't provide the same level of utility that Gragas does. And something that we saw time and time again was every time a fight started, like, Hansama was just kind of getting blown up. He was getting knocked around, thrown into all the carries. Xayah was fine on the backline. Corki, fine on the backline. Like, all these damage dealers for the Unicorns of Love, and a lot of these fights were fine when there was always a threat onto champions like the Syndra and the Varus.
And a lot of that threat, we got to be honest again, came from Vizcachi and Oduwamne. We were talking a lot about the phenomenon that is Chachi. He said himself, if he has a chance to take an enemy down, but he's going to die in the process, he is always going to take that. So in the end, do you think he endangered this game more than he won it? Or did he win it for the Unicorns of Love?
I can't even say that he was the reason of UOL winning this game. Sure, his side lane play towards the end got really, really good. But I feel like more was on Corki and on Xayah and the way they fought. It was just really good from them because Fiora was good in fights. She was cleaning up some fights and she was a big threat. Pretty much Syndra always had to use the ultimate on Fiora. But I think it was more of a team effort than just the Fiora pick.
I can agree. Obviously, Samox on Xayah did a great job. Exile found his targets when it mattered most. Let's take a look at the turnaround fight when Misfits have an advantage, but they push a bit too far onto this inner turret. And there it goes. Hylissang always jumps in.
Yeah, one of the things that Odo was highlighting as the play was happening was just like the positioning of the AD carry, right? Because something we really wanted to emphasize was, of all the people to hit the tower, Hansama shouldn't have been one of them.
Yeah, for sure, because they just got Nasher. All they have to do is play it slow and just let the minion waves do their job here. They didn't even push the top lane. The top lane is just pushing towards them. Usually when you get Nasher, you just want to set up some sideways so you can have time to rotate to them after your main threat is gone. For example, in this case, the mid lane. The mid lane wave was gone, so they could have maybe rotated to the bot lane or to the top lane and tried to set up a play there, but they just had poor side lane management this game.
Yeah, it seems like they kind of lost the plot, the Misfits, when they had to close it out. This was the longest game the Unicorns of Love has played all split, and you know when it gets to that split-second decision-making, they're usually very good in the team fights. But for the side of Misfits, I don't want to be too harsh to them in terms of, wow, this was horrible making decision-making, Verius, because it seems like this was just a very, very tough game to close out on either side.
I mean, that's very true, but at the same time, like, it kind of was awful going on side of Misfits because, like, just backtracking to their series versus H2K, think of the leads that they too had accrued versus Odo's team. Like, they were in a prime position to be able to end that game, and then they made one bad decision, one bad fight. Oh no, the game's suddenly wide open, and you give loads of windows for the enemy team to come back. And one of the things that Max Lord joining the team was supposed to rectify was their shot calling, was that leadership, their understanding of how to play the mid and late game, because this was something they struggled with last split. But so far, 6 weeks into the split, we're still seeing these same issues where Misfits get to a point where they should, in theory, be able to cleanly close out the game, but they just don't properly set up in order to do so.
Yeah, I guess my point was more that after that fight, like, it was more of an even setting and a very fed Fiora that was constantly pushing in the waves on the other team. So it was a more difficult scenario and it was a more forgivable throw. Let's us maybe end on that note. So as we go into Game 3 now, Unicorns of Love had a bit of a better early game than we've seen from them at Rift Rivals. We know that they can close late. So do you think this will push them over the edge? Do you see them easily taking Game 3? Or do you see the Misfits coming back? And what do you want to see from them?
I don't think it's going to be easy at all. I think Game 1, it wasn't really convincing from UOL. Even though they lost, Misfits kind of just played way better than them. With their win conditions, they played a lot better. And in Game 2, they looked really not that great. The early game was better, sure, but I feel like Misfits, overall, even though they lost the early game, they looked more solid than UOL in that early game. So I think if Misfits can keep their heads cool and keep playing how they did in these first 2 games, I think they can still win, because I think this game 2 was a throw from them. It wasn't that you all played better than
Well,
them.
let's not forget also, I almost forgot the fact that Power Vivo was incredibly fed, was almost solo killing all of their members, and then he traveled down to the bottom lane and got caught. That was probably the throw. Sadly for Power Vivo, because he had been carrying most of that game and has been a great influential force for the Misfits. So Veris, do you agree? Will this be a game for Misfits to close it out without much trouble?
I think that Misfits have looked like the better team throughout the series, and I think that they should consider picking or banning Gragas. Like, I feel like it's too big of a pick right now in this series specifically to give it over to the Unicorns of Love, but the same side for UOL, they cannot afford to give it to the side of Misfits. It has too much value. So either take it off the game completely, or you find new picks to answer.
It ain't over till the fat man sings. We'll see who picks him. We're just minutes away from the last battle in this series. You won't want to miss it.
Professional summoners. Holy shit, man.
Vizichachi! Oh my god, outplayed!
Scat of the week can be used on the Rift Herald. Hosang trying to run to
Safety, nope, that's the deletion, and now the fight is starting up. Oh, Exile hooked up, out of nowhere, double kill for Power of Evil. The Feather Caller pulling things back. Blade Caller not gonna be enough, the parry comes in. Vizichachi, can you save the day? Blast Cone accidentally autoed from Max Lord, not gonna get the chance. Suddenly multiple members are locked up by the Bar Assault. Hansama is going off, but Vizichachi has gotten one back. Oh, he gets it. And heal up, that's the double coming in for Exile. He's so angry. Lord Vizichachi, this man is possessed. How far? I don't know if you can kill him. He has so much lifesteal, but the healing reduction coming in could be crucial. Vizichachi in trouble. The minions are gonna finish it. How far? He is not going to be enough because Exile is unconcerned. He has the damage. They've got the fight, and Unicorns of Love are moving in, and they are taking down the Misfits. That's gonna be game 2. welcome back to the decider in this fight between Unicorns of Love and Misfits Gaming. UOL managed to tie the series in Game 2 and look to complete the comeback with a win here. Now, things are getting a little mixed up here as we approach Game 3. Misfits are now on the red side, but it's going to take more than just a change of sides if Misfits want to close out this series with a win.
I think at this point it is actually possible to predict who wins the series. Like normally you have a pretty good feeling.
See, this is my territory now. You remember Mad Max and like the spray paint guys?
Yeah.
You're one of us now. Ooh, you know, just scream at the fights, have a good time, wonder who's gonna win.
We actually have no idea, man. Oh my God, I am so lost when it comes to these two teams right now because we see some really good things from both of them, and then we just see some super wacky things as well from both of them. From being it a Visichachi going for crazy split pushes, or Misfits not able to actually execute anything.
And I can't tell like how much of this is coordinated. Like, guys, we see Power People mid lane. Visichachi, if you go super deep, he's going to look for the flank and we're going to kill him. And how much of this is like, I'm Visichachi, I'm here to kill people, back me up, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think it's the second one more than the first one. It's probably more, the fight is already happening, and you're not going to back away from a fight if you're Visichachi. You're going to chase them all the way into the fountain.
Visichachi never steps down from a challenge.
Exactly, so he went for it, and he got a few kills. He managed to put Fiora at 9-0 in the UOL. See how I'm using your stat from earlier?
There you go. Undefeated in the LCS. Now, picks and bans already getting shifted up here a little bit in Game 3. Nigh identical ban phase.
This obviously tells us that Unicorns of Love want to get Corki in the first rotation when they ban away the Cassiopeia from Power of Evil. Or it tells us that they don't feel like they have an answer to Cassiopeia at all, in case Power of Evil would pick it in his second rotation here. But that would be surprising. Things like Orianna would work just fine there.
Old school PoE champions, both of them, Cassio and Orianna. Rek'Sai banned out as well. Blue side has banned that out in every single game. Interesting trend there. Zach, Shen, maybe an Elise to round it out if you're inside of Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, because you don't ban Elise if you're Misfits. You actually leave it open and you trade. I think Misfits needs to ban Caitlyn. I don't want to see Unicorns of Love get a first pick Caitlyn. I still think Gragas might actually be a very valuable first pick, but obviously Thresh is another champion to consider. Unicorns should look at Elise right now and decide if they want to actually risk playing against it or not. And it seems like they are able or ready to actually play against it. Devarus, in my opinion, an underwhelming performance from Hansama last game on this champion. I don't agree with Caitlyn being left open. I think she is the strongest AD carry right now and a perfect fit for Simon's
Simon's has an incredible track record of putting up great numbers with this. And here's the thing, Misfits can take a lot of power back if this is what's locked in. But, I mean, now you have an Ivern available, and we can look at Spring Unicorns of Love, basically signature composition coming online.
And what Caitlyn offers Unicorns is a strong laning phase, which is something you don't want to give to them. You want to be able to punish them in that part of the game. Now, Gragas is still one of my go-to picks here for Max Lore. We saw the difference, you know, from Game 1 to Game 2, how Max Lore was not really able to have an impact on the Graves. I think the Gragas is the key for him and Xerxes at the same time. So that is a must pick. I'm glad to see it. Support-wise, Braum obviously gone up in value right now that we see him actually being left open and Thresh already being banned.
Tom Kench also incredibly valuable here. Xayah will be the lock-in for Hansama.
Oh, Xayah is not great against Caitlyn. Caitlyn's range is way too good.
I mean, is anything good against Caitlyn on this patch?
You can at least go something like Ashe, and you can actually do fine in the laning phase against her. Xayah struggles in this lane quite a bit, and she needs items to really be impactful. Ashe does not. So I think there was a missed opportunity in my mind. But Misfits might just go for the Xayah Rakan combo and try and camp the Caitlyn lane. That is an option.
Oh,
wait.
This is new. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Xerxes may be known for his unconventional jungle picks, but he is not known for the conventional ones. There is no Lee Sin. There is no Elise. We're going to have to check his stats, see how many times he's actually played this champion, because this is very unconventional. Definitely has not been played this split by him. Just had word from the stats team. Nard followed up as well.
This is the first time Xerxes has played Elise in the LCS. He joined last split. In spring, no Elise picks. Summer split, same deal.
Oh.
All right.
Okay, wait a second. This is... All right, Blitz.
They're going to camp the Caitlyn lane. That is what they're looking to do. Because otherwise, this lane will get pushed on the tower and lose tower at like 8-9 minutes and just do nothing. So they will be playing around this bottom lane to try and punish the Caitlyn. Xerxes, though, on Elise, he can literally do exactly the same.
Okay, I look at this draft, and I see some potential. We see Gragas, great pick for Maxlor, no doubt. Xayah has some potential, maybe a little rough. Blitzcrank, good pick for Ignar.
That's what you see.
Yeah, and I see things that Misfits want. But I look at Unicorns of Love right now, and I don't see oddball picks. I don't see crazy strategies. I see raw power. Elise is banned in nearly every single one of our games. Xerxes gets his hands on it. Caitlyn, banned in every one of our games. Now Samix gets his hands on it. And Vizicsacsi on a Gnar. Not only is Gnar insanely strong on this patch, Vizicsacsi is a tried and true Gnar player. This is... I'm a little skeptical if Misfits are going to pull this one together because this composition from Unicorns Love just looks so strong.
I definitely think Misfits are gambling a lot in this pick and ban phase. Gambles they didn't have to make. I don't think you need to like ban Shen as an example against Vizicsacsi at this point. He plays so many other top laners. Thresh as well. I'd rather give Thresh over and then pick a Tahm Kench or Braum against it than give Caitlyn over. But obviously Misfits clearly had a plan in mind. We just have to see if it was the correct plan or not, because Unicorns of Love, despite it being the first game Xerxes plays Elise, it's obviously a pick he's been practicing in scrims. And if he's actually able to play aggressive in the early game, we know he has good mechanics. He can pull it off.
And Unicorns of Love, normally the team that's about waiting till not waiting till late game, but getting to the mid game, spiking hard on those mid game team fights. Now they do have good mid game team fighting to a certain degree, but they have strong early game in the Caitlyn and the Elise. And
Braum is still open for Hylissang if he wants to play it against the Blitzcrank here. It was only Tahm Kench banned. This is a Power of Evil old school. But I mean, you wouldn't blind pick it.
The crowd wants it.
You wouldn't blind pick it.
He might.
Oh. Boo.
Come on.
You can't go from
you don't have to listen to him,
awesome
audience.
stuff to standard. All right. Vladimir has been the go-to choice for Exile against Syndra before, but also you can just pick Corki if you want to.
Also, Vladimir Gnar, very strong. Galio technically still
There it is.
available. Now, if we look back to Rift Rivals, EU did not have a great performance, but when Unicorns of Love wanted to crush people,
there's
Vlad and Gnar were the picks to do it.
Misfits.
I feel like they've given up pretty much power picks across the board. Vladimir definitely maybe not the case, but Gnar, Braum, Caitlyn, Elise all feel like insanely strong picks, whereas Blitzcrank feels pretty situational. Gragas very good, Xayah situational, Syndra very good, but there's still too many question marks.
So against the Gnar top lane, Alfari here does have the option to go for a carry against it. He does go with the cannon. Fallen out of favor after some of the changes to him, and also after teams in the West realized they can't actually play well with cannon comps because it's so hard to use a pure split pushing champion that brings nothing in terms of engaging and not a strong team fight. So kind of fell out of favor for multiple reasons, but he is a good pick against Gnar specifically. So Misfits here have been drafting strong mid lane, strong top lane. So solo laners, check, they are fine. Bot lane is where we have the questions. The fact that it banned LeBlanc against Exile over the Braum, instead of just denying all the tanks here from Hylissang, is questionable to me. And of course, we also have to see what can Xerxes do on this Elise. Will he perform? If he goes towards mid lane, gets one kill against Syndra, then Vladimir just laughs at Syndra for the rest of the game. That is the thing about that matchup. Syndra will win it early game, but Vladimir will outscale.
And in the past, this has been a very bad matchup for Exile. In his matchup against Fevivin, got too aggressive, looked for too many early kills, and gave up his life on multiple occasions. Now against Power People, will it be the same story? Or can he get that support from the jungle? This is it, folks. Last chance at LOL Esports on Twitter. Hashtag UOL win or hashtag MSF win. Who do you think will take it? And we gave the draft edge to Unicorns of Love. But Misfits, what do they have to play to in order to pull this one out?
Well, I actually think the cannon towards the end does save a lot for Misfits. I don't want to give it clear cut to Unicorns. I want to say, though, I think Unicorns of Love got the upper hand in the bottom lane with Caitlyn Braum, and that's where I want to see some different priorities and bans from Misfits. I think the solo laners, though, and the Gragas pick are good for Misfits gaming here, and they can definitely still win the game through those solo laners.
Well, the draft is done, the comps are locked, the teams are on the Rift. Misfits on the red side for the first time this series. Unicorns of Love on the blue. The Love Hertz crew out loud and proud.
We also have to remember, Drakus here, looking at Braum. Braum is like the perfect pick against Xayah, because when she hits a Braum with shield up, well, there's no feathers falling behind you suddenly... She can't...
Stops right in front.
Yeah, she can't pull the feathers back and use that to lock, you know, down an AD carry or something. Like, Braum is so good against Xayah, and he's good against Blitzcrank.
And this is something that I find scary. I want you to look at Power of Evil, and I want you to look at those summoner spells. Ignite on Syndra, great. You've got kill pressure. I like that. You could interrupt the healing, also good. You're playing against an Elise right now in that mid lane. If a Cocoon ever lands, you're dead. You have no options to get out of that play. So if Xerxes is as good on this champion as he has been with some other picks he's been able to bring out, it could be disastrous for that mid lane.
Yeah, so much can be decided by Xerxes in the early game. Top lane, if you get kills on Cannon, he starts falling behind in the 1v1 against Gnar. Vizichasha will have a great time. Mid lane, as you just highlighted. Shut down Syndra, Vladimir outscales. Bot lane, you don't have to gank it if you're Xerxes, but at least be around so Samux and Helsing feel confident they don't get all in by a max lord gank against this Blitzcrank Xayah combination. So there is a lot of lanes right now that can be super explosive, and because it's Xerxes' first game on Elise, we really have to look closely at his performance. He's getting the perfect start. He will take all the small raptors to get his level 2 as fast as possible. Then he will, of course, get the red buff with the Great Leash. He will go back and kill the small raptors, don't worry. And just leave the big raptor for last. And then you don't use your smite on the big raptor because you want to use that to rush over and get another camp.
And if he has taken a single experience, Quint,
he actually does
he can take a scuttle crab.
Slows down his idea right now. The idea basically is, if you run with one experience Quint, and you get this pull here, small raptors red buff into then like a Rift Scuttler. Actually, you can then gank his level 3. He's gonna take his blue buff though. He still saved the smite, so it's okay. But he could have been even faster at showing up on top side.
That is something you guys can try in solo queue. I highly recommend it. Super fun if you have people who are willing to pull that hard for you.
And I see, you know, bot lane still pull for the jungler very often, so that should definitely be a possibility. Communicate it with your team first, and then go for that top lane gank as fast as possible. Alfire right now, he is pushing forward, but he did put down an early ward. Maybe it's a mid lane gank.
Ooh, and Hansama using the clean cuts passive very well to lay down a little bit of poke. Exile running forward is going to heal up off a creep. But Power of Evil is actually just destroying him in these trades. Now, Elise and Gragas both around the same area.
Yeah, and good things here from Misfits. Early ward from Alfari, early ward from Power of Evil as well to the top side. They are expecting this path here because they know the bot lane from Unicorns came late to lane. So they're like, okay, they leashed the red buff. He's going to go for this clear. They've seen it in scrims. They've seen it in the LCS. So it's not a surprise. That's why the early wards from the soul laners were on the top side, and why Maxloud has poked his head into the river as well to be like, is there an Elise in here? Yes, okay, good. We're gonna prevent you from getting an early gank, and therefore no one dies already at 3 minutes.
And you can see because there's so much pressure on the top side, Power gonna get that back stop. That's gonna be inconvenient. But pressure on the top side means the bottom lane gets to play as aggressive as they want. That means Hansama and Ignar get the push, and now a little bit of vision in the jungle as well. So doing what they can to mitigate the impact of Elise early on.
Also with Unicorns coming late to the bottom lane due to the leash. Now Ignar is looking for a potential gank mid. Vladimir's pull is effective, but Exile, he's just running straight forward.
Has to be careful. Ghost now being used. He will be able to heal, but may want to wait for the healing to go down. Ignar flashes up. Ignite is up. Flash forward. Flash out. Exile going to make it to safety.
Ignar knows it's a trade. Flash for flash right there. Exile will never get hit by the hook. That suddenly means now Misfits bottom lane can't play as aggressive due to Ignar being a very easy target for Braum passive into an Elise gank. Meanwhile, though, AD carries just kind of sitting and farming. No one obviously is going to kill each other right now.
No supports there. I mean, it's pretty hard to put pressure onto the Caitlyn with the range disadvantage. No threat of the hook means Caitlyn pretty free to just approach and poke down Xayah whenever possible.
Look at the early vision from Ignar as well. He just placed in the jungle. It's on the camps right here. One where we see Elise, and one up here at the Raptor camp, so they know exactly where Xerxes is. They're trying to track the Elise. They know our jungler, the Gragas, will outscale the enemy jungler, so just don't die to early ganks. It's the famous last words of a coach before he leaves the stage. Heads up, guys, they have Elise, early vision, don't play too aggressive.
Maxlor taking a little bit of a risk as he moves forward here, but knows Exile's not in the mid lane. Power's here.
They know exactly where Xerxes is.
Oh, little spider. Where are you gonna go?
Oh, nice.
Oh, Maxlor just taking the camp.
Gets all the small ones, gets even the big one, steps out. Good Invadia from Misfits, controlling Xerxes. And now there's no camps for Xerxes to take for a while, because he obviously went straight to blue buff after the Raptor camp. He will try and see if he can maybe do something top lane. He's not able to find any ganks yet.
Nope.
Ignar. Chain CC starts to come forward. Hylissang could be in trouble, does use the Unbreakable, but Ignite has ticked down. Will be able to walk away. No heal used from Samix. Good patience on the ability there. You're gonna have to play with a little more respect. Still all 4 subs available. And Hylissang slowly healing up. 2 stacks on targets as well.
We might get a big fight top lane. Yes, they're trading mid, but both junglers are waiting up here. One in the river, one up in top lane.
Jump, now stunned up. The chain CC comes forward. Vizicachi running for his life. First blood gonna drop for the Misfits. Spider goes up, comes down, and is going to walk away. But that's a nice start for the Misfits lineup.
Yeah, it's so huge for Misfits. They get a kill onto the Gragas. Didn't even have to use his flash. Xerxes on Elise. He's being tracked in his own jungle. He's not able to find early kills. Huge win here for Misfits in the top lane. Meanwhile, Exile is trying to just get as much farm as possible. No ulti from Power. He gets it now, actually.
Trading. Ulti used from Exile means he will get some healing back. Holding on. Power will constantly threatening, but Exile doing a much better job of surviving in the early laning phase. And this one?
Yeah, whoever jumps in first of the top laners will just get tagged and basically bursted down so quickly. Had it been Alfari jumping forward and he got cocooned by the Elise, then maybe it would have been in Unicorn's favor. But as soon as the Mininar steps forward, not expecting the Gragas to be there, then Chachi is done.
And now the trading just gets harder. Gnar has the Phage, has the ability to heal up every time he turns Mega, but Cutlass is going to make it pretty difficult to win these trades. Maxlor and Ignar pushing in for a little bit more deep vision. Small lead in favor of Misfits. We'll have to see if that top lane continues to snowball in their favor or what the next move is going to be.
I love the early vision again. Whenever Ignar goes back to base, he returns. Skip the boots, just said, you know what, I need the Sightstone. I need vision over mobility. That is the choice Ignar has made right now to do exactly this. Light up the jungle, spot where Xerxes is on the map so he can't gank you. He's currently sitting down here on the bottom side. This one is not warded, but you can also then always say...
infer.
Yeah, if you feel like, okay, he's not a red buff, he's not at the Raptor cam. Well, we know his Crux is alive, and we know his blue buff is alive. Okay, he's either top lane for blue buff, or he's down bot side for the Crux. And then you try and play safe around that.
Exile continuing to struggle in these trades, but a lot of sustain. Going for early resistances. Will be forced back. No TP to get him back to lane.
And now they see in Spider.
Moving forward, Infernal Drake is, in theory, on the table. Hylissang will be spotted out as well as Xerxes tries to get a little bit of control over his own jungle, but isn't going to spot out any of the vision laid down by the Misfits lineup. And I have to say, Misfits, maybe a questionable draft, but playing around the early game Elise incredibly well.
That is just a lot of credit to Ignar Maxlor for the setup in the jungle. This is really what we see from some of these professional teams in the early game. The way they can track the opponent and make sure they can't do anything early on can be quite beautiful to watch. Obviously means we get less kills in a game like this, but if you are Misfits, that's exactly what you're looking for right now, because you want to keep the cannon scaling, and you want to, of course, make sure you get to mid-game with Syndra without her falling behind against the Vladimir. And then you have, again, a strong mid-game to play around with Ignar on Blitzcrank to create some picks.
It has to feel good for you, doesn't it, Deficio? Finally.
I love it.
Macro play. No more random murder across the board.
Oh, it's going to happen later, don't worry.
Oh, I'm not. One thing you can rely on the Unicorns of Love for is team fighting, no matter what happens. But of course, the Elise, a bit of a question mark in that department. Becomes sort of a cocoon bot later in the game.
They're sneaking in behind Elise. Probably was checking if she was waiting there in the little brush. And Maxstar will find her.
So moving forward. Flash out from Xerxes, good respect. Losing the flash there is going to be pretty tough. Going to be much harder to force ganks. We're getting further and further away from the early game, and the Gragas going to be out of that difficult early phase.
And it's very hard for Unicorns to kind of set up Xerxes right now. And Gnar doesn't have a control ward to maybe put that in the river and try and deny vision from Alfari to set up a potential gank. This is actually one of the first time Chachi gets to really push it out, and obviously the Mega Gnar disappearing and all in.
Alfari getting aggressive the longer stays in that storm, the more damage is going to do. Hyperprocs being used up, but that's a mini Gnar, that's a squishy Gnar, and that is a dead Gnar.
What is
Alfari grabs it.
What is happening with Chachi today? He jumped in just when Mega Gnar disappeared, and Alfari just kind of clicked ult and started auto-attacking him.
To be fair, good play with the Lightning Rush. Exile. Hook. Dodged. Body Slam. Not going to be used. Exile. Going to do a lot of damage. Body Slam. Knocked back. Nope. Pulls it out. And Exile is safe, as is Hylissang. Some good footwork comes in from Exile. A lot of resources committed into the mid lane. Doesn't really cost Misfits anything yet, however.
Well, still very big for Misfits, the fact that Alfari is rushing towards the Blade of the Ruined King. Early kill and assist for him. He's again going to be very strong in the silent split push. Let's see what happens mid. Power Vivo, he really wants to use his ulti. Slow mana, Ignore doesn't land the hook, and everyone stays alive. And Exile continues the farm. At least his attempt to pick up as much farm as possible.
Oh, Hylissang does get the flash out.
Xerxes was around. I like that play from Hylissang. Trying to force the flash from Power Vivo. Successful move. Now once Exile goes back to get full HP, might try and all in. That doesn't work.
Pull forward. Power Vivo now completely out of mana. Ignite down. Ignar hooks. Does land on Hylissang. Hylissang under tower. Unbreakable. Buys him a bit of time and will save his life in the end. Meanwhile, Maxlor is on top side. Vizicachi continues to push forward. 2 stacks on the Mark of the Storm. 3. That's going to be the stun, but the Meganar is on the way in. He's just going to throw him backward. Good disengage for now. Where's the cast from Maxlor going to be? Is not available. Flash out from Vizicachi. Decent damage comes forward. Maxlor wants to start the dive. Is going to tank up the tower for his ally, his friend. Oh, yet another kill going down for Alfari.
Suddenly, this cannon here will start taking over the game. He's going to get to that Blade of the Ruined King on next back. Xerxes trying to get something on the other side of the map. It is a big one, Infernal Drake for the team. But right now, if you are Unicorns, you really want to get more pressure on the bottom side with this Caitlyn here. See if you can get down that tower, but you need your jungler and mid lane around you, and Exile on Vladimir there. The problem when you pick Vladimir is he's kind of useless in the early game. He's not going to help your team. He's not going to roam. He's not really going to join for fights. He just wants to farm. And that means Power Vivo can actually leave, and that makes it harder for Unicorns to play aggressive in that bottom lane with the Caitlyn. And they have to just kind of respect the fact that the enemy mid laner will show up first, and they have to play a bit more passive.
And we have the cannon. We have what looks to be a ton of split pushing potential from Misfits, but how far ahead do they need to be that they can mitigate or deal with the potential team fight that comes in from the Vladimir and the Gnar as we get later into the game?
I mean, that's always the hard thing to say, because even 5k gold down, a Vladimir-Gnar combination can win late game team fights. So I don't think there's an exact gold limit for Misfits. It's more about how well do they play with tempo in the game and the split pusher. If Kennen is always able to push down Vizicachi, Vizicachi should never be able to leave with Meganar and surprise Misfits. Because they will always time his Meganar and be like, careful guys, he can TP now, step away. Meganar disappears, Chachi has 30 seconds where he can't do anything, and suddenly Misfits can control the next 30 seconds with this split push Kennen. And that's kind of the little dance we're gonna see in this game here. But you always gotta respect Gnar and Vladimir in these fights.
And we look at Misfits, they are a team that have struggled with split push strategies. Big question is, can they execute it as they move later in the game? Because one team that we're pretty sure knows how to team fight is the Unicorns of Love. So they have drafted to a win condition that they are experienced at, but definitely did not expect to fall this far behind in the early game.
It's kind of some of those problems just continuing from Rift Rivals and from before.
Body slam forward.
Unicorns they're not able to get these clean early games where they're just farming. There's almost always something going wrong. In this case, it's Vizicachi dying 3 times in the early game, making it now harder to play. Luckily, Infernal Drake in favor of Unicorns is going to be big for later games. And Xerxes on the Elise, first time he plays it, as we highlighted before, was tracked in the early game, did not manage to land a whole lot of cocoons, but he succeeded.
Vizicachi on the backside, knocking multiple members back into the Syndra. Not going to find the engage quite yet. Power Vivo has been locked up. Max Exile wants it. Out to safety. That's going to be the kill over to Exile. He's now running forward onto that Syndra. Unafraid. Tides of Blood comes out, but doesn't have the damage to finish it up. Ignar now on the way in as well, just to protect. Is going to be the hook. Pulled under tower. Pulls out. Ulti going to be interrupted. Hansama coming in. Featherstorm comes out. That's the kill for the Misfits. 80 carry and
the thing, I think he's pausing because he was knocked up in his pool. He got pulled back, and then he actually went into the pool very quickly, and the knock-up still connected from Ignar. That definitely looked wrong on the screen, but of course, the way the spells are queued together is always kind of odd then to call out which one is supposed to land first, but I can say almost 100% safe, or pretty safely, that is why he paused. Also with the animation of his hand doing like, that was a knock-up there.
Have to check it out. League officials will keep us updated as we move forward. Interesting. I wonder who that's better for. Because on the one hand, if the knockup was supposed to hit you and you get to pool anyway, that's great. On the other hand, if the knockup wasn't supposed to hit you and the pool was supposed to go out first, that's terrible.
Yeah, because then you just get knocked up in the air instead of pulling away.
Yeah.
Which of course is the big thing here for him. Might even be able to replay it if that is in fact why they're pausing here. So then we can actually just see it once more.
And league officials are investigating as we speak, and it is with regards to him getting knocked up in the Vladimir pool. That's one of my favorite things that I've said on there.
Getting knocked up. Sure. Out of context.
All right, well, we are going to replay the whole fight for you guys. We'll take another look at it one more time through it.
Yeah, so right now we see there's a 3v3 in the mid lane. None of the top laners are looking to join early. The AD carries are not even here. Good pick on to FLICKR. And then you see Power Vivo is not able to join early. Flash away from Hillsang as well. So that's why Unicorns can win the fight. And then we get that play right after. Exile running in.
Good.
Feels confident. He feels confident because he has the pool ready. So he gets stunned. Hook in. And then look here. He pulls. And he still gets knocked up. Which simply means he doesn't get far enough away from the enemy team.
Yeah. And that's pretty close. You can see the Thunderstorm just barely clipping him. We'll wait to see what league officials have to say about that in regards to the issue, but it does look skeptical. Definitely looks pause-worthy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, normally you are not able to get targeted by anything.
And I was curious. I thought maybe the timing on the instantly did the knock-up afterwards, but it does look like there was a split second that did allow him to pool and then getting knocked up. That's odd circumstances.
This game, though, again, as we mentioned before here, if we just take a massive step back during this pause and talk about Unicorns of Love specifically, one of the big things we wanted to see after multiple weeks of LCS and then Rift Rivals was that, you know, focus on the early game. It doesn't have to be a more aggressive early game. It doesn't have to be like, you know, better laning phase specifically. It's simple things like be more patient, focus a bit more on vision. Don't opt into some of these risky plays if you don't have to, if you're running scaling with your composition, because that is just not where you are strong as a team. And I think this series have kind of shown that they are not, at least in the first week back after Rift Rivals, kind of able to iron out some of these issues. We see a lot of the same problems in this series that we saw at Rift Rivals and before.
We definitely do. It feels in many ways identical. You see Exile continuously playing forward. Now, it goes pretty well for him. He only dies once, and definitely, I think, a worthwhile trade in this circumstance. We'll see even if, you know, what ends up being the ruling from league officials with regards to the issue. And I think the thing that surprises, that I like at least from the side of Unicorns of Love, is that they're trying this at least. Now, it didn't really feel like it worked out in this early game, but I like that they're pushing their team to try new things. That's pretty much what we asked of them as a region. We're like, hey, you've got some weaknesses. Clearly, they need to be solved. Work on it. And they are working on it.
And if you are Unicorns of Love, you know, Elise might be one of the answers to your weak early game, because she, of course, offers one of the best early games as a jungler. So maybe they're trying to change up the picks to then say, okay, now we can actually bring a jungler that can gank a lot early on. So maybe this will make it easier to not fall that far behind. Obviously, again, in this game, the tracking from Misfits was spot on, which is why Xerxes didn't get to do a whole lot. But you can then see them try some of these different things while still running a lot of scaling with Vladimir and Caitlyn.
Yeah, I really like the draft from UOL. Now, Misfits on the other side, I was skeptical. It looks like their execution in game has been great. I like to see strong early game execution, and now that doesn't mean a ton of kills outside of the top side if you've been watching, but the amount of vision placed in the early game is great. And this is exactly a similar thing that we want to see from Unicorns of Love, right? It's that same priority and vision, but you can see in this game specifically how when you can see everywhere Elise is going to go, she doesn't do anything, right? She doesn't, she's not, I mean, she has a cocoon, she has a flash, and when you know exactly where she's going to be, she has to be willing to burn both to even get close to ganking a lane. So Misfits definitely still playing well in the early game, which is what we wanted to see from them. However, we do still need to see, I think both teams, interestingly enough, kind of clean it up in the mid to late game if game 2 was any indicator.
Yeah, that's always the thing we're looking at for a lot of teams here. I feel we kind of still missing that one team right now that we can confidently say, okay, these guys, they play clean, you know? They can get an early advantage, they can close out the game without any problems. We can't really say that about anyone at the moment. H2K maybe being a front runner. I'm obviously just talking about week 6 here specifically, where HK did get a big lead against Rocket and just kind of ran over them very quickly, but that was also due to Rocket playing, you know, very poorly yesterday. In a series like this, it is harder because you are against its top teams playing each other, so it's not easy to just finish the game. But we definitely saw in the last one that both teams won and lost the game multiple times in the same game, which is, of course, never supposed to happen.
So it's interesting really when we look at it too, because I think when you look at like a team's having a week off, what a lot of people don't understand is that how much time 2 weeks of prep actually is and how different a team can look from week to week, right? And Unicorns of Love, they didn't have that same 2 weeks to reset. They came into Rift Rivals, they had to play a ton of games, and now they have made some changes, and that's good to see. But Misfits have had the opportunity to make a ton of changes, and while we have seen some improvements, we still see some of the same weaknesses showing up, and I think that's something that we're going to see across all EU teams, right? Because they might have different ideas of what they need to work on compared to what we see when we look back on those VODs.
I think a lot of teams need to actually figure out how do they effectively improve on some of their weaknesses, because one thing is just scrimming and scrimming and scrimming and not really improving on anything. Well then, yeah, you're scrimming and you're doing okay, but you're not getting much better. And that's always a big question for me with a lot of Western teams is when do they identify what is our main weakness? And when do they identify how do we fix it? A lot of times they will know the weakness, but they will not know how to fix the weakness. So they will just have the same problem and they will try and like band-aid it during the split, being like, okay, I guess if we just pick more early game champs, our early game is not as weak, but then they will still make some issues or maybe make some mistakes in game and have some issues. And that's the kind of thing we see so often, because it is very difficult to obviously fix these issues.
Definitely true. Well, as an update on the game, League officials have determined that this is a known interaction. League officials are speaking with the teams now. You can see one of our refs going on stage, and they will play through. And apparently the bug has to do with input buffering. That's the only thing I can confirm outside of that. But as it is a known interaction, they have spoken to the teams. The teams have decided to play through. So continue forward. You can see ref now talking to Exile. Exile being given the context. Bittersweet smile on his face. And we're going to continue.
We'll continue then. FLICKR secured that kill for his team. Exile will be ready to get back into this game here. Vladimir got that first kill though, which is big for him, but obviously did not want to die the second engage.
And essentially for a little bit more context, as I have been given it, it's essentially an ability was cast before the period of invulnerability from the pool. Apparently very tiny window. So.
Never seen it before at least.
Nope. Maybe doesn't usually happen when you're not on, 3 ping, 2 ping, 0 ping. 0 ping? I think it's 0 ping.
7 ping.
7 ping.
Don't think it's 0
Wait,
ping.
I thought it doesn't go any. I thought the indicator in the game doesn't go any lower than 7. I thought that's why it said 7 ping.
Really?
I don't know for sure.
I had no idea.
Well, luckily we don't have to talk about it because we are ready to get back into game. We are moments away. Teams look to be getting ready. You can see both mid laners focus on their face. The second pause of the series. Can they handle it? Can they stay focused? Well, we're going to find out. Unicorns of Love versus Misfits, Game 3. Misfits have been shutting down the top side of the map. Exile doing pretty well for himself in the mid lane, but we just witnessed a fight where he did get taken out. Thank you, audience, for sticking with us. Couple of pauses today, but teams staying strong, spirits high. They know that it all comes down to this, and they cannot get stuck. Thinking about what just happened, have to focus on what is right in front of them. Alfari level 11 on the top side. Hasn't actually had a major CS advantage. I think we do, despite the over-aggressive moments for Vizicachi, you have to give him a little bit of props for at least keeping up.
Xerxes is on the way, but so is Hansama, who actually came from base. Everyone just kind of reset after the pause, but now they're picking their lanes. Hansama and FLICKR on top side. Chachi.
Step on the wall up. Alfari gonna, ooh, double stun and makes it out. Very low though. Has to respect the potential for an engage here. Going aggressive. Hansama could be in trouble. May not have the ultimate after that play in the mid lane. Still gonna get one. Now FLICKR's on the backside out of nowhere. Can't buffer that one. Now pulled back, tries to predict the hook. Still gonna be Xerxes going down. That is the double kill. And in the end, Misfits are gonna walk away unscathed in the tower play.
And that actually started with Unicorns of Love looking for a gank top lane. They didn't know where the dual lane was from Misfits. It was a bit like in game 1 where they went aggressive despite not knowing, would FLICKR be there, would Hansama be there? Like, you gotta respect some of these lane swaps that they're doing on their own. They also set up these plays. Yet they went all in on Alfari. Cocoon missed. Misfits just turned it around. Nicely executed dive here with FLICKR. And suddenly that's 2 more kills for Misfits. A Rift Herald for Misfits as well.
Now pressuring in on the bottom side. Unicorns of Love, they may get a tower in exchange for the play. That will help even up the gold because Misfits, as much as they got on the top side, as clean as the tower dive was, still too many low health bars to continue pushing forward. Now, moving into the 17-minute mark, 6 kills in the favor of Misfits. Rift Herald backing them up as well.
Alfari right now, who wished it was the old Rift Herald.
He wants that isolation.
He wants to just dominate
that 5%
right now.
damage reduction in the pseudo-static shiv.
Yeah, 20-minute buff, man. Rest in peace. We might never get a 20-minute buff again.
I would, yeah, I think that sounds good to me. We could also have people, they wouldn't have taken the Rift Herald if it was the old Rift Herald, to be fair. Power people now moving forward.
At this point here, at this point, Exile can really start playing aggressive right now. We're getting a fight.
Hillesang actually going to get interrupted there. Couldn't quite pull him over the wall. Looks like there wasn't enough space.
Oh, was there like a snare from Ansama landing at the same time?
Probably. CC chain means he's not going to make it over. And Unicorns of Love are actually going to walk away with the kill on Maxlor. Now it's pressure in their favor in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Alfari pushes in on the top, but he doesn't have much of a creep wave here. Other one's still too far away. Unicorns of Love may walk away from this play with the advantage.
And remember, Unicorns got that bot lane tower while Misfits got kills top lane. Kennen will get that top lane tower, so they're trying to trade here, but again, with Unicorns getting some objectives down, they are staying fairly close in gold.
Alfari gonna keep the team in the lead, but just barely. Small difference between the two, and the Infernal Drake will be more of a boon for the Unicorns of Love as we move later and later.
Let's see it again right here. So Hillesang gets engaged on.
Nope. There's not enough room.
I guess.
He's physically as close to the wall as humanly possible. There is not enough room for another champion there.
And then Maxlor ends up dying, and mid lane tower goes down here in favor of Unicorns of Love. Mountain Drake is alive. We are now blessed with some of the good ones. Meanwhile,
Ocean was so good that game. You're crazy.
Yeah, it was but like 3 Infernals, 3 Oceans.
No, don't get me wrong, but
Pick one.
Do you remember those fights that Power of Evil left with like 400 health? That was 400 health of regen from an Ocean Drake.
Do you remember how with 3 Infernals he would just one-shot everyone and won the game, 1v9?
I mean, that didn't happen.
Remember.
That didn't happen.
I remember.
Okay. All right, fine. Now Exile. Actually looking a lot more confident as he moves forward. Pretty easy for him to clear this one out, especially with Xerxes backing him up with a smite.
I mean, Exile is the man we're looking at to win this entire game for Unicorns of Love because his Vladimir team-fighting ability is fantastic. Like, positioning great, he knows when to go aggressive as well. He's sitting with 2 kills currently on his Vladimir, early magic penetration coming in, so he's in a great spot right now.
And when Unicorns of Love, they fall behind like this, Deficio, it's always balanced out by 2 other members stepping up. So if it's Visit Chachi right now, that is the one that we look at, who is falling behind, who's giving up advantages in the early games. It is Samix and Exile who have to carry this one home. And Exile, he's farming up. He's 1.5 items in. He's happy to be a Caitlyn, getting closer and closer to 3 items. Misfits going to get a Mountain Drake back, but Samix just continues to pressure topside.
And it's really good for Unicorns of Love that so many towers are falling early. Yes, okay, some gold is going over to Misfits, but the fact that you get a lot of gold in Vladimir and Caitlyn's pockets, important, because we know Caitlyn's mid-game is not great. Speed up the game, trade a lot of objectives, and suddenly Caitlyn sits on 2 completed items before you know it, and then she's not that weak. Then suddenly she actually adds some value in a team fight. Same thing, of course, for Exile. Right now, really wants to get that Leandries, and then suddenly you're looking at a Power of Evil and Hansama. They can't really kill Exile fast enough, and he can kill them pretty damn quick.
Definitely the case, and honestly, the Gnar 0-4-0, not where you want to be, but has a Black Cleaver, is doing fine on the top side of the map, and interestingly enough, we wondered what would be the replacement for Runan's Hurricane on the Kennen top, and it looks like Alfari has made a decision.
See, I saw this build from Marin when he played the 80 carry Kennen here this week in LCK. Sorry about after, because Exile, he might die.
Locked up, decent damage down, Power of Evil. Debating whether or not he can move forward. Does not have a ton of mana in the kit, but can fight for this blue buff. Vizichachi trying to pull it out. Maxlor is there to steal it, but if they can force the Gragas to take it, they'll be in a happy coincidence. Vizichachi getting knocked forward, trying to make his way out of the fight, throwing the blue buff onto him. Hey, you want it, you can have it. Samix will grab it. But they're going to get the kill in the end, and now Unicorns of Love are pushing in to take control of the jungle. Ignar.
But right now, Hansama's still pushing the top lane, so if Unicorns do not send anyone back to defend, he's just going to get that tower. Actually, just okay. I think he saw still 4 members around, but he's playing it very safe.
Backing off,
he sees all the 4 members, yeah. I guess he valued a Grump over getting some damage on this tower.
Game 1 all over. All the kindred marks on that Grump.
He steps away though, so he plays it very safe, didn't get a lot of damage on it, but this build here from Alfari, so it should end up being Static Shift coming in as well, and you just combine the Rapid Fire Cannon with Static Shift as we see on 80 carries so often. The thing I don't like about the build, if he goes fully towards the Marin route, is that you don't have Infinity Edge. And one of the big things about their double Zeal item is that they work so well with Infinity Edge specifically because they add so much crit and attack speed to your build. Blade of the Ruined King does not give you the same scaling, but obviously he's doing it just for split push for now. If it is Static Shift coming in as well, we'll add some more wave clear to this cannon to just perma push it. And the objective is literally just to spam auto attacks on Vizichachi when he's in front of him, force Chachi out, and then take the turret.
Oh, Hillsang in no man's land. Does get the ultimate down, hits 2. Samix and Xerxes are on the way. 3 stacks, not going to find the 4th. Fortunately canceled the auto there, so could not get the stun out. Unicorns of Love going to back out of the jungle.
MaxLore gets cocooned right now. Xerxes steps away. Did manage to get 2 assists in this one, but no early kills from him on this Elise. And now, of course, his value does go down in these fights. It's a lot about just landing 1 cocoon into a bit of burst damage on 1 target. But obviously, that's where Samix and Exile steps up and starts taking over. Misfits around the mid lane. Let's see a classic fight around the mid lane, boys.
Vizichachi moving forward. Power Eagle could be the one in trouble, but Hillsang pulled back to the team. Exile on the way in, looking for the team fight. Alfari now running for his life. Exile hungry for a little bit more. Pools up, Tides of Blood comes out. MaxLore on the menu. Now pulling back. Power Eagle trying to flash to safety. Samix, ace in the hole, snipes him down.
And I know Kelsey Moses is already retweeting her old tweet about never just walking mid lane against the Unicorns of Love, because then these kind of fights will happen. The Kennen, he wants to sit in the side lane. He does not want to sit with his team. He's not good there. He's not going to add anything to these team fights. Misfits, they just got surprised and they lost the fight, and Haley just died to Baron. I mean, this series.
Xi pulled over the wall. Hansama. Eyes on the Baron. Impossible to steal in theory, Hansama. Not gonna get it. Unicorns of Love get the Baron after a bloody exchange. No way to describe it other than that, and now they're just backing off with a massive advantage in their pocket.
Big win here for Unicorns of Love, except for the support. No Baron buff for you. Yeah. So look at this here. Misfits are actually not going to accomplish anything by sitting mid right now, and they just allow Unicorns to find this team fight here. Great engage from Unicorns. Great play from Exile on this. Vladimir, we just talked about him taking over the game, knowing exactly what to do in these fights here. Actually, the small spiders got enough damage on Power of Evil that he died from Caitlyn's ulti as well. But a big win for Unicorns. Even in gold still. Ignore will have a Blasco.
Map resets. Unicorns of Love now with the Baron buff, ready to back them up as they pressure in, look for a little bit more. Misfits doing what they can to hold on to the tower, but the Kennen, not really the wave clear option the team needs. Luckily, they have the Syndra. May be able to mitigate at least 1 wave of pressure.
Yeah, another problem about the Kennen is when his team is falling behind, he's not able to sit in the side lane and split push, then he's forced to team fight. And then again, he loses his value compared to a Gnar. A good Mega Gnar is one of the best things ever in a team fight. Massive potential.
I think probably is the best thing ever.
I mean,
combined with the wall up, I think it's the most CC in a single kit that can be chained together.
Yeah, that is actually a valid point.
Maybe Scion Alt and Scion Q together, but that's about it.
But that's 2 abilities, right? So let's
well,
just say
I'm including the wall up.
Fair.
The Mega Gnar W there.
If you do land the massive stun, though, you might win the entire game for your team. That's always one of the big things about Gnar. And Chachi right now and the rest of Unicorns of Love, they know there's no split push threat.
Pulling up with the wall, that's all he wants to do! Chain CC comes in, where's the Vladimir though? Can the team get this going? Vizichachi trying to run for his life. He will get shielded up. He will make it out, but Samix is in trouble. Power Evil takes a moment to consider before he goes any deeper. Now Exile is moving forward. QSS comes out. Hansama trying to survive. Featherstone comes out. The shutdown in. Exile, no chance to escape, but Unicorns of Love, they're on the tower. Inhibitor is in their sights. Vizichachi backs off and just comes right back to the fight. MaxLore now running for his life. 3rd proc on Hyper means Vizichachi can chase down anyone he wants, but Power of Evil may have enough damage to block this out. No, Hillsang not going to let it happen. Samix going to grab a kill. Unicorns of Love are going off. Alfari doing what he can, but the Caitlyn is too strong.
They're going for more right now to get another kill on Ignore. They will get this inhib at least. They're actually looking for the turrets.
Samix moving forward. They have the Baron buff backing them up. They can get 1 more tower. We look at the death timers, 13 seconds for Hansama. He's the quickest one to respawn. Unfortunately, the cannon creep being so far away makes it
they will just
difficult.
take 1. They just take 1 tower to take another 1 team fight. Look how aggressive they are playing. You give them a small little opening. Exile is in your face. He doesn't care about the turret.
He hooked a Mega Gnar.
That was the start of it.
Big opening.
That's the start of it. So obviously not the guy you want to hook, but then after here, the fight could have been over, right? They could have disengaged, but then you see right now, Exile is like, no, you know what? This fight is not over at all. He dives in onto Hansama. Hansama with no flash, no ulti on this Zaya here. So Exile knows he can kill him. That's the small opening right there. An AD carry with no cooldowns after the first fight is over, and then you suddenly see Exile get another kill and turret secured, of course, for Unicorns.
And just huge damage numbers from both Vizichachi, Exile, Samix. But Hylissang, clutch unbreakables twice in that fight. Once to block the Featherstorm from Han Sama, making sure only one ally got snared. The second one to make sure the Power of Evil could not kill a single member of the Unicorns. Of course, Vizichachi then dived, and a lot of other people died, but good performance. Now the pick coming in. Braum, unbreakable. Power of Evil, bye-bye.
Breakable.
Ignar running for his life. That's a mini-Gnar. Trying to find the disengage, but Vizichachi is 0-6-5, and I don't think that Blitzcrank has ever been more terrified of a Gnar in his life.
Yeah, that ulti before was probably the most useful thing we'll ever see from a top laner who is 0-6. That actually, because of the hook from Ignar, was fantastic for Unicorns of Love to start the whole fight, but you're seeing a Fed Cannon on one side, a 0-6 Gnar on the other side. But because now the rest of Unicorns have been winning, and they are now grouping as a team, the 0-6 Gnar is more useful than the 4-1-5 Cannon.
And we're starting to see why Kennen has not been the biggest top lane pick. Wait, he's doing it again! Can they stun him before he goes into mini-Gnar? He's not going to get anybody. Finally!
Cast the curse. I love it.
It does not work the first time. Try again. There is the Featherstorm. Exile locked up for a brief moment. We'll have the Blood Rush charging. Now he's going to try to pull. Not going to get the chance. Misfits getting a couple kills back, stopping Unicorns of Love for pushing for anything more.
Classic.
Right when we think someone's going to win the game, someone turns it back. Right when we think Ignar's not going to die, he dies.
Yeah, Samax right now is sitting on, you know, the Double Zeal, Infinity Edge, and another BF Sword. So we talk about Exile a lot in these fights. Samax is extremely fit at this point as well. And the enemy Xayah, Hex Stringer to try and stay alive against the all-in. And remember, there's a Braum on the other side. So as we said in the Champ Select, when Hansama is trying to actually get these feathers on the ground, Braum stands right in front of him with the shield in his face and just says, nope, none of these feathers are going to appear behind us. And Xayah's value really drops. This is obviously Chachi getting hooked in, this time dying. They're saying, we'll stay alive, and Exile doesn't have any way out after the chain CC lands, but it is very difficult for Misfits to win these late game fights. Their composition was built around mid game and split push with Cannon. That very quickly ended after we had some of these mid lane fights, and if you do that against a team fighting comp, you lose the game.
But now, it's a game of bushes, Deficio. Waiting, hiding, Ignar, hoping desperately that the next rocket grab he throws out does not hit a Mega Gnar or a Vladimir, and thus they can chain the CC together and kill him. Really the only target he wants to hit at this point feels like it's Caitlyn or Xerxes.
Getting at least the Exile, so he maybe early pools, might not be too bad, but obviously there's also the risk you just put in.
If you don't kill him immediately,
yeah.
and he ults, starts the charge on Tides of Blood, and then pools, everybody dies. So you're right. It is possible, but does still feel not great. Hook, Exile,
there we go.
Pool does come out, Blast Cone.
Somewhere around Exile just instantly pulls, doesn't want any shenanigans with some weird knock-ups happening once again.
Smashes W.
Yeah, he just literally spams and be like, I clicked it first.
Well, now Unicorns of Love are definitely in the dominant position. 6 seconds left of that Baron spawns. Maxlor in trouble. Ignar trying to catch the jungler out, but UOL just poised to take this Baron, and it's going to be almost impossible for Misfits to do anything about it.
Great setup from Unicorns of Love here with the control wards. They need a few more over here to just actually spot Ignar and Maxlor show up. Maybe turn it around. They do have one spotting Ignar now. Chachi with Mega Gnar soon.
Bye-bye. Goes over the wall. Mega Gnar ready. Vizichachi flash as well. Keep your eyes. Oh, on Hylissang apparently. Alfari running in, trying to get the kill, trying to make this one out. Is going to be in trouble. Will get a kill onto the support, but trades his life. That's the worst deal in the history of deals ever.
Right there, if Chachi maybe had some more vision on Misfits, could have timed that flash over the wall with his Mega Gnar, but he had to kind of walk around at first.
And when your 625 Kennen is barely solo killing a Braum, you might be losing the game.
At least he's bringing some crit to the table and some attack speed with the double Zeal, so Alfari does have enough damage to kill Hylissang, but just takes a while. There's a heal in there as well. A few crits landing from Alfari, he does secure the kill. But yeah, now you lost the top lane and they're still dead right now. One guy's up in 2 seconds, the other guy in 15.
Baron hooked. Very frustrated about that. Xerxes going to take a little bit extra damage. Resets aggro, a little leap into the air. And now UOL still ready to take the Baron, still have to respect the steal from Maxlor. Remember, in game 1, that was the clutch moment for the Misfits lineup. And Deficio, we're at the point in the game where I feel like Unicorns of Love in the driver's seat, can close out. They have the team fighting advantage.
Yep.
But I don't believe 100% that it's going to happen.
And whenever I see Gragas and things like Blitzcrank, I never just kind of rule the game over. I'm always like, yes, you should win, but there's a chance that a great engage happens from MaxLore, or a hook like this one hits from Ignar, and then suddenly you get a kill onto a jungler, that's a Baron for Misfits, and boom, game wide open. So by drafting these engage tools, you always have comeback mechanics, and that's what I like about things like Gragas. That's what I like about things like Blitzcrank as well, is if you are in this very close game where, yes, you might get outscaled, but you are still in the game, at least for a while, you have these chances to actually get back in the game. You see now, Misfits starting the Baron straight away. Chachi sitting with Mininar, wants to TP in.
Is ready with the TP, where's it gonna come?
That call was basically just to force TP from Chachi. So now they know it's on cooldown. Kennen can go split push once again and actually apply pressure in the side lane. But you can see Unicorns looking for a fight.
Oh, Hylissang. Where's the ultimate? Can he get a disengage out? It doesn't look like there's going to be an option. Hylissang has been picked off. UOL, do they still want the fight? Exile Samix, Vizicachi moving forward, waiting on that Mega Gnar. Vizicachi running in, has it available, but no flash. Means it's going to be difficult. Wallop comes up, but the slicing Maelstrom will stun him back in return. He has been pulled back. Samix is going to take him out. That's the 1-for-1 exchange.
Exile hoping to force some flashes right there. Ignar might look for a pick onto Xerxes, won't get it. Look at that, Unicorns Aloft 4v5, decided to just keep chasing, and they catch out Alfari right there. Misfits split up very quickly, and let's see what more they can get. They're still hiding in the jungle.
UOL keep trading their support for the top laner on the side of Misfits. Continues to be a good deal for them. Does mean that they have control over the Baron Pit area, now waiting and baiting in that brush. Hansama and Power Evil, the two remaining sources of damage. Ignar on the way in.
Didn't find anything. They know Baron is not started. Now they actually still don't really know if it started or not, but they should have at least an idea.
Just too much damage. It's MaxLore. Mega Gnar on the way in.
Don't let him do it.
He has flash. Not gonna get it in the end. That's the Baron for the Unicorns of Love. Now thrown back to the team. Exiles in the middle of everything, and they are deleting the Misfits, but Hansama remains untouched. The Unbreakable buys a bit of time, but massive advantage to the Unicorns of Love, and Alfari doesn't even want to push for anything else.
So that's Baron now for Unicorns. I like the play here from Vizicachi, staying outside, keeping MaxLore busy. No chance of a 50-50. Unicorns of Love in this late game have actually been looking quite good. Been able to set up Baron multiple times. Made sure Misfits did not get a lot of chances back in the game other than that one lost team fight.
And now UOL, the early game weaknesses may still be there, but so is the late game team fighting strength, and they built a composition to back it up. Misfits had the early advantage. They had the split pushing composition, but they could not find their win condition in the end. Now Vizicachi running forward. This could be the final fight. Now moving in as well. Locked up, shut down. Goodbye, Power of Evil. The Unicorns of Love are now looking to break that inhibitor, and they may take the base in the end, but the health bars are low. Will they take the fight?
Chachi's Mega Gnar is ready now. He didn't have it before when he engaged. He just wanted to start a fight onto the no-flash Syndra. Gets hooked in.
Pulled back, silenced, locked up for a brief moment. Ult is not going to connect. Alfari on the side looking for a little bit of damage. Slicing Maelstrom and the flash available, but will just get deleted if he runs into that team.
Unicorns playing it slow right now. Don't want to risk anything. They have 2 inhibs down. They know the top lane tower is next. Chachi already back in base, and once again, when you have the better late game, you don't need to risk any rushes on that Nexus, so good call from the Unicorns. Chachi here saying, no more 50-50s in Europe. Keep that jungler away. Baron gets secured by Unicorns, and then they can also win the fight right after.
Throws him back, makes it look easy in Exile. Hansama so close to killing him, but an Unbreakable paired with the Sanguine Pool just... It's so difficult to kill the threats on the side of Unicorns of Love. Caitlyn with such long range, Vladimir with the Pool and the Braum to back him up, and Hansama, yeah, 3-1-3 is a nice scoreline, but it just feels like he hasn't been nearly as effective as in these team fights as he needs to be for the team to pull out on top.
Again, I think it's just so hard against Braum as well for him, and I think it's also hard for Alfari to do a whole lot because he's playing a pure split push champion, and his team is behind. So some of these guys have just not been able to perform, you know, at the highest level in the late game due to Unicorn's draft and what Unicorn's been doing here in the mid to late game, and it's kind of stopped Misfits from doing a whole lot. They're still kind of relying on Ignar to land that crazy hook.
Not that one. Don't want to pull Vizicachi in. Nice stun from Power of Evil. But a poke Samix caught out. Unbreakable comes in and interrupts the fight. Vizicachi goes in. The Feather Collar not going to be enough. enough. Now looking for a little bit more. Alfari and Summoning team, they're peeling back. Alfari and the rest of the team have grouped up. The stun is not going to connect. They may have gotten the inhibitor tower, but they are set to lose the fight. Samix alive and well. Misfits hungry for blood. The flash, the hook, goodbye, Caitlyn, no. Samix still alive, holding on as long as he can, but the shutdown coming in for Misfits, and they barely hold on to life.
Yeah, once again, when we praise the Unicorns of Love, then suddenly Misfits win the fight, but
oh no!
In the end, worth it for the Unicorns, because they got that top lane tower, they got a Nexus turret as well. Power of Evil, he wants to really kill Chachi. Not happening.
Sad state of affairs, Deficio. Misfits finally find a team fight in their favor, but at what cost?
Yeah, so you can see Samax getting knocked back by a great ulti from Maxlaw, and then all of Unicorns just diving in to try to take down. But notice how Exile, he gets stunned and actually can't get to use his pool. He dies very quickly. No heal or health coming back from his ulti. And that means Misfits can actually win the fight. Nice flash hook from Ignore as well. Onto Samax right there. Meanwhile, in the bottom of your screen, you can see how Unicorns just took down a Mountain Drake. Not like there's a lot of structures left to kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just the icing on the cake. Interesting, 2k damage does come from the Elise in that fight, so well played by Xerxes, not something we normally see. Does have an entirely AP build, though, so I take it back. Not that special.
He's a team fighting Elise. Early ganking, not needed. Not needed.
No. You kill one person every team fight.
That's your job right now if you are Xerxes. Elise just landed Cocoon, so Exile and Samax can kill that one guy. Full build, obviously, for the Caitlyn. Almost full build for the Vladimir. And right now, Unicorns are up. They're looking at that Nexus right in front of them. They know the inhibs will respawn soon. They know the top lane inhib is open. It almost feels like you cannot make a wrong call at this point. No matter which lane you go to, you should be able to get something that is good for your team.
Definitely the case. The poke as well. The hook doesn't connect, and that's a wide open invitation for the Unicorns of Love to take that top lane inhibitor. And there's not a lot left to say. Unicorns of Love, no structures left in front of them. They're just waiting for double super minions in every lane. They're just waiting to walk it down, but they may go aggressive for the fight here. Nice disengage comes in. Vizicachi takes a little bit of poke. Exile on the front lines, flash forward. Ooh. Does get the ultimate. Han Sama bringing out the Featherstorm. There's no bomb to block it up, so Exile is going to have to go golden, but meanwhile, Samix just going to throw down the auto attacks. He can just hit the Nexus, but he doesn't care. He wants a few more kills to pad those stats. Unicorns of Love close it out just so cleanly. And man, Misfits, remember rule number 1, you don't fight them in that mid lane.
Yeah, game 1 and 2, very back and forth. Last game here, despite the early kills for the Cannon, it actually never felt like Misfits were really controlling the game. It was like they had all the setups, so ooh, now they're gonna start split pushing with the Cannon. It's gonna be great. They control the mid lane, but as soon as they walked mid lane, they actually just got engaged on by Exile and Unicorns of Love, and they lost that fight, which led into a Baron, and suddenly Unicorns of Love just got super far ahead in the game. And we get to see in this game why Kennen AD carry or Kennen split push actually just kind of fell out of favor, because not only were the changes to him as a champion, but also just the
it's so hard to execute.
Yeah, it's so hard to execute him because he can only really bring one thing, which is split push. As soon as his team then starts falling behind, he's useless.
And it's a bit grim, if we're honest. Had a massive lead in the early game, chose to team fight for some reason. We wanted to see more split pushing, and these were sort of the issues in the mid to late game shot calling that we brought up with the Misfits. Maybe not the clearest calls, but Unicorns of Love, when they see someone coming to that mid lane, they know there is only one call, especially with a composition like that, and that is fight. Works out for them yet again, and while we didn't see them improve on all of their weaknesses in this series, we did see them try a few new things with the Elise, and we did see them still pull it out pretty cleanly in that game 3, especially once they got that lead in that Baron. I love the way they closed it. You got to give them credit for that, because sometimes we see them take those big risks, but they just walked it down nice and slow.
Yeah, and we again also saw a lot of good picks actually go over to Unicorns of Love that we maybe didn't expect with the way the draft went. Like that Braum pick from Hylissang ended up being very crucial in shutting down someone like Hansama as well in these fights, obviously adding a bit more in terms of picking that one target you want to kill. So kind of weird still that it was actually left open with the Blitzcrank already locked in. But that's just some of the things you can always talk about after. Alfari did actually have a good game himself on this cannon. 7 kills he picked up. He was obviously getting fed early on, but he never got to dominate as that split pusher. And that's where the 0-7 Gnar ended up adding more to the team fights.
Then one man, we were surprised to see him get his hands on his Caitlyn, Samix. He's also our players of the series. No surprise that when you do get your hands on that Caitlyn, you put up an all-star performance. And across the game, there were a lot of misplays on the Unicorns of Love lineup, but Samix was one man who was relatively consistent for the team across the board. And of course, the Caitlyn performance in those final team fights was beautiful to watch. Of course, it's pretty easy when you have a Gnar and a Vladimir leaping forward, and if they focus you, they all die anyway. But you can see the team.
Oh, apparently touching his hair and face.
It's a ritual.
Oh, so whoever gets MVP on Unicorns of Love?
Well, first you touch Ramaz's head for good luck, and then you touch the player of the series head, and then I think that's how the ritual goes. We'll have to confirm with Unicorns of Love afterwards.
Yeah, there's a lot of traditions for Unicorns of Love. I remember if you get MVP, you have to do the dishes, apparently. That happened to Xerxes last split, so that's one thing.
Samix, great job. I sincerely hope it wasn't like chili night or lasagna night. I hope it was like salad night, so you have an easy time.
I don't think they have salad night. These it's a gaming house.
That's true. Lasagna does look good, though.
They definitely do not have salad night. But also another thing Romain mentioned was there's apparently a KDA award in the Unicorns house, and then each week someone gets it, whoever had the best KDA. And Samix probably secured it right the game before we didn't die, and then 8 kills in this one.
To be fair, 3-1-11 for Xerxes, we'll have to see.
Yeah, but I think the last game he was 6-0-5.
Not Visit Chachi, unfortunately. We know that one for sure. Great team fight presence. Cannot take that away from you, friend, but did die a lot. Now, admittedly, killed a lot of people on the Fiora game.
Very true.
And set up a lot of great fights, but did not work out. Now, guys, we were waiting for Vizichachi to make his way up to the analyst desk. So we're buying you a little bit of time. A little bit of time to talk. And it looks like we are out of time to talk right as I say that. Well, Unicorns of Love came out on top against Misfits Gaming. Let's head over to the analyst desk for more on that series.
Sorry, Verius had to go to the bathroom, which is why we were delayed. That is a lie.
I'm still here.
That is a lie. We just had to take a minute to step back and, well, look at that series, because what happened in the end, the Unicorns of Love, they did have a comp that was really well suited to them, but I can't help but be frustrated about Misfits and their ability to kind of not being able to close out games where they have a sufficient lead. This is, of course, game 1.
I can't believe it. Let's not talk about game 1 and 2, but that game 3 was... I'm a player and I shouldn't. I'm part of a team that makes mistakes as well, but that game was just horrible. I'm just boiling with anger because you have a Kenner that has 5 kills at around 50 minutes in game, and then he doesn't push past river. He just groups to the team, and then they don't push past river. They just sit together as 5 mid, and then Vladimir just flashes in your whole team and kills your whole team, and then I don't know.
Various way in. Is it because the Unicorns of Love are always mid and you just kind of feel as the enemy team that you have to go there? But when you have a split pusher that is that strong, surely you can divert the attention.
I think they just play too scared. Misfits typically have been a team that like to resort to the playbook. They say, this is the win conditions of our competition, this is what we need to do, so let's just play it safe. But coming into game 3, their confidence seemed to be a little shot, their communication was off point. Hansama was in top lane when their 5-0 cannon was grouped up in mid, and you're like, you've got those the wrong way around. Like, I understand you want to play things safe, I understand you want to play things calculated, but that's not how you play this composition.
That's exactly what happened at Rift Rivals. That's the way NA just beat all the EU teams, because you send someone to pick up a side wave or just push out a side wave, and then you still pressure mid like you're the stronger team. And that's what happened. They just went 4v5 in the mid lane and acted like they're strong, and you all just called their bluff. And they just got 2 kills, 3 kills, and then they got the Nasher.
And it's really frustrating to watch, because when you're watching Unicorns of Love, you're hoping to see development from what they learned from Rift Rivals. And what we're seeing so far is inconsistencies with some of the individuals, Chachi making random plays and dying all over the map. You also have Hillisang randomly going for these engages without the proper follow-up from his team, and so far Unicorns of Love is still sticking to their playstyle, but Misfits isn't good enough to punish any of this, and you just have to, like, it's worrying when you have a week off. You're expected as a team like Misfits to have a good early game lead. You draft a bit of a weird composition in game 3, but overall you still get a really good lead. You play exactly the way in which you want, get that cannon ahead, and you're like, perfect. Now they have the easiest way to close out this game, and then they just cannot act upon it. and Unicorns punish.
And unfortunately for Misfits, it's starting to turn into a bit of a trend, obviously. We now have a 4-game sample size where it happened, or, well, 3 games in which it exactly happened. Obviously, against you guys, they built up a lead, weren't able to close it out. Obviously, Super Odo was there, so who can fault them, obviously. But I do think that is a mental aspect that they kind of need to work on going forward, especially with the fact that Maxlor was put in that lineup to make probably those decisions in those important moments. So it's kind of frustrating also because you mentioned the Rift Rivals point, and both teams that we saw failing at Rift Rivals played today and outplayed their opponents and won. Now, I do want to shift the attention up to the first series because G2 versus Splyce, I think, was a bit of a different story because Game 1 of G2 versus Splyce was closer in the end. And Game 2, G2 was actually a very dominant team in that matchup and completely took the reins. So I do want to differentiate between kind of what we saw from the Unicorns of Love and what we saw from G2 because they took a while, but they're seeming to find their groove a bit more.
I think seeing what Perks was writing on Twitter, that they were just a little slow in Game 1 of the day. They admitted themselves they could have been more proactive, they could have played around their vision a little bit better, and we saw that in their gameplay. There were a few opportunities where Splyce came very close to challenging them back, but then in Game 2, G2, they seemed to much better understand how to play with the early game leads. The way in which they played with a lot of those fights was impressive, and it was great to see Perks again on these mid lane assassins being able to make plays and actually be the big carry for his team.
Yeah, player of the series went to Perks as well. We heard him in the interview after the game where he thinks that he didn't necessarily think he was playing that bad or anyone was playing that bad, but because the team synergy was completely off, everyone looked bad. However, I want to urge us to be careful as well. And we've said for weeks and weeks that they're underperforming. We can't just put them on a pedestal now after one series win. However, it was a very strong one. But from the side of Splyce, Odoamne is a happy man because Splyce is in your group, so obviously it's nice if they don't get any points, but what in the end do you think they should have done better? And just first off, they should have done more in a series like that with an underperforming G2 up until that point. So what do you think went wrong?
I think prior to this series, they were starting to play better and better. But I think in this series, in Game 1, they had opportunities to punish G2 because G2 was doing the typical EU thing where you just send people to the side lane and then you still try to pressure mid. And Splyce could have punished that because I think they had Rakan and some plenty of engage in Game 1 at least, and they didn't pull the trigger because they were hesitating. And the windows are pretty small. And teams just punished us really hard because as soon as they saw that, they knew that that was a mistake. So it was a lot easier for them to pull the trigger, while Splyce didn't really feel that comfortable pulling the trigger and punishing G2 in that game, but that's what they should have done.
Yeah, I also remember from that series in general that we did also see Splyce just going for some engages, but they didn't just have kind of the right timing in the team fights to pull them off to the right point, which is unfortunate for them, but very good for G2. And if we take a look at the standings, that is very good for G2 because they hop over to second place with Misfits losing.
And I want to highlight that even though we're being like hypercritical of a lot of these teams that we're seeing, it's only because
of Rift Rivals.
Exactly, and it's because of the performance of EU, and it's only been a week, right? We're not expecting them to make massive dramatic changes. And of the two teams that we saw today, at least we saw an essence of change from G2 in the sense that they were being proactive in the early game, that they're changing up their draft and their compositions, and they are playing differently. Unicorns, to me, still feel the same.
Yep.
But we are seeing new picks as well. Like the Elise came out today from Xerxes, not what we usually expect. This time around, Exile was able to get through laning phase on a Vladimir without dying. Like,
why doesn't he just pick that every game? It works so well.
I mean, it can in team fights, but especially in Desindra, it is a great pick. But like, it is still only 1 week later, and what I'm really excited for is how well H2K will do up against G2, and I'm wondering what you think about them going into your game next week.
I don't think they changed that much since Rift Rivals. They still kind of have this playstyle where until they get the lead, they will be really cautious because in Game 1 we saw the first blood came at 18 minutes in or something like that.
Yep.
And we saw the difference in Game 2. They got a lead like 4 or 5 minutes in game, and then they started snowballing because that's where they get their confidence from. Until they get that first kill or their small lead, that's when they will play cautious. And after that, they'll get their confidence back and start playing aggressive. So I think that's the key to punishing G2. If you manage to impose your rhythm of the game, that's, I think, the key to beating G2.
So Jankos can just die in the top lane whenever you're not looking. They get a kill.
I mean, for sure. I think if Jankos goes and, you know, just... He doesn't even need to get the kill next time. I think if she just runs it straight to the tower, then I think that's the key to G2 winning that series.
Well, we'll see what happens. That is next week, but tomorrow, 2 more series coming up for you guys. The Mysterious Monkeys, good chance for them to pick up their second win of the split. They're going up against Roccat, and Fnatic is up versus Vitality. So I'm quite excited to see the Mysterious Monkeys take to the stage. Roccat not been doing too well lately, and MM has been looking revitalized through Kikis and through Amazing.
They certainly have. I've heard some positive things about the team, that there's a lot of potential there. Eyes are on the mid laner as to whether or not he can perform, because right now he is a big crutch point that can be abused for Mysterious Monkeys, but going up against Roccat, I don't know if they're the kind of team to punish him.
And that second match of the day, Fnatic versus Vitality. Fnatic, that third and last team, we're going to see bouncing back maybe from Rift Rivals up versus Vitality, but Vitality has been putting up some numbers. They won another series 2 days ago, so do you think that's going to be a close matchup, Odoamne?
I think Vitality is looking better and better. Even in the screens we're playing, they're looking way better than what they showed weeks before, and even in LCS. I think it's going to be a closer series than people think. I think Vitality has a fairly decent chance of winning that series. So I'll actually give it to Vitality that series. I would think Vitality takes it 2-1.
There we go. We'll shout you out tomorrow if that does happen. But that will be it for us here tonight. Thank you so much for joining us, Odoamne. Fantastic
Thank you for having me.
Analysis and banter on the day. And thank you guys very much for watching. We will be back tomorrow for the final day of Week 6. We'll see you then.
Cataclysm comes down. Not yet. It's going to be a new record. First blood will get picked up by Perks. A second kill by Sven. Battle from Trashy buys some time, but there's a teleport. Get interrupted. No! Zenkax is in the base. The race is on.
Okay, we land. Just calm down.
It was crazy and it was chaotic in the mid game, but G2 bounced back and pick up game 1 in the best of 3.
Can he go?
Yeah.
Auto, please, auto.
It's the chain. Trashy's under the tower. One shot. The illusionist. Double kill.
Fuck. Holy shit.
Kill them all! We can burn!
Oh my goodness.
G2 send a message to Europe that they are back.
Moving in, hook goes in, Hansama leaping forward, the minions are aggressing onto him, though that's not gonna be good! The kill traded back! There is no follow-up from the Unicorns of Love, Exile running for his life, fails the flash over the wall, and Power of Evil more than happy to go Legendary on the back of that play.
Found.
Afterwards, Maxwell, can you take it away? He gets it! Win here in game 1, or will shortly when they're done having their way with the Unicorns lineup. Vizichachi can't save it, that's the win.
Professional summoners. Holy shit, man.
Vizichachi! Oh my god, outplayed! Vizichachi, can you save the day? Blast Cone accidentally autoed from Maxlord. Not gonna get the chance. Salt Hansama is going off. But Vizichachi has gotten one back. Oh, he gets it. And heal up. That's the double coming in for Exile. They've got the fight, and Unicorns of Love are moving in, and they are taking down the Misfits. That's going to be game 2. Now pulled back, tries to predict the hook. Still going to be Xerxes going down. That is the double kill, and in the end, Misfits are going to walk away unscathed. Oh, no, Hillisang not going to let it happen. Samek's going to grab a kill. Unicorns of Love are going off. Alfari doing what he can, but the Caitlyn is too strong.
They're going for more right now to get another kill on Ignore.
Unicorns of Love close it out just so cleanly.